Alright, test, test, test. I'll tell you what, my headset is so annoying. My VR headset, it messes with my mic so much. It's unreal. Give me 1 second, guys. Just gonna let people know on Discord that I'm actually live, because I haven't done that recently. Yeah, I logged in and played a bit of Guild Wars yesterday for the first time in ages over on Boots' stream. And I figured, hey, I should probably stream that today. I've got the itch to play Guild Wars today, so hey, why not? Wow, that looks really loud. The background volume looks really loud. Yeah, I'll turn it down a little bit more. That should be a bit better, right? So yeah, let's talk a little bit about what's going on with the game. I've got a cool plan for today, and that is, first of all, good morning to everyone. Maybe we should just say hello to everyone in chat here. Rogalicious, Torfinex, Glitch Dagger, Lonya, Kibo S, Diablo X, PT, Naratu, Empow Wow, Husini, Havuxus, Leon. Yeah, so my plan here today is I'm going to do a bit of Season of the Dragon, probably, because I've got the itch to do that, because I don't have my amulet yet. So I'm thinking of doing a bit of Season of the Dragon, and then what I'm thinking of doing is making my new Necro, because I do want to use that new Asura face. So we're going to figure out what the hell we're doing. I'll probably do that in just a second. And then I kind of want to live react to the Arbostone stuff, because I missed the Arbostone stuff before. And we can talk about the legendaries. Basically, what I want to do is make some notes as we go along here today on all the news and the stuff that's gone on over the past week and I kind of missed out on. And then I'll do like a super video compilation tomorrow morning for people on YouTube of, you know, my take on all the stuff, because I haven't given my take. I haven't even on YouTube yet given my take on the Siege Turtle stuff yet, which is just crazy, really. So yeah, we'll have to deal with that. Somebody just gave a gift sub, and on this like screen on Twitch, I don't have notifications on, apparently, because I'm an idiot. Let's try and fix that, shall we? Sorry that your name never got on screen. There you go. Anyone that wants to try that again, hopefully it will work now. So that's probably the best way of doing it. Under Liz's head, but over everything else. So yeah, thank you to who did that? Einolf, thank you for the gift sub. Whoever got lucky with that, that's awesome of you. Wait, what new face? Where can you find this info? For every class, every race, it's not class-based character customization in this game. But yeah, actually, I did a Guild Wars 2 stream a couple of days ago. Oh wow, that one didn't. Oh, there you go. There is a notification. There you go. Miss Nookie just got lucky there. Einolf, thank you for that. Yeah, I did a stream covering them the other day, and there's a really cool Asura one that I want to do. So we'll take stock and we'll have a look at that in a second. So yeah, really, that's the plan. As for Final Fantasy, I don't know whether I will stream it today. We'll see. I mean, if I run out of stuff to talk about and things to do in Guild Wars, then it's certainly something we could look at. But yeah, so let's kick on to the Guild Wars 2 panel here. Right. Okay. So let's take stock here. I have realized with Liz, okay, that having a character that looks cool to me means a lot for like how much I want to play the game, how much I want to log on to that character. It also helps that I have a ludicrously busted build that makes all the PvE really, really like easy breezy and fun. So what I want to do is like achieve this effect on a bunch of classes. That's what I want, really. I want to feel good. And right now, Liz is the only one that I feel good on. By the way, do you remember I cleaned Liz's inventory? I'll tell you what, guys. I've hardly played. I've barely touched Liz. A couple of times I've logged on. A lot of it you've seen on stream. I haven't really been playing this game off stream. So that shows how little I've played. Look at her inventory. Look at what's happened to her inventory here. I mean, you guys talk about cleaning, but Jesus Christ, it fills up so quick. So I'm going to have to deal with this. Luckily, this is all pretty quick to deal with here. It's all like double clickable. Generally speaking, you know, I can use my cons filter here and I can dig through real fast. So this shouldn't be too bad. Open those. Open those. Those. Karma. Karma. Chests. We can just try and dig through these. There is a Black Lion weapon that I'm going to have to check in a second. This is from, like, one Season of the Dragon patch that I did with Kerry, basically. This is what came in my inventory from that one day. Look at that. 18 superior bags of ingredients. All these bags of coins. More surplus Black Lion stuff. I guess I did a couple of fractals at some point. Oh god, all this. Like, what is this? I think it's because it was Drizzlewood, right? And when you do Drizzlewood, you get spammed hard. Because I basically did both of the Drizzlewood Season of the Dragon patches, I think, at once. I've already will have had all of this. Let's just do crafting materials there. That. Okay, glittering weapons. Do I have that full skin set? I do. So we'll just go Mystic Coins again. Open that up. But yeah, generally speaking, I want to work towards my amulet, so maybe I'll do a bit of that today as well. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, she's going to look a little bit cleaner there now. And then a lot of that will be salvageable. We'll deal with that very soon. So yeah, anyway, I want to do that. I want to achieve that effect with list. So let's go back to character select here. Now, the idea is... Hey, can you guys not hear the game? That's broken as well, hasn't it? Why do you keep doing that? Unbelievable. You guys didn't get to hear all the delicious inventory sounds. Yeah, there you go. You can hear it again now. Sorry, let me look at chat a bit more here. Did they widen the character selection panel? They did, yes. There's a bunch new, which is really good for me with an absurd amount of characters. Now it just sort of breaks down into 3 rows. But I'm thinking it's time to start deleting stuff. Like this engineer. I don't need all these birthday gifts. It's just ridiculous. This guy, fun guy. I think he was supposed to have a mushroom head. I'm going to see what items he's got and we're going to delete him. So we're going to get deleting in a second here. So what's he got? He's got fuck all. I don't know when I made him. Let's just get rid of him. The fun guy, goodbye. Oh, wait, that's highlighted list there. Oh, does it not shuffle them anymore either? Why is list still on the far left? That's strange. So if you guys like the idea of that character name as your pun for your mushroom-based Sylvari, go for it. Okay, why did he not get deleted there? Fun guy. Delete. Okay, there you go. Alright, we got 2 slots. Ulfric stays, Casey stays, Tyrek stays. The Investment Mule. Now, that's just a character with a bunch of resonating slivers on. I guess they'll stay. The Illusionary Warlick. So this is some, like, cheesy, sweaty PvP shit. Where I think this was a Phantasm spam chromo gimmick. And the idea was to look like one of the Phantasms as well. I think it's dressed like a Phantasm. And it has one of the Phantasm weapons. And it's, you know, so it's supposed to be that added little bit. It was basically just supposed to be the most annoying thing you could imagine. And they've had 2 birthdays. Oh god, we got like 1 million guild invites. I guess I'll do those off stream. So first and second birthday, I mean, it's just... It doesn't matter really, does it? All these birthday presents? All these birthday basically, it's the celebration boosters that are the things that matter. The rest of it just doesn't. Okay, we're gonna delete the Illusionary Warlick. Okay, so you guys can take that name. It's a good name. You have to wait 24 hours and then you can get that. It's definitely a good name for a Mesmer. Oh, it's doing it again. Oh, and they do shuffle. Look. Illusionary Warlick. Of course, that's a play on Warlock. Birthday gifts will have skin lines later, so don't delete them. Okay, so you're telling me that one of these 45 characters that's basically irrelevant on the account, I should leave on the off chance that 7 years from now, I'll get a skin? I just don't think it matters that much, guys. I really don't. What, I don't need 1 million Queen Jenners? Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I don't know. Okay, now this is a warrior that looks cool. I don't even know what's really going on with the name here. Margine? It's a spellbreaker. I mean, they look cool for sure, but... I think we're going to delete this guy as well. And it's not even necessarily that I want to do anything with the character slots. It's really not. It's just... I mean, Christ, when I lost... Why do I have a warrior here? What is this? Warhorn Axe? Dagger Shield? It looks like I was playing a Shouts warrior. I mean, this is a cool setup, right? I love this tomb shield. And it matches the... This is quite cool. The backpack doesn't quite work. I like the way he looks. But maybe I can accomplish this effect on any other warrior, you know. I always do this thing in Guild Wars where I hit a button on my mouse to enter combat mode and action combat, but that's not the bind anymore. What it does is it shifts all the function keys of my mouse, which is generally not good. Okay, so let's just deposit, open. He's not going to have anything on him, is he? Nope. Okay, we're going to delete Margine. It's a cool outfit, but it's not worthy of anything else. So Margine, that's a rubbish name. Bye-bye, Margine. Look, we just got to get out of that hoarder mindset, right? That's the thing. Okay, Balthazar's Flow, I had a Healing Tempest I used to PvP on with Dwayner runes called Dwayner's Flow. And then years later, I made Balthazar's Flow, which is like the alternate character. Oh shit, I should have opened the birthday presents on Margine. Why am I deleting these characters? Just because it's annoying to browse, you know? Now that ArenaNet's opened up the character slot, the character selection screen, I just kind of want to clean up a little bit how my account looks. That's basically it. Okay, so, yeah, so 2 years ago again. And this was like some kind of burn-based Tempest, I guess. But again, it's like, what's the point? So again, let's deposit all these. And we're going to delete Balthazar's Flow. Dwayner's Flow might get deleted as well. Oh no, that's list we're selected on right now. I'm not going to delete all the characters, but any of these like weird, random characters that kind of got made for no good reason a long time ago, that's what we're going to get rid of. And then, because the idea is I want to make, this Necro, and it's, I don't know, we'll have to, what I wish I could do now, I mean, I hate to see, like, a cool update and then be like, oh, they need to do this next thing. But what I'd really like them to do is to do, like, allow me to put, allow me to have the option to not have them shuffle. Right now, the most recent ones you played are on the left. Let me dictate their order and allow me to put a little gap in. How good would that be? Because then what I could do is I could just have, okay, let's play characters, and you can put like a bar in or whatever. You know, like a lot of like editing software and stuff allows you to customize the UI, and you can put like these barriers. So I can just have like a little bar and another bar, and it's like, okay, this is my LP character section. These are my PvE characters. These are my World versus World characters, and so on, you know. What's this? Hundreds of shards gone. Delete over 100 tomes. Is the Necro for the End of Dragons playthrough? I don't know. I'll probably do an End of Dragons playthrough on every single one of the characters. So who knows? Okay, so again, these guys are all fine. Carraflower. Now this is Wood and Potatoes, who I only have because people started. I never. Like, I was obviously big on YouTube and stuff when the game came out, but I was playing this game as a fan more than as someone making it my job to cover the game or whatever. So I never picked I never took this name. But then someone took it instead of me and, like, was pretending to be me. And then they logged off for, like, years. And I managed to catch them online. I said, can you just delete this, please? And they said yes. So that's just a placeholder so no one else takes the name. And so that if you go in-game and you add Wood and Potatoes, it will actually it will work, right? If you go to your friends list and you type Wood and Potatoes. It's probably a mistake because it started crashing my game because my friends list filled up too much, but whatever. Okay, Deborah's fine. Bract is fine. Okay, now we have Wardens. So for a while I had like different Wardens. So I've got the Warden of Thoughts, the Warden of Tremors. These were all just placeholder PvP characters. I think I'm going to delete them as well. I mean, why would I want to keep these? I mean, having a dedicated character for each mode is quite cool. I played a lot. I loved Spellbreaker probably about 2 years ago. I really, really had a lot of fun on it. But you really had to play it on your own region because I found the skill delay horrendous. Basically, I logged in. A lot of this is prompted because yesterday, if you guys saw, I hosted Boots. And he was like doing these like little 1v1s in World versus World. And and for the first time in like ages, I was like, oh, I want to log in. I'm not gonna lie, a huge part of it for me was like, oh, these builds do not look good, right? And I was like, I want to fight Boots. I just want to fight Boots. And I feel bad thinking that way, but in the end, he was like, oh, I'm gonna leave. So I was like, fine, I'll just do one quick little 1v1. Because he was like 1v1ing, was it Kroof he was 1v1ing? And they tried Necro when I first logged in. And I was like, I know that Necro can just destroy this build. Like, there's a very strong roaming world versus world Necro build. So I was like, I'll take my opportunity. So I literally just went to meta battle and just grabbed a Necro build. Like, I genuinely I haven't PvP'd, certainly. I barely remember some of my keybinds at this point. I logged into Guild Wars and just, like, dumped this build on and like, made one swap. And then did a couple of 1v1s with Boots. And what really struck me is how much skill delay affected me. I don't know. It's really weird. It's terrible in Final Fantasy 2, but I sort of noticed it big time. I think a part of it as well is Boots' Guardian build has the trait which is slow on CC. So there was lots of slow, lots of little interrupts. And I wasn't dodging anything. I wasn't dodging Axe 2, I wasn't dodging Axe 3, I wasn't dodging the F13. And so I just constantly had slow on me, and it was like a nightmare to like cast anything, like trying to get consume conditions and stuff off. But it got me kind of into the game, and I was thinking about it like a lot. I was like, I'll stream it tomorrow. Okay, I don't even know why I'm holding these celebratory die packs. I don't need them. So what do I do with the wardens? Do I keep 9 wardens? Is that what I do you think? I mean, it's kind of a cool theme. Then I have the Warden of Thoughts. Maybe I keep the wardens. Just a question, what is it? Sorry, I'm hardly looking at chat here. Thank you for the sub there, Dalgrim. Really appreciate it. Hello, Valen. I bullied him. Yeah, Valen was in chat as well, as far as I know at the time. I feel bad, because it probably put a downer on the end of his stream, because, you know, I think he was very proud of the Firebrand build. AWP, just a question, and I played that Necro build bad as well. The way you're meant to do it is, if you actually watch those little fights, you're meant to just stick in a Shroud, like a lot. Because the Shroud generation on that core Necro is insane. And the longer you stick in Shroud, the more you use it. But I was basically just toggling in for the Enfeeble on toggle in. And just use the skills and get out, which isn't the way to play that. Why delete them? Again, because I just want to clean them up. Another sub. Thank you to Mackie710. Take them to the trash. Did I react on the news on Guild Wars? No, I only just started, man. I only just started. We'll get to all that in a second. I'm just kind of warming up here. I just don't know what I think about the Wardens. So Warden of Storms, this was the original Warden. This was a character I made, I think at the start of POF. Like I had a little phase where I was playing Fresh Air Ellie right as POF landed. And I did it on him. Oh no, he's really old. He's 7 years old. I don't know when I made him. The only time I really played him was at that period. Oh, I should probably keep him if he's on a 7th birthday. Holy shit, 7 years! Whoa. I mean, it's not even funny anymore. Like, my perception of time and when things were done in this game and what I did at what point is just... Who knows? I guess I'll leave him. I won't delete the Warden of Storms. So there will always be one Warden on the account. So that means maybe I'll have the other Wardens on there as well. Then there was a period where I was playing Mirage, and it was like really dirty and cheesy. So I called it the Monkey Lord, and I made him look like a monkey. I don't really feel any connection to this character. It was like a joke character. But it might be a few years old. This again was like a POF joke. So let's see what birthday this guy's on. He might get deleted. Wardens might be in Cantha. Yeah, the original Warden I think I made because I liked the idea of having an NT looking Sylvari. Looks like I last played this guy at Halloween at some point. What birthday is it? 3rd birthday. Yeah, this is definitely a POF character. Do I delete this guy? I mean, as much as the name's like a silly joke, I do really like the fashion. I mean, look. I have a whole guild emblem dedicated to having a monkey on my back. Monkey Lord is an icon. So I don't know. I think I kind of want to keep it. Who uses the capes with the emblems as fashion? Who's ever done fashion this good? Do you know what I mean? What did I think of the elite spec changes? Likes, dislikes. I really didn't engage with the beta very much in the end. I think I'm tired of, like, assessing and fussing over them. To be honest, guys, I don't like the elite specs. I could do another tier list at this point if people wanted, but I'm kind of in a... I think I'm quite negatively minded when it comes to the elite specs. I'm not feeling good about it at all, really. I just don't think they're very fun. I don't think they unlock many new interesting mechanics. I don't think they have tight themes. I think they really dropped the ball with POF, with End of Dragons on the elite specs, really. And a lot of the changes as well, I don't really agree with. The interview with CMC really put a downer on things for me as well, because it just didn't sound like they'd had any really serious conversations about what they're doing. I'm not in a good place with any of it, really. So it's like, do I indulge in just making whiny videos about that, or do I just sort of sit and wait and see until something clicks? Why not make a video on why you dislike them? Well, I mean, there's something honest about that, and you know, I'm happy to be candid about my feelings on it. But the idea of like indulging specifically in the negativity of that, what I don't want to do is, like, I'm in a risky place with the channel at the moment where I'm playing so much Final Fantasy. I think a lot of very casual viewers of mine are kind of in a place where they're like, oh, does WP hate Guild Wars? Is he on his way out? Blah, blah, blah. I don't want the only content I'm doing about Guild Wars to be indulging in the shitty elements of it. I still love the game. I'd rather, like, you know, I'm just a little bit leery about that, you know. I'm trying to just be a little bit savvy about what kind of conversations I have. I could whine about it. But the other thing is, like, I don't even have very constructive whining. A lot of it, I just want them to throw in the bin. And what constructive whining can I do about just, like, such fundamental issues? So I think I'll just wait and I'll hold my tongue. That's kind of how I feel about that beta. And look, I went into that beta with sincerity and a real belief, hey, maybe I can, you know, learn something about this. Maybe I can see what's good, but I don't know. It just didn't do it for me. When I played it a bit live, it didn't do it for me. And when I tried it off stream, it didn't do it for me. Okay, I can talk more specifically about that in a bit. Let's just keep going along with this here. So, I have the Warden of Thoughts. So, do I need a Warden of Thoughts? If the Monkey Lord is my PvP guy, why do I have a Warden of Thoughts? I don't need a Warden of Thoughts. So then that breaks the set. A pink Sylvari as a Mesmer is pretty cool. This was definitely made around Season 4, you can tell, because it's in the Requiem armor. Elegy armor? Requiem? Which one's the upper tier? Elite spec problems due to brain drain of Robert G and Aurelio leaving. My serious take. Well, I've told this story before. Aurelio, when I flew out for Path of Fire press, we had like a little moment on the day to have interviews. And I have my interview up. I can't remember how it really goes. You can look at me interviewing them about the POF specs. There were very, very quick little things. You had like 10 minutes to talk to them or something. I remember how nervous they all seemed in all the interviews, which was really kind of interesting. But I had that like conversation, and I talked to Ireneo a bit as well. They did like, there was another section where they were showing us the elite specs, and you know, we sat down and we got hands-on with them. And I talked to a reasonable amount of Ireneo there as well. But it was all pretty standard fare. Now, that was it. The day was over. The final day, I've said this over and over and over again, me and Richie went back. We had late flights, and we could have just bummed about at the hotel. Or we just sort of text each other and said, let's just fucking go. Let's just go back to the studio and see what happens. And we weren't allowed in anymore. We were only allowed to the lobby, but a bunch of devs came out and met us. Now, I will always remember that at one moment then, Ireneo came out and really sincerely pulled me aside and, like, said, I want more of your opinions about the design of these things, about what you think they should do or whatever. Like, the guy seemed really, really seriously keen to like talk like fundamentals. Like I was talking about Scourge. Like there was that question of, okay, what is it? Is it a Condi build? Is it a might buff build? A boon buff build? Is it a support? Like what are you actually aiming for here? And they were very waffly about it. They didn't really have a great idea of what they were aiming for. They just threw a bunch of stuff in and wanted to see what came out of it with the community. And that's very much like their MO at this point too. You can see it with the Ender Dragon stuff. I don't think that's the right way to go. And I remember talking to Ireneo about that on the original day and thinking, well, there it is, you know. And I think even the interview, you can watch my YouTube interview, you can probably hear a little bit of that in there. But he came back the second day, the unscheduled day, and he specifically said, like, no, I want to talk more about this. I think what he said is, he said, ask me more questions about what you want to know about it. And that to me struck as really sincere, like really like, I don't know, like there was something about that conversation that still sits with me. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what most people think of Ireneo or whatever, or what he made and so on. I don't know if he's not there anymore or what, but I do remember that. So the Warden of Thoughts, I think I'm gonna delete. Fuck it. We don't need 2 PvP mesmers. Lots of the new specs have lines split with Condi power, and I wish they were focused on one. I think there's kind of a fundamental thing going on with how ArenaNet looks at trait lines that then immediately blurs the distinction of what an elite spec is aiming for, because they immediately start to aim for too much. In a lot of ways, the Spectre disappointed me because so often it was like, okay, this style of support, or this style of support, or this style of support, and all the traits, you know. In a lot of ways, that disappointed me. But in all sincerity, I think that that is actually more meaningful. So I was playing Chrono on this. What is this build? This is a weird build. Some kind of power Chrono with Illusion of Life on it. In a lot of ways, I actually think that's the best thing about Spectre, because it is very clear. I don't know. There's so much going on with Elite Spectre, my dissatisfaction for that side of the game. It kind of bums me out that the mastery system that Heart of Thorns was aiming to do didn't really nail anything long term, and I think Elite Specs haven't really nailed anything long term in terms of how they handle the game. Right, Warden of Thoughts. We're gonna delete you. Hold on, I didn't check the gear. Let me have one last little look here. Am I late to your reaction? No. I've only just got here, and I just want to be very, very blunt to people in chat. The live reaction and stuff, I'm gonna be doing a bit down the line. Okay, we're gonna be playing the game a bit. We're gonna be chatting a bit. So if you've only got like 5 minutes, don't expect it in that 5 minutes. Okay, fun fashion. That's not actually legendary. They shouldn't change the color of the thing when you just skin. Right, goodbye to the Warden of Thoughts. Bye-bye. You'll be missed. Jesus, what is this? Hello? Reaction to what? Basically, I'm out of touch with some of the news over the past week, so I'm going to be covering that soon. As for Robert G, I do remember always being impressed with his posts online. I don't remember. I don't really have any great. I think I did meet him, but I don't have any really standout memories of meeting him. I also really liked him when he was on the streams and stuff. Okay. So Jarhall Granite Heart. Okay, now this one's tricky. This guy's tough. This is a dwarf. What do we do with this character? This is like a dwarf in like... This is like damage reduction stacking nomads world versus world infinite health tank thing. And the idea was... I mean, well, you can see it's using the dwarf infusion. And the idea... Why we have an embiggening tonic, I don't know. It's supposed to be a shrinking tonic. Oh, actually, I think I remember on stream. Didn't I fuck with this guy to show you guys how big you could get? Yeah, see, he's a stone summit. But, see, this didn't work with the mask. This didn't work. Basically, for the proper dwarf effect, you have to turn the face off. See? The helmet off. Maybe even the hands. Yeah, that's not so good. But you have to do that, and then it's novelties. Oh shit, what's it called? It's not called shrinking, apparently. Dude, I don't know. There's too many. What's it called? It came in the patch after the embiggening one, right? So if I just find the embiggening one. Oh, it's called miniature. Thank you. There you go. So he's a dwarf, you see. Which is cool. And then you get the double effect there. You get the juggernaut, see? So with the juggernaut out, we have the stone face, but we have the shiny armor. So it works, you see. But I don't know. I think we delete this guy, to be honest with you. I think we delete him. I see no future for him. ArenaNet needs to start doing stuff, like adding dwarfs as a race or something. Someone give him super speed? Well, I could give myself swiftness. And if are we Herald? No, we're not Herald. I doubt he's even got it unlocked. Yeah, I mean, come on. He doesn't even have... Oh, he does have Herald unlocked. I mean, they're the same speed out of combat, so it's whatever, but... Do you think he looks cool? Yeah, I know. It's just, when would I play him? When do I ever play him? I don't play him. And he's only 3. Fucking hell, he's 3 years old already. Jesus, that freaks me out. Look, he has Deljamore support marks on him. That fits quite well. Oh. TP to a friend. That's the last infinite consumable I don't have now, by the way. I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking here. Quick Beam, thanks so much, man. Thanks for the sub. Is it Kilroy? No. He is named after a Guild Wars 1 character, though. And it is kind of a cool character. When your kids grow up too fast. I know, imagine it actually was a kid. I mean, he has a bunch of Ascended stuff on him. He's 3 years old. The infusion's buried in here somewhere. I don't know where. There it is. Deljamore Stone Skin Infusion. He's in the exact middle ground where I don't know whether I should get rid of him or not. I guess I'll keep him. I guess I'll keep him. For now. Okay, so here we've got a PvP Guardian. Now, this Guardian is called Damage Not Heals, because it comes from a time where I wanted to play DPS Firebrand. I can't remember what variation. Well, any kind of DPS Firebrand, basically. And people would whine at you because they're expecting support. And I wouldn't be support. So I'd call, and I'm not going to fucking type in chat every time. I would just appear offline, I would have chat off, and I'd have a character name that says Damage Not Heals. And if they don't have the intelligence to realise that I'm not supporting them, then that's on them. That's what this character was. But I think it's delete fodder at this point, don't you guys? I think this is exactly the kind of character I'd delete. I mean, there is kind of a thought of maybe one day I'll come back to it and it would be useful, but I actually hope I never get into PvP as much as I once was. It's just a waste of time. So. The only thing I would like to do is like take it seriously in a 5-man on EU where I don't have ping issues. That is it. And we tried that with Spud a while ago and it was rough, so that's the only avenue I think I still have for it. And maybe duos or something, just for fun little things every now and then, but that's not what this character is really. If I'm just playing for fun every now and then like, who gives a fuck? You don't need a character like this. So I think I'm gonna get rid of it. Alright, we happy with that? Now these are exotic. Do I care about these? Let's go to /wiki and see if we care about these. Royal Flame Weapon Coffer. It's not used in any kind of recipe. Yeah, I think I just get rid of it. I just delete the whole thing. Okay, bye-bye to Damage Not Heals. The Baron of the Arena, apparently, is what I have on him. Damage, her, not... And I like the girl in the flowing dress. I remember quite enjoying that outfit. Oh, wait, did she have, hold on. Did she have an ascended item, or am I getting that confused with the dwarf? I think new races depends on how they treat post-End of Dragons. The dream for me is that they at least go back to smaller stories in far-off lands where nobody knows you, make an easy fit for new races. Oh, I agree. I agree. There's certain... The way I look at Guild Wars is a decade of short-sighted thinking, and now they've decided, no, we're going with it full-time, which is like... It means that there's a lot of stuff they got to figure out with it, and all those kinds of lines in the sand, I don't think should be lines in the sand. That's, like, really clear when you play Final Fantasy, right? Like, there's a lot more is open, and a lot more... Like, I observed, if you weren't on the stream, the last Final Fantasy stream that I did, guys, but they had a patch, just a random patch. It's like the equivalent of, you know, Jahai Bluffs or whatever, you know? It's the equivalent of something like that. And you get the content, you get the story and stuff, which is already longer than what Guild Wars does, right? But then on the side of it, you remember Guild Wars feature patches? It's basically a feature patch and a content patch at once. Like, they do all these kind of crazy updates, like classes getting higher level caps and fishing getting like weird updates and explorable features added to dungeons and just all this crazy shit coming in on the side. It's literally like a Guild Wars feature pack and a Living World pack at the same time. And that's just like what it constantly is for that game, you know? And it's really eye-opening when you see, you know, it's not that Guild Wars is a bad game. Guild Wars is a brilliant game. It just, the patches are so small, they don't have the content amount, you know? That's why they're falling behind. It's just a question of content. All right, we're going to delete. It's like that's the bar that the industry's at now. That's what you're looking at. You know, and I can see why it's so... Final Fantasy, in basically every regard, isn't... Well, almost every regard. Some regards, it's definitely better. But in a lot of regards, it's an inferior product. But it doesn't matter because they add so much to it. Right, okay, then we have the Warden of Moons, who I guess if we... And the Warden of Spines. So this is our Revenant Warden, our Thief Warden. So the Cry of Anguish... So this is named after a Guild Wars 1 Mesmer skill. A lot of these characters exist because it's before build templates. So this is a Mesmer I made, who I wanted to have, initially, this was a Mirage that was, this wasn't a cheesy Mirage. Well, this wasn't, how do we describe cheese? This wasn't like a meta, like, try-hard, sweaty Mirage. This was a stupid Mirage that burst like 40 confusion sacks on someone in a second. And tried to escape with stealth and escape artists and stuff. It was just kind of a fun... This was just a gimmick character, basically. Now, this guy has silk bags. Are these soulbound or what? No, they're not soulbound. I'll take these off. We're going to delete this guy. We don't need him. Build templates exist now. So we'll just salvage all this stuff down. Delete the character, get rid of the bags. Deposit, compact. Will you fit? Ah, you don't fit. Damn it. Alright, fine. We'll delete the congealed putrescences. A word I still don't know how to say. Okay, and then we'll go to the bank, deposit these, check if he's got any ascended stuff. Okay, whatever. Right, now we're all good. And then the rest of the inventory is nonsense I don't care about. Cleaning my bank is still a problem. I mean, we're slow. If you guys are noticing this, we're slowly working towards a cleaner account for when the End of Dragons drops. Deposit those. And now birthday presents. He's only got one. Couple more birthday boosters. And you guys might be like, oh, but WP, you're going to get rid of so many. I've got 69 of them. You know what I mean? I only use birthday boosters while I'm in World vs. World. That's where the big birthday booster value is. Right, so Cry of Anguish. Good character name, by the way, if you guys want to snap that one up. Definitely like that one. Oh, it's 69, was it? It's so weird. For some of you guys, it seems so instinctive to say nice after 69. I never noticed the fucking number. Alright, Cry of Anguish. Goodbye. Why am I deleting characters? I'm just cleaning my account up. FF14 does get the privilege of being from an immense franchise that will always get people interested. Yeah, a part of its popularity is definitely that. And also, they have very low, but because it's such a bland game in a lot of ways, it's so simplistic in a lot of ways. Like, for people that don't know, for the Guild Wars fans in chat at the moment, in that game, in story, they literally just have you running around pressing F on NPCs and clicking through dialogue. Then there'll be a dungeon and there'll be a boss fight, and that's it. That's the whole patch. You know, that bar is so fucking low compared to like a Guild Wars Living World release with a whole map and renowned hearts that are probably integrated and adventures and all that kind of shit. Like, the bar is really fucking low. But what they're telling is a good story. So once you're acclimated to that low bar, you just enjoy the story, and the story is longer, and the story is more sophisticated, and is easy to get into with more likable characters. So like what they do well, you know? And then that frees them up to have basically a feature pack worth of shit for everything else. And it's just a better balance. It's just they put their resources in better places. Okay, the Flesh Abomination. I think he's going to get deleted. This guy's like the dwarf, right? He looks cool. He's an interesting idea. But when would I play this guy? I mean, he's cool. But when do I play him? What do I do with him? Why is he not a Necro? He's a Guardian, so that he can have both Mace and Scepter. So here you see, this is Scepter Focus. And then when we swap, we're on Sword... Oh, we're Sword Shield here. Anyway, the idea is that both the Mace and the Scepter have the, this thing. Let us decide. Well, he is cool. I mean, this is pretty good fashion, isn't it? I mean, making it a Necro is kind of a cool idea. But then on Necro, you don't get the heavy armor. Put him on a list, maybe. He goes on the maybe pile. Well, the one thing I can say is I don't really want him in PvP. You know what? Maybe I could do 9 PvE, 9 World versus World. So the Flesh Abomination is a World versus World character. And Jarhole is a World versus World character, right? Maybe we do it that way, and then you know, each of these guys has 3 builds. For example, there's 3 PvP builds, there's 3 World versus World builds, there's 3 PvE builds. So then there you go. You're never gonna play that guy. Let's be real. Yeah, I know, but what if I get into World versus World more with alliances and stuff? Which, by the way, I really need to learn what they're doing here with world restructuring with the beta. Alright, I'll let him live. I'll let him live for now. Just in case we do that World vs. World idea. And in World vs. World, it's kind of cool. If you want to be, like, try-hard about it. To be able to quickly swap builds, you know? You wouldn't call it fashion, but it's good at what it is. I think that's fair. The helmet is the only dodgy bit about this, but I just couldn't find a better helmet to put on. I mean, it looks alright somewhat. I don't know what else I would do, honestly. Oh yeah, I got an idea, guys. Let's do Balthazar for now. Okay, what I'm about to say is potentially a bit dodgy, alright? So let's go for it anyway. I was reading about Rocket League earlier. Let's look at my outfits. Okay. So I was reading about Rocket League earlier. Now, in Rocket League, there's a mod called... What's it called? It's called, like, the Mackle mod or something. I can't remember the name of it, right? But it's this mod that a lot of people in the community use and is, like, fairly endorsed or whatever. And what it does is it means client side, only on your client. So in that game, they have, like, a gem store and you can buy Bakay's mod. That's it. Bucks mod. Bakay's mod. Right, so the idea is they have, like, microtransactions. They unlock cars and stuff. But there's a mod that allows you to unlock them instantly for free, but only on your client. So you can't share them with anyone else, but you can click and get any skin you like and drive around in that car however you like, right? Now, in Final Fantasy, an MMO, there's similar mods in the dev scene. There's mods that, like, so in that character, they never show nipples, right? So if you've got, like, an armor set that's shirtless, they don't skin the nipples. Now, some people want to see nipples, right? Not necessarily on female characters. I got a friend who runs the mod so he can see nipples on the male character and, like, tones up people's abs and stuff, right? And so they have, like, texture and model swap mods in Final Fantasy. So I was thinking about those as examples. Is it not possible for there to be... And now, Guild Wars has got quite a big dev scene at this point. Is it not possible that there could be a mod that just unlocks these client-side? Right? So you can wear the Pharaoh's regalia, but no one else would see it. So you don't get, like, clout for it or whatever. But isn't there, in theory, a thing that could do that? And, like... I don't know how it would work necessarily with minis or whatever. Or, like, skins and stuff? I'm not advocating the creation of such a thing. But conceptually, I was like, well, that's quite interesting. I wonder if anyone's ever talked about that or ever thought about that. I was genuinely... There's a Guild Wars 2 dev Discord. As in, like, homebrew dev, as in community members, you know, people that make, you know, DirectX 12 proxy and stuff. And I was thinking of going in the Discord and asking people what they thought about that. But then I thought it would look really weird and dodgy if Wood and Potatoes goes into Discord and looks like he's asking for the thing to be created. That's not really what I'm getting at. But I just thought that's crazy. That's definitely a thing that happens in gaming. And Guild Wars, you would think by now that's a thing, right? I mean, who doesn't want to test or play around with the dies, you know? Like all these dies down here. I can't show them to anyone else. It's only client side. But you would think people would really be into that, wouldn't you? And I don't know. And I'm interested in that idea. And I'm interested in the idea of what ArenaNet's take on that would be as well. Whether they'd clamp down or get all corporate about it instantly. Or if they'd be like Rocket League and they'd be like, well, yeah, people are doing it, but whatever. To be fair, there's a ton of 14 mods that massively improve texture, model quality for items and characters, nipples or not. Well, I mean, yeah, that's not really, you know, that I'm just trying to give an example of an MMO that is updated in, you know, gaming zeitgeist at the moment. And you know, they're not crazy about it. They don't clamp down on it. So Rog says they'd ban it, it would kill their sales. I mean, that's the thing. Like, to what proportion do people only want to see it for themselves? Because, again, it's only client-side. Other people don't see you wearing the outfit or anything. Like, what is the store selling? Like, that's an interesting discussion, isn't it? Is the store selling your ability to roleplay yourself? Or is the store selling your ability to live in a virtual world with this item, right? To share that item. To show off. Like, to what degree do consumers care about it? Now, for me, I often think with various projects, I would love to have everything unlocked. You know, what about like a challenge run series where you wear a different outfit each time and it's like, okay, this is the Bram build, this is the Timey build, this is the Ghostly build, right? And I don't know, I have never properly concepted how it would go, but you know, like that's the idea. Maybe the build has to fit the theme of the outfit or something. Once the build dies, that's it, it's dead. So you'd kill Bram, right, if you fail to run on that. So then you're in the Timey outfit or whatever. And maybe before you can roll a dice and I don't know, stuff like that. But it doesn't, people can't do stuff like that. I'm in a lucky position of having a lot of outfits. People can't do that though if they've only got like 2 outfits. You know, that struck me with with the animation showcase I did with Boots the other day, right? I only produced the Spectre video, but I have footage from 3 of the Elite Specs, right? And I said to him, okay, let's put you in an outfit that looks really good, right? So like Spectre, for example, You know, maybe, well, Ghostly is fine. I was just in it. Maybe this would look, maybe he should have looked like this as the Spectre, right? Maybe that's a cool outfit to put him in. Maybe I want to skin some certain weapons on him, right? But well, he screen shared to me, and he had like 4 outfits unlocked. And it was like, oh, we can't do that. We can't make good content. We can't advertise for the game because he doesn't even have the fucking things unlocked. And the partner program won't do stuff like that for people. They still want... If you're a Guild Wars partner, they still want you spending that money. They'll give you a couple of gems, you know? Like, they won't actually help you out with stuff like that. So, if that kind of scene existed, you could do all kinds of things, right? Anyway, that's kind of from a content creator perspective. But yeah, anyway, it was just something I was thinking about. Hey WP, I would love to hear your... This is an in-game message here. Your opinions on the End of Dragon specs, even if it is all negative. Speak your mind, people love that. Well, it's not all negative. It's just I'm not passionate about it, really. I mean, what is there to say? Blade Sworn, I didn't try. And most of them haven't tried. That's the thing as well. Blade Sworn, I didn't try. Mike dropped me some feedback the other day, though, and said it was really lame to play. Basically, they killed the damage and increased the resource gain. And he said it's really lame now. Basically, Blade Sworn was that fantasy of stagnant wind-up for big payoff. That's the fantasy of the elite spec. And then they neutered that in this beta. Which, yeah, might make it more usable. So, you know, there's an argument to be had there. Am I passionate about that argument? Not really. So, meh. Mechanist. The fantasy is the mech does all the damage and stuff. It was very pointed. It was very specific before. They de-accented it. They nerfed the mech down. But increased its resource, its access to its resource. So you can now respawn it a bit. Did they hit the sweet spot for how often the mech is up and available versus how much damage it does and stuff? I don't know. I didn't play it. I didn't test it. Is that a fun discussion to have? No, not really. Do I care that much about that discussion? No. Next. I mean, I don't know. Catalyst, you saw. And it was really boring to try and play and learn on stream. Oh, it does more damage. I was listening to some friends in Discord saying, oh, it does all this damage on the hitbox now. Would it get up to like 50k or something? Oh, that's so exciting. That's not exciting to me. I don't give a shit about how it does on the fucking golem. It's like, meh. I don't really care. I don't know. I just... The Untamed is probably the most interesting change on the beta. But even that, like, Mike again gave me some feedback on that. They just felt a bit clunky. I like the idea of the Guild Wars 1 barrage comboed with the Guild Wars 2 Ranger, with the Guild Wars 2's barrage and stuff. So I'm just not passionate about talking about it, really. I generally have a negative outlook on them, and I'm not that passionate. I don't know. If you guys want to sponsor a very specific idea, let me know. Okay, so now we have Dwayna's Flow. And she looks cool. She's like pure Dwayna setup. I mean, the fashion works. But again, we have build templates now, so maybe I can just make the Warden of Storms look like... Or maybe she's my world versus world. I mean, she is cool. I like the fashion on her. Dwayna outfit, Dwayna backpack, Dwayna weapons. I mean, it's genius. Who ever thought to do that? Do I want to get rid of Dwayna's Flow? I do love this. This was such a cool idea. It was Dwayna runes. Oh, hold on. Dwayna runes for regen. And then you play like a fucking staff, or just any kind of support Tempest you like. And the numbers are insane on this. The regen, a lot of it's like fake healing. It's like you're still qualifying for healing ticks, even though the fight's over and they've disengaged. They're just waiting to break combat and regen from that. So it's like irrelevant healing that all ends up getting counted. But you'll get like nearly 1 million in heals and it will feel really good. What do you guys think? I mean, I like this character. Now, these are only 15 slot bags. I don't care about them. Maybe I'll TP them. Let's be real. If you want a World vs. World on LA, you're going to play Liss. I mean, maybe, yeah. I nearly fought Boots on Liss yesterday as well, actually. I thought that'd be fun. Because Weaver can... There's a very strong Weaver variant in World vs. World, and he was on it. His strongest build yesterday was a Weaver build he was playing. It was, like, instantly obvious that was the best build, and I kind of wanted to do a mirror fight with him. Oh shit, I ate the booster. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Well, here's the other problem with Dwayna's flow. Okay, here's the other problem with Dwayna's flow. I also have her, Azaric of Parathia, who's also a human female Ellie, who I could make look like Dwayna's flow. See, I kind of want her to be my Ellie now, you know. I think Azaric is going to be it. I think I'm going to delete Dwayna's flow because they're the same. They're the fucking same human female Ellies. Do they even have the same face? No, they have slightly different faces. But still. No, I think Dwayna's going to die. I think we're going to kill her. Bye-bye to Dwayna. Wait, where is she? There she is. There's no need to have both. I can dress Azaric up to look exactly like her. Thanks for the sub, 8091. Just got here, are we Ellie build crafting? No, not really. No. I'm just on a trip down memory lane, I suppose. What are these TP for? 58 silver? I suppose I can do that. All three. I guess I'll list them. It's quite a big discrepancy there. Okay, bye-bye Dwayna's flow. Oh, wait, I need to check her gear. Yeah, killing the gods. I mean, I could have had a god set, you know. I could have had my PvP builds characters could be wardens, and my world versus world characters could be gods. But we already deleted Balthazar's flow. Yeah, it's all clear. It's all clean. I mean, this is all from a world before build templates. People bag on the build template stuff so bad, but these were all created because of the build template situation, you know, where it was like basically a new character is the template. As far as PvP is concerned, you don't have to do any progression or anything. You just load in, put an amulet on it, and it's done. I honestly look at my account and all the character slots and stuff I've got on it at this point, and it blows my mind how many fucking gems I've spent at this point. It's just crazy. Okay, where are we now? Okay, the Warden. Okay, Saw on a Claw. This is staying because it's a Tengu, you know. This name is actually from Guild Wars 1. I grabbed this name in Guild Wars 1 the day they announced the news that names were going to be transferable. So this is like an OG fucking character. I don't know why they're in Heart of the Mist. Weird setup with the utilities here. Okay, so I think I'll just leave this. Oh, I like the 30k health. What are we, all runes? Aristocracy. Carrion. I don't know what I was doing with Saw, but Saw's going to stay for sure. Doesn't actually have any real gear or anything. By the way, this outfit is one of the coolest outfits on Char. Look at the fucking tail. This is definitely one of the best ways to make a Char look. Do you know what? I should be... Oh, yeah, and I'm a volcanic storm color. This must be quite recently that I was setting this up. All the smoke and stuff. This is a cool outfit. WP, feeling any regrets buying the character slots? I don't really regret it, no. Okay, next. Okay, then I have another Tengu name, Merlin Featherstone. You know what I'm thinking about? I'm just bummed out that End of Dragons isn't doing Tengu. It's weird. It's weird to look at a character that was made in like 2009 in anticipation for this fucking thing. And here we are in we're having an expansion in 2022 and it's not happening and there's no sign it's happening. And it's just like, why have I bothered with this for all these years? Some partner gems, some would have been my own money, some would have been gold transfers. So I don't know. Do I get rid of Merlin? Or is Merlin a world versus world rev, maybe? kind of want to get rid of that. It's a good name, though. But do I want 2 Tengu on the account? I mean, eventually, maybe. It'd be nice to have, like, a PvP Tengu and a PvE Tengu. Maybe. All right, this is definitely delete fodder. Nuclear Hellfires. This was me and the Spuds breaking the meta. Is Noct still in chat? This was us breaking the meta. This was hidden meta. There was a fairly long period where Condi FB was ludicrously insane, but you had to just ball right. So basically, you could play a team comp where you went all in on like the fucking clustered team fights, and you tried to win with this, and you could instantly fucking delete people. I mean, it was insanely cool. We never quite made it work, but we believed in Condi FB way more than anyone else did for that period. Then I seem to remember some balance patch came that actually made it like more obviously good to everyone else, and it was a bit sad because it was like, oh, if you think you found a cool build and a cool idea, but you can't nail it on a competitive stage, like no one will believe you that it was actually good, right? And then later, if later balance comes along and buffs the thing or whatever, then it's just, and everyone's doing it, it's like you won't get any credit for the concept. I don't know, I liked this. I really wanted it to work. It was a lot of fun. It was permeating wrath. You can imagine how it went. I was running this before the Purging Flames changed, by the way. This was on classic Purging Flames. You use this to like create a set. You'd like climb on a box or some shit and drop that on yourself, and you drag them in. Because the biggest problem here was this thing getting blown up. There were a lot of versions of it. I don't know. The 17k health looks really low to me right now, but I don't think that was the only thing we ever did. Jesus Christ, why am I maxed on Shards of Glory still? Imperial Fragments. Die. Two years ago we were doing that. How fucking crazy is that? Okay, so, yeah. And we're just going to delete this guy. I'll open the spirit shards before anyone gets angry, because you're all so desperate for them. I can't see how many I've got right now, because it's my rank. Yeah, let's just delete it. Bye-bye, Nuclear Hellfires. Just triple check. Nuclear Hellfires. He's got the hero's ring. Yeah, a lot of them do. Because you get a male that puts it on them, so. So you'll notice I had 2 guardians. One was called Damage Not Heals, and the other one was called Nuclear Hellfires. They're basically the same thing. But Nuclear Hellfires was when we were playing with 5 people. So I didn't need a name that said that. You know, the Guardian I made during those days is one of my most played characters in PvE nowadays. Really? That's cool, man. I miss those duos where we would just have you on Rev or whatever, and I played the Boon Spam FB support. I had an FB support that was... It looked like a really weird build, but it was like high concentration, and it was like a lot of the shouts. But basically, it was like every boon in the game on the Rev as soon as they wanted it, and it was hilarious. We would like play unranked and just like like the Rev would get like, I shit you not, like 90% team damage or something, like some absurd amount of team damage. You just wander around blowing people up. It would probably do a lot of damage to the community, to be honest, because you do that and you just make people hate PvP because they can't do anything because there's not a big community, because the matchmaker sucks. Okay, now we have a Necro Warden. That's the Warden of Tides. So that's fine. I don't like Merlin there, really. Okay, another random Mesmer, the Ether Drone. As far as I remember, the Ether Drone was the same idea as Cry of Anguish. I don't know why I have Ether Drone and Cry of Anguish. I can't remember. I clearly played this guy enough that I wanted the 18 slot bags on him, though. This will have just been another gimmicky Mesmer concept. Mesmer's always been a fun class for gimmicks. What am I playing here? Mantras. Oh, you know what? I think this character might be here because the Monkey Lord became too recognizable. So, I like hid behind another character name, essentially. I didn't like how every time I was in a fight with someone, they'd like start jumping on my body or something, because it's like, hee hee, I killed wooden potatoes. So I swapped to Ether Drone. That might be why this guy exists, but again, Cry of Anguish would have been fine for that, so not a clue, really. Okay. You build now your first legendary weapon, but I see you have all, and I think, oh my god. I don't have every single legendary. I'm still missing Predator. Predator is the last... Gen 1 legendary. And I don't have the amulet. I've got to work on the amulet. That's what a part of today's stream is going to be. And this phase, actually, of today's streams ended up way longer than I thought it was going to be. And Gen 2, I've got loads to do as well, obviously. And there's armors I don't have as well. Okay. Right, so we all good? Good to delete? I think so. Goodbye to the Ether Drone. Another good name, by the way. I quite like that one. For a Mesmer. Gen 3's TP again. Yeah, that's true. It is less work. In theory, it depends how my finances in-game go. What I do, how much I play. The only reason my finances were so strong for a long time were because I PvP'd so much. And you get a lot from that. But as soon as I stopped, it's kind of dried up. Now, here's a weird one. This is tricky. Hip Shot Elixir U. I fucking loved playing Hollow. I don't know how Hollow feels anymore. But Hollow was probably my favorite playstyle in PvP. For a good while. I loved the mix of melee, range, grouping with people, like team support, you know, stealthing people. It was so good. This build was just awesome. This is my favorite version of Hollow that ever existed. And I think he looks cool as well. You know, I had all the rifles with the crazy sounds. Oh, so fucking good. The Scarlet Rifle is awesome. It's like his inventory has all the best sound effects. I don't want to delete this guy. I mean, he has a joke name, Hip Shot Elixir U. I don't even know whether it really applies to balance anymore. But on the other hand, he's not a warden. I should just get a warden NG, I suppose. Or maybe I can just keep him. Oh, what am I doing? This isn't where the bank is. Oh, I don't even need to walk to the bank. Still, I don't have that in my head. So, let's deposit the marks, the birthday boosters, dies, warlord armor. And we'll just do a quick salvage, I guess. And a deposit. Compact. Get a merchant. So what do we think? Delete Hip Shot Elixir U? Or just keep it? I mean, there's no... I don't have to make him. No, I'm going to keep him. I'm going to keep him. Who knows where NG's going to go in the future, but I don't have like a ton of random NGs sitting around. I think he survives the purge. He survives. Now, Admonitions was a random Rev. Rev never quite clicked for me. Something about the APM, the flow of it or something. I just never practiced it enough. I never played it enough. But this was when this is just some kind of like basic sword, Shiro Rev. I like the name, sort of. Oh, this is one of the old Ice Brewed side. Oh, no, they're all like that still, aren't they? There's some chilies. I think we can delete this guy. I don't feel very connected to this character. So we'll just clean up whatever we can. Throw it away. Did he just delete an eternity with this character? What character do you think I deleted an eternity with? It was probably just a skin. It was probably just a skin. I very much doubt that eternity was on that. Who was it? I can't see the clip at the moment. A Guardian. Nuclear Hellfires. You can't delete legendaries. Well, you can delete the character that's holding it. Oh, yeah, you can't delete them in the armory anyway. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You can't delete them. Yeah, there you go. No, I didn't delete it. It's not how it works anymore. I'm glad you're looking out for me, though. Sorry, guys. I'm being really shit at reading chat. But, you know, there's all this important work to do. I can't believe this guy's got bags as well. I mean, what? Okay. Oh, Unbound? No, there's no way I would have had an Unbound Eternity just sitting around. There's no way at all. Absolutely not. No chance. Okay, we're all good here. Goodbye to admonitions. I mean, I had a cool idea for, like, his visuals, which was, like, you know... It was basically the ghostly outfit again. How have I spelled this wrong? Admonitions. There we go. Okay. We're definitely feeling a lot cleaner now, aren't we? Okay, Imperator Ventus. Let me just scan ahead here. Okay, the engineer hero is a like a bank character. The Variant cultist is a gobbler character. Shining Blade Guard, Warden of Light, and then it's my PvE characters. Okay. So basically, the only people left on the chopping block are Imperator Ventus and the Shining Blade Guard. So let's examine Ventus first. What do you like the new change for character selection? I think it's brilliant. It's really cool, isn't it? Oh, welcome, welcome. We have a mod in chat now. Welcome, Rocker. You were actually streaming a minute ago, weren't you? I would have lurked, by the way, and had a bit of a chat to you or something. But I didn't notice until I was already on my pre-stream, so... Because I do try to make you when you get there. So why does this guy exist? It was just like some warrior that I wanted to play. Imperator? Why is it called Ventus? Is this a lore reference I myself have forgotten now? Is Ventus a random Roman name? Let's see if there's any hits on the Guild Wars wiki of the word Ventus. I mean, he looks cool. No, I don't know who this is. I don't know what this is all about. Oh, you put a capital big spoilers in your title. Explicitly so I wouldn't join and lurk. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see that much. Alright, so, I just saw that you were live. I didn't see the full title or whatever. I guess just salvage. We're going to get rid of this guy. I don't know what this is. Could have ended up as a World versus World Warrior, but am I connected to the name? Not really. Am I connected to the visuals? Not really. Fuck. No. Not what I wanted. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe it dug through there. Wow. I'm actually astounded that that worked out. We got a rare. We'll just sell the rare. Could have salvaged for some Ecto, but whatever. Do you guys like how all the Guild Wars streams I do lately are just like cleaning up my account in various ways? It's just inventory management and vague pessimism. Right. And he only has small bags. And he has no gear on. I don't know. I can't remember the story of this guy. I can't remember why he exists. I can basically tell you guys the story for most of these things. But not him, apparently. Another 2 birthday boosters. Okay, goodbye, Ventus. He's level 60 as well. Why is he level 60? Just tuned in. Why new Necro, may I ask? Because the new Canthan face for Asura is awesome. And I want to make the grub... I want to make the grub Necro appearance. Did I post that video on YouTube in the end? Oh, I did. That's basically what I want to do. Maybe he was a key farm character? Yeah, maybe he was like some stream challenge or something that I've forgotten about. Okay, Warden of... Did I not skip over the Warden of Tides? I don't have multiple PvP Necros, do I? I don't think so. Okay, wait, where's the last one? The Shining Blade Guard, this guy. In Holbrack. So this is a weird name because this is kind of a cool name. You know, there are literally Shining Blade Guards. We do kind of actually have it. It looks like I was going for some kind of like shiny princess vibe. With the radiant stuff and chaos. I tried, apparently. I mean, I've tried on this character. They have no bags. No map exploration. Sorry, what am I doing wrong here? Yeah. They have no elite specializations. It's clearly like a support guard with Signet of Mercy, Merciful Intervention. This must have been another PvP character, but I don't remember. I think we're going to kill her. I think she's getting the axe. So goodbye to the Shining Blade Guard. Oh, wait, I'll check the gear. Fuck. We were at the end of the line, and I messed it up. Here we go. You love the Chaos Weapons? Yeah, they bring me back to the good old days, Chaos Weapons. I used this character during the monthly automated tournament days as a support FB. Oh, before you took the role. Is that true? I love that you remember that. More than me. Boots was talking about the very first Boots bad builds on his stream yesterday. And he was like, oh, yeah, we did a batch of 3 at the start. And I have no memory of any of that. Like, someone asked, what is the worst Boots bad builds? And I could hardly even recall a single one. I can recall Downstate NG, which I think was fucking terrible. I can remember a few that were basically meta builds. Like, Might Makes Right with Tether, right, was one of his builds. And, like, dodge spam. A few Mad King concepts. But generally speaking, I don't know. I couldn't really even have a discussion about it. And I was a part of the videos, which is so bad, really. Alright, so there you have it. So then there's the Shiverpeak Anaruk, who's looking naked. Now, he's looking naked because on a recent stream, I tried Condi Berserker, and I stole his gear. But he is still my favoured rev. We're getting a lot of subs here, my goodness. Pixel Proxy, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Anyone following at the moment or subbing, I really appreciate it. So, Pixel Proxy, thank you. SCX, good to see you, man. Did I miss any other ones? I don't think so. Okay, so... let's just put him in his Zerk setup. The classic appearance. And then, over the top of that, I'm going to give him his outfit, which is the Arcane outfit. Which will make him look like a dervish, which is what he's meant to be, a dervish. Now, I don't know about the backpack with this. Maybe there's a really good dervishy backpack that I can do at this point. I haven't really assessed the idea of his fashion wars for a long time. Maybe the forest thing will work. Ah, it's not going to work, is it? It's going to clip. I don't know. But yeah, you do this, basically, Staff Scythe. Why not use the dervish outfit? Well, my concept was before that came in. I don't know, I think Arcane looks better. This is obviously a Guild Wars 1 direct callback, but I think I prefer the Arcane one. Maybe the Dervish one is less like the skirt flares out less, so maybe you could put a cape with it. It kind of conflicts with the weapons I've got. My weapons are all fiery at the moment, you know. So I don't know. Well, they're not necessarily all fiery. But yeah. Okay, there you have it. So my characters are now clean. Okay. So the other thing I've still got to make a decision on is all the ascended trinkets and stuff I've got. How many people, can I just ask, how many people out there in chat right now have all the legendary trinkets? Did you delete all your ascended stuff at this point? I'm just really scared and weirded out like I'll get screwed over doing that in the future. Have you guys deleted them? Because I don't know, I feel like I've been collecting them, you know? Like, what's a good example in my bank? Like here, right? Like, I have the Apple Seller's Lucky Cog, right? Which is the TPF, and the Half Mad's mug, and Adalbern's Royal Signet Ring, and Rurik's Royal Signet Ring. Like, it's the set, you know? They're all distinct, cool, unique items. I've got them, you know? And Jarlis Ironhammer's crest goes with them, you know? Rurik and Adalbern, they're you know, attuned and infused. Like, I like it. The Barb Signet with Palawa Joko's... and I feel like I don't want to... So, I don't know. I don't want to lose... You know, that's a journey I've been on since Season 1. And if my bank was clean enough, you'd see it works very well. Obviously, it breaks down in the newer years. They don't do it very well, and a lot of it's just, like, stat selectable. Like, you get shit like this, right? But... I don't know. And what am I going to do with the bank space anyway? Or the character space? Why do you think you might get screwed over? I don't know. I just don't know. A lot of them are pocket change and vendors. Well, not all of them. Some of them, like the guild commendation ones. If you want the actual unique stuff, it's not pocket change. Rings, I understand rings. But when it comes to accessories, amulets, 30 laurels per unique amulet. 30 laurels? Or what is it, 25 in World vs. World? It's fear of missing out? Yeah, it is. It is. But it is a huge problem. If you guys saw my last inventory cleaning stream, you will have seen. Like, it is a huge problem with my account. That I've got way too much stuff. Why does he still look naked? He's wearing clothes now. Right, so there you go. So, we have cleaned up all of those character slots. My god, how absurd is that? Should I refund some of these? I mean, look, a true fully unlocked account, a true Guild Wars Master account, is an account that has 64 slots, isn't it? What's the max? Is it 64 or is it like 66? 69. So, you know, we're at 48. We got to go just a little bit further. And then we'll be there. And then what you need is every slot to have every build template and every gear template. 69 is the max, unless you had the expansions when they came out, then it's 71. Yeah, because you got the veteran bonus or whatever. It's 71 is actually the cap. I'm pretty sure I'm at whatever the true cap is. Like, if it... Whatever the actual max is, veteran bonus and stuff included, that is what I'm at. You really wish you could refund character slots so you have a ton you don't use anymore? Yeah, I mean, it's all just a consequence of build templates coming in. And it's just this mess, you know, this thing that I've been putting off because I haven't been, you know, taking the game seriously enough since that update, really. Which is what, Icebreed Saga? ArenaNet just called their servers have gone down a few degrees, thanks to you. Yeah, I know. Think about all the items. I wonder how much you could... There's the idea of being like a negative value consumer. So you never spend any money. You never give them a penny, right? Okay, so what you do is you buy, like, Heart of Thorns on sale this year for like a $5, right? So you're not a free-to-play account. So there's a $5. Some proportion of that goes to the vendor, right? Buy at Grey Market or something. Now, once you're in, you earn gold to transfer into gems to buy your way up to 69 character slots, right? And then you fill every single one of those character slots with, like, what's the most data that you could use up? Is it all 64 stacks of items, or is it random different items? Like, what is the most data you could use up on every bit of the inventory, right? Like, how would you be the most negative value consumer? The most expensive for the servers, giving them the least amount of money. I wonder what that actually is. Some law book, probably? Yeah, and you fill up the templates and stuff. I don't know what's worst for them, you know? But there is some... Like, I was wondering, like... So, if we look at, like, Liss, for example. Liss, their server has the information that Liss is unfogged everywhere and unlocked, you know, every bit of map completion and stuff like that, right? Like, their server knows that. Is that more data for the server to know that, or is it the same? Right? Does it cost them more to know that I have, like, the weird, you know, you can't get the POI in Arar, but, like, there's a really, really fucking strange POI you can get in, say, Sorrow's Embrace. Knowing that Liss has that buried in there, is that more or is it the same? I assume it's just a switch, right? So it's the same no matter what. I guess it just depends how the database works. WP, you mentioned that Liss was your main. Which one's your main now? Liss has kind of become a little bit more of a main for me now. Just because I love her mount set up and her visuals and stuff. So she kind of is a main again now. Sort of. But, I mean, it doesn't really... The term doesn't mean anything to me, to be honest. I don't have a main. I'll just play whatever. You know, it's a game where there's no real sense of progression or character connection. I just look at them as classes, you know. I don't really think of myself as having a main. It's just what job am I doing on the day? What do I fancy playing? How do I want to fancy playing it? And a lot I fancy playing Liss at the moment, but whatever. Okay, so here we go. So character creator. So wait. Just to be clear, I have Sora on a Claw, who is just a placeholder for Tengu. So not really a character. Arachnia, my original PvE character. Basically, I'm getting, like, alternate PvE characters, right? I've got Liss and Azaric, right? I've got Etius, the thief, and the kleptomania artist, who I prefer the fashion wars on, right? So I'm getting, like, alternate PvE characters. That's kind of what I'm doing, I suppose. So my alternate Necro for PvE is going to be this guy. Tengu Dream is dead, man. I know it's dead. I know it's fucking dead. So it's going to be a male necromancer, Asura. And I want it to be big, because I want the fashion wars to be evident. Not too big, maybe. So just to be clear, should I just spam through this and do total makeover kit? Because I'd get more options, right? Keep the Tengu names for Guild Wars 3. Should I spam through this and then total makeover kit? If you're using the new stuff, it doesn't matter. You had male Asura Necro, but then Asura racial heavy armors are great. Oh, so you wanted your Asura to be heavy. I'm using the new stuff, so it doesn't actually matter, does it? I want to do the new face, the new hair. Basically, I want him to look like this. I don't know about the hair yet. But then the colours. Doesn't Total Makeover Kit have more colours, right? So I should do it. Because I can get more hair colours and stuff. So I'm gonna rush through this. Oh, well, hold on. What about biography choices? I mean, this doesn't actually matter, but for roleplay, just to get me into it a bit. The skull is really striking, isn't it? I think I'll do this. He might end up bald, by the way, guys, because the main character, he's going to be ferocious for sure. Where do we want him? Synergetics, probably. Ah, they're all synergetics. Hold on. Which one is Liss? I think Liss is synergetics. I think Issa is dynamics. In which case, I kind of want to make the Necro statics. Let's see. I'm Liss. Not that this matters. Okay, this is synergetics. And then Issa. Oh, this new wide character is so good. Issa is statics. So, should this Asura be dynamics then? And they'll be like my 3 Asura. Because I don't have a 3rd Asura. So, Asura number 3. It's weird, isn't it? You guys probably associate me so much with playing Asura. You know? But we always have this on stream. And yet, how often do I actually play it? Okay, I'm gonna go, okay, so character creator. Male, Necro, Asura. This page doesn't matter, we're gonna do it in a minute. So, we'll go Ghost, we'll go the Skull, why not? We're gonna go Ferocious. Actually, hold on, what are the descriptions here? Closest companion is death. In acknowledgement, I mark my face with a symbol of a skull. I respect the traditions of necromancers that have gone before me. I mark my face with a symbol of a skull to remind me that even the greatest die eventually. Trickster demons from the mist find ways to enter our world to tear it apart. I too am a destructive force. Trickster demon. That's interesting. They should do that in End of Dragon. That should be Oni. Or Ghostly Wraith. A wraith is a creature of energy. Its cunning helps it elude its enemies. What you cannot see can kill you. This is weird. It's like a stealth necro concept, isn't it? Which they never really pay off anywhere. Can you name him Garbu? That's a pretty funny name, actually. I guess Spectral Walk is kind of the theme of the Ghostly Wraith. I think Trickster Demon's coolest lore there, actually. Ferocious. So, Dynamics. I could have sworn my NG was Dynamics, but... Dynamics produces gizmo makers extraordinaire. Energy, enthusiasm, boldness are our best qualities. We believe in leveraging the expendable nature of all things. If a prototype explores, it's a failure unless the lesson goes unlearned. God, I love character creator. Have you guys noticed that about me? WP, the Asura VTuber before VTubers was cool. Yeah, I've been doing this kind of thing for a long time. The only annoying thing about Demon List there is that thing I did with the Incinerator. The Incinerator fire effect is just too much, but hey. Name him Sid's dad. Okay, so... Oh, shit. Okay, I'm pretty sure that Liss is Infinity Ball and Issa is Transatmospheric Converter. Which would leave us with the Valet Golem, which is pretty lame. Okay, let's make a note here. Help me out here, guys. Remember, so Liss is Blip. Transatmospheric. Liss was the Transatmospheric Converter. And Synergetics. So we can't beat any of these, okay? Transatmospheric, Blip. Issa. You wish any of these choices mattered after level 20 or so? I'll tell you what, my dream would be to rework the personal story, make this stuff matter. My dream would be after End of Dragons, the story starts to... this stuff starts to affect that again. If they're changing things up after End of Dragons, they should definitely look back at some of their early principles and ideas. Okay, so we can't do Bronk, or the Infinity Ball, or Static. So with Dynamics, Valet Golem, and it can't be Blip or Bronk. And that's perfect, by the way. Because one of them's Charming, one of them's Dignity, and so this guy's Ferocious. God, I'm going to have to actually think of a name here, aren't I? You see this default? The bull default? That's basically... Okay, Trickster Demon. Ferocity. Dynamics. The Valet Golem. Most golems are powerhouses, which is kind of lame. This doesn't really work, but whatever. They show absolutely no subtlety or originality of design. My golem was a compact and efficient. It had an unparalleled package of features. It revolutionized lab cleanup, and it mixed a great cocktail too. Okay, so we can't be Blip or Bronk, so the choice is Zinger or Canny. This, what you're looking at here, for any of the noobs in chat, people that don't know Guild Wars very well, this is literally one of the most fake, bullshit, zero anything decisions in the whole game that you're looking at. What this changes about the story and about the game and about the build craft is nothing. This changes one random NPC that you can find wandering around your home instance. That's it. When you're Char, this decision actually means something. It becomes a warband mate who speaks and joins you on adventures and stuff. This is nothing. The devs did nothing with this. It's completely fake. And the game's been out for a decade, and they've never had, like, the headroom to go back and look at stuff like this. But whatever. So what do you guys want to do? Zynga or Canny? Zynga. Mistress Zynga taught me that the best form of magic is good old-fashioned luck. She liked to say planning ahead is for ninnies who think they can predict every possible outcome. The future is mutable. Go with the flow. Or Canny. Councillor Canny wasn't just another bureaucrat. She was an esopolitical parascientologist. She was fond of saying, always bring a witness, preferably an expendable one. You never know when you'll need a scapegoat. So the politician, or the kind of kooky Professor Trelawney, Phoebe type character? You guys, which one do you want to pick? You want the Scientologist? Tybalt is the only NPC that matters. I hate when people are so obsessed with Tybalt to a certain degree. I mean, it's fine, and people can have whatever opinion they like. But it's also like, this game is so rich and has so much story at this point. It's such a diaspora of characters to pick from. People overly obsessed with Siren and Tybalt and Forgul. It's like they're just stuck with like this very narrow little view about when they started playing the game, and they're not open anymore. That's kind of an impression I get a lot of the time from that. All right, Canna, you don't want Zynga because she's a hippie. Canny looks like an ass. Yeah, I love even these icons, right? I kind of want Blip because Blip looks like me. Blip is so good, right? Blip is exactly what I want it to be. He's the Necro guy. This just works, Blip. He was known for his redundancies as well as his redundancies. He often said, your first try should never be your last, especially if it's conceded. You can always succeed bigger next time. Remember, WP, this doesn't matter, lol. Well, what? I mean, I like the roleplay that Blip trained me. So, the symmetry with my other Asura. Canny should have trained my NG, and Blip should train this guy. But how was I supposed to know 8 years ago? Ula is my guy. Alright, we're going to do it this way. Canny. Look, they're even really limited on this as well. I mean, this game was so good. You could just tell the ambition of ArenaNet and Guild Wars 2 just from the character creator. Though trouble may overcome me, I overcome it with ferocity. I'm a member in good standing of the College of Dynamics. My first invention was the Valet Golem. One day, my adoring fans will say that I have surpassed even my first advisor, Councillor Canny. A necromancer's closest opinion is death. In acknowledgement of this, I wear a face. I mark my face with the symbol of a trickster demon. This is my story. Asura personal story, 3 out of 10. No big nose Ted. So what do we call ourselves? I actually have no idea what I call myself. Has anyone got a good idea for a... We're gonna be like a grub, like, you know, monstrous worm of a character. I want it to be a good name. Nothing wooden potatoes related. I don't give a fuck about the wooden potatoes brand in these names. Not taters. Call him Blip. But, I mean, it has to be... I mean, what I would like most is a proper Asura name, of course. But, I mean, how could we... How are we supposed to know? Okay, so hold on. I'm a male, right? So I end with a hard consonant. So like Trep or something. Just throw out, guys. Okay, here's what I want to do. Throw out any male Asura name you can imagine. Any Asura name you can imagine. I will type them. And we'll see when we get one. Oh god, there's a lot of them here. Oh, I'm not going to do Sek because I don't like that one. Oh, God, it's going too fast. Gract is too many letters. Zek. Kerr. Hronk isn't going to work. Come on. Shit. Heck. Oh, some of you guys are being really creative. Gix with 2 X's. Mong. Come on, guys. But, no, not but. Bok is good. Zinc. Keep them coming. One of you will get it. Oh, this is quite cool. Flip. I didn't like that one much, so I'm glad that didn't go through. Guck. Guck is really good. I like that, because that actually is like... If you guys can get me, like... Grub is so good with double B. Drek. We got a Ratchet and Clank fan in there. No, Soccer is a girl's name. Juck. Yox. Vinx. Oh, some of these are really... I'm skipping over the really sophisticated ones. Gux. Oh, we got Gux. What do we think? Gux? It's good. I like it. Gux.
Forced to live in this bright, wide world.
I'm going to be right back and get some coffee.
Of course, we've excelled. We exceed expectations in everything we do. With Golem and Gate and Arcane Crystal, we have asserted our supremacy in this land and made it our own. We will not move another inch. Not for dragons, not for anyone. The eternal alchemy is a fluid contrivance, ever evolving, ever fluctuating. I believe in the power of transformation. I belong to the College of Dynamics. Dynamics crews thrive on permutation. We're always advancing, morphing into something new. I'm the lever, and my excellent crew is the fulcrum. Together, we will move the world. We will force reason from chaos. I've just been informed that defective golems, not mine, of course, are causing havoc out in the jungle. Whatever the imbeciles outside the city have broken, I'll fix, and make my name doing so. I'll lead the masses through metamorphosis to an improved future. This is my story.
Wow, would you believe I actually managed to get a whole cup of coffee in that cutscene? So good. All right. Yeah, it's an okay name. I was sort of reflecting and thinking for myself there how much I really like it, and I think it's okay. I'm Gux. It's a bit clunky looking, right? It's a little bit clunky looking. K and then X. There's something about it visually that doesn't look very good. But overall, I'm alright with it. I think it's alright.
You there. Get over here and fix
Double X wasn't available? Well, it might have been, but you saw how we just did it. It feels Asuran though. Yeah, I think double X is like the right way, so to speak, to do that. I'm going to turn this off here. KX doesn't look good, you're offended. Oh, look, because Stick Socks is in chat. No, it works better in your name there. It's just as an Asuran name. Also, it's a very sharp thing. I don't know, because I'm trying to... This is going to be a very... This isn't an angular character we're going to be playing. He's going to be very smooth, very rounded, very small. He's going to be like grub-like. He's going to be kind of wormy, you know. When you think about the word worm, you know, the consonants in worm, they're all very... What's the word? No, I can't remember. Styx was your original Asura. That's a good name there as well. Yeah, for people who are wondering why I'm doing this, I want to use the new Canthan faces. It's going to be a Canthan looking, or a Canthan themed Asura. It's going to be the new character creator stuff. I'm going to,
Get in there quickly. She'll need your help.
hopefully find a way to make this guy really fun to play and feel. This is going to be my new Necro. But, I mean, we'll see how it goes, because Asura quite often to me, they're just not that fun to do fashion wars on. So we'll have to find the right way to nail this. Aren't the new faces already usable at character create? Yes, but there's exclusive colours we'll get from the makeover kit. So we can use the new Canthan faces with the new colours.
You're looking a little wobbly, dear. Did that scramble your brainwaves?
Oh, who's this character speaking? I don't reckon. Who is that? You're looking at.
Looks like the guest of honor has arrived. Let's take it down.
You're looking a little wobbly, dear. Your day one Asura was called Zorbak, but I deleted him the same day after I found out you can play as an evil character. Oh, you can't play as an evil character. Yeah, I was wondering what you meant there. On the Final Fantasy stream yesterday, I was talking a lot about Guild Wars and the personality system. And we were talking about, like, ferocity and how that can add flavor to, like, dialogue even when there's not much voice acting. They can make things sorry, I was messing with volumes there. And I think that they could. Yeah, we were talking about Mass Effect and Renegade and BioWare and how they handle stuff like that. Ready to dodge? Oh, he didn't even aim towards me. What's that one? Christ, this tutorial on Necro is so lame. Axe autos are about one of the least with no shroud, one of the least interesting things you can do. It's weird because I think any player that's just come into Guild Wars and is trying to get a sense of Guild Wars' combat, they're going to look at this, no projectile, no discernible cast time. You're going to think the whole game's combat's really floaty and rubbish. I'm going to get hit by this. But it's just because this is how this attack feels, you know, and that's the beauty of Guild Wars' combat. That there's so many divergent ways in which it can express itself based on just what the specific ability is. You just name your characters Bankrotus for males, Sanguinis for female, with second names when needed. Oh, you just always do a second name. Yeah, that's a way to do it. Shall we watch this?
Hey, it's you again. I see you survived with your epidermis intact.
No, we're not going to watch it. Not until he looks the way he's meant to look, you know. Okay, so, also, having a male Asura is nice. I haven't had a male Asura, right? So, right, so let's just deal with this first. Special item delivery. This isn't going to be fun, guys. Golem Banker. Now, slot bags. What do we got? I should have held on to. No, there you go. 18 slot silk bags. See? See how it's all coming together? Look at that shit. It's not much, but it's a start. Get rid of that. Delete that. Get rid of that. Delete this. Someone gave me a tip, right? Here, let's try this tip. So, when it comes to deleting a thing, you guys ready? Check this out, okay? Hold shift, click, and it's down here, right? Right, in my chat. You can't quite see it. Control A, Control C, delete, Control V, delete, delete. Huh? It's not too bad.
I know the eternal alchemy requires.
It's not something I have any muscle memory for doing, but somebody did on that video I did the other day. They did say, hey WP, this is a thing you can do. You write faster than that? Well, I did it slow there because I was demonstrating it. I spoke a sentence between each step. If you just flowed through it, you do it pretty quick. It's definitely less characters, so you can type those characters quick. Anyway. Okay, so then we want to level up, and I am going to tome this. I am going to boost it. When the fuck else am I going to use these? Oh, sorry, scroll. Or do I? Yeah, I do. I do.
The malfunctioning golems can be repaired by weakening them.
Okay, so we're level 60. You ready to get clicking? I still can't right-click this. If anyone knows a better technique for this, I would love to hear it. Anyone? Also, if you guys want me to rant about something or go on a big old discussion about something. Oh my god, that's a big Norn. That's a big Necro right there. Now, and they're very tentacly, I notice. This would be a good time. No technique. Yeah, just click. Just don't click. Leave them there. Yeah, but then people get annoyed, you know. WP, I can't handle the clicking thing, the shining thing. I mean, moving my mini-map would reduce the amount of distance my mouse moves. This is leveling in Guild Wars 2. Kappa. I don't know why you put a kappa. I mean, it is. This is what the devs did to the game, so this is what it is. You get stats from this? You don't actually get stats. It's just showing you the stats you've gained. You don't actually get the stats from it. Do you? My power right now is 600. Still no stats on that level. Here you go, plus 14 primary attributes. So I should now be at... So I'm 600, and when I bump this, it should go to 614, right? Yeah, it's just showing you the... It's just showing you what you gained. You don't actually get them. Don't get me wrong, I'd prefer it the way you described. But... No, I'm not scared. The scaled stat is 58. The mouse over stat is the real stat. 600 is my stat. I love that little discussion there, though, because that shows the number of really weird, just strange, baffling things that you can know and talk about with a game like this. Yeah, exactly. It's like the skill points. You get them without clicking to. It's just the items that are gated behind this.
I'm willing to lend my extensive expertise.
WP, why are you creating a new character? I'm creating a character for the Canthan Faces. Because there's new character customization. And I'm going to use that in End of Dragons. You can hit enter instead of clicking. Really? Unless there's a choice, I presume? So I have to know... Oh, there's a tip! It doesn't help often. Can I... Is there anything else keyboard driven? If only you could select one of these with a keyboard. There's a real tip. I didn't know that. Very good. Oh. Oh my god. It actually kind of blows my mind people figured that out, because it's like... Oh, I guess it's people... It's not people doing this. It's people playing the game normally and leveling up, and then they just figure out on one level up they can just press enter. Like any of these randomly while you're adventuring. See, because me, I figure out early on in the process that it's mouse driven, and then I stick with it, you know? I wouldn't think to randomly try enter on one panel and not on another. You know, I'd fall into the pattern. That's really good, though. You can see my chat box popping up and down as I try each time. Alright, there you go. Okay, so next phase. Look at all this shit. It's just inventory management. Just always inventory management. Okay, cons. Open, eat, open. I shouldn't have opened that. Thank you for all the Scourge barrier. It's very lovely of you. Delete this. Let's use that to salvage the aqua breather, I guess. Let's get rid of that. Okay, now let's open our bank. Start cons again. Double click that, and that. Get rid of all of those. Deposit. Now the rest of this shit is like soulbound, unsalvageable rubbish, right?
I've got the first
4-slot bag. Wait, I really can't salvage any of this. Ugh. So I have to manually delete all this now, do I? And I am going to delete the gathering stuff because I'll just buy better stuff later.
That won't work.
Instead, we use ionomasticators that render the magic.
Oh, can you Mystic Forge them? Is that a quicker way of doing that?
I need to write this.
Well, I would have to get to LA. Yeah, let's see. Can you forge them? Why am I sitting on all those memories of Otter? Down here, it's just left over from when I was playing Drizzlewood. Oh, we're very ghostly right now. We don't even exist. Because of the ghost pepper we bought or whatever. I put them there because when you play a lot of Drizzlewood, it would keep filling up inventories, and I'd like characters swap a lot. Like, I was trying different fun, weird open world builds, like might spamming Tempest or open world Alacrity bot on a Revenant, you know, stuff like that. And I kept getting like these random Otter infusions everywhere, so I just set up a thing so they'd all filter into there. And that was something I did probably about a year ago now. Which legendary will you going for first in the new expansion? Great question. That's something I really want to talk to you guys about, because today I'm going to go over the news. Well, let's watch this. This is such a... Can you guys see how low resolution this is on the stream? You can see how low frame rate it is, right? Or does it look about the same as normal? Does it look the same as the rest of my footage is what I'm getting at? Posted on their Facebook and Twitter, End of Dragon's armor that's not gem store. Really? Did they? Oh, I have to look at that. Basically, I'm trying to gather what I want to do here on chat here today is I'm trying to get a list of all the news that I've missed over the past week and a half for a YouTube video tomorrow. That's what I want to do. So if there's something cool about the armors and stuff, let me know for sure. Oh! DirectX crash. RIP. Oh, wow, look at our overlay there while it was loading the stuff in. That looked cool. Yeah, DirectX crash, so let's reboot. It's just a bunch of weird art pieces in an open plaza. Oh, no, there, you're talking about Lion's Arch. You're not talking about the new armor. It's super simple armor. Oh, okay, good. They're supposed to be showing off armor all week on social media. They showed first light set yesterday. Ah. I'll tell you what, guys. I just clicked into Gux on my character selector there, and I thought it was quite cool. I liked the name there, Gux. Hello, Nexavus. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the subs, Cyberhawk. I really appreciate the subs, guys. Yeah, that's it. So thank you to those who have been doing it. By the way, do you guys keep seeing a flicker on my stream? Does the footage keep flickering? Flickering like black? Or is that just you guys are seeing that? Why is the game doing that? Yeah, some people are saying they have seen. I think I've seen that on the preview a couple of times. Why would it be doing that? Is it because I'm using game capture, not window capture? It's not happening in game, it's an OBS thing. I think it's whenever I click out and then click back in. Maybe? I don't know. Sorry about that. It's not really bad. It's just every now and then I've spotted it. Okay, yeah, so we're just here to check if the Mystic Forge can be used to... No. You're on a train, so maybe a bad connection. Dude, I fucking love hearing about... Oh, look, the Forge is good for this. Just trying to get rid of the items. Question is this easier than dragging and deleting? I'm not sure it is. Because obviously it's refilling me up. Hold on, sorry. Why do I have 159 quartz? Oh. Oh, it's because it's on the from the thing. Yeah, this technique's not that great. I got a rare, but it's a low level rare, so don't get too excited. It's only level 49. Yeah, the technique's not very good. I mean, it's okay. Can we just vendor them? Maybe I should have just gone to a merchant. We didn't get that waypoint, by the way. It's more fun than deleting. Look, I don't... If anyone finds that fun, cool. I think getting a random level 49 yellow is... I mean, what's the best that can come out of that? Let's just get rid of these. Don't worry, guys. It's too low even to get Ecto out. Don't be mad that I just deleted those. Backpack straps. Nothing I can do with that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. All right. Oh, I probably could have deposited that one, couldn't I? Okay, so total makeover kit now. We finished the character creation. We can do 20 level tomes as well to get him to level 80. You love that you put the Zaitan greatsword in the thumbnail today? Yeah, that's what I want to talk about. It flickered black again, didn't it? You're only level 60? Yeah. I'll level up. Oh, well, I'll do that now, I guess. This tome. Now, the tech here is this. So you can just spam through like so. To any new players out there, this is what I do not recommend. Oh, am I just getting spirit shards now? I think I am. Don't worry, guys. I have genuinely thousands of those. It's not a waste. I think for these back ones... Nullification, maybe? Whoa, what was that sound effect? Did you guys hear that? Maybe there's less choices for these back ones, so you can spam through a bit quicker. Yeah, this is not bad, right?
Excelsior.
Oh, the sound effect was this, the sky scale. Oh, it's the mech mounts. I'm so behind on all that stuff. I don't know whether, Wow, they're really detailed, aren't they? I think the gem store is really starting to depress me.
More violence, I say. Less violence.
I mean, it's fine, I guess. It's fine. All right, okay, next. Deposit. I need to use my gobbler. Whatever, that's one fragment. If you guys get mad that I delete one fragment, I don't know what to say. Okay, let's just look at the TP, sell whatever we can. Yeah, nullification, 28 silver. That's probably the choice there. Isn't it because nullification's used in the Requiem stuff? Is that what that was? That's a good rant idea. What do you think about gemstore skins in the Azteca Odyssey? I never used to care that much, but seeing like... My go-to example now, I described this as the best argument for Guild Wars 3 once upon a time. Or what I saw as evidence for Guild Wars 3, it was this mount. Oh shit. The Woodland Sprite, not Spriggan, this. I think stuff like this is just so bad and so ugly. Like, I think when the game's got to the point of just, like, desperately throwing anything it can to... Yeah, and it's, like, bloated too, yeah. I don't know. I don't know whether I care about it more than I should or something. But, when this came into the gem store, that was, like, a real moment for me. Like, look at how bad the feet look and stuff. It was a real moment for me where I was like, they are... The bar is very low, and they're just desperate to get things to just get people to buy stuff in the gem store as much as they can. I don't know. I think what would really improve this game for me, like really improve this game, is an option, a checkbox, which is disable gem store appearances. So when I see you on that Spriggan, it just looks like a default Springer. When I should see you in an outfit, I don't see you in an outfit. When I should see you with a Black Lady Training Post weapon maybe or something, maybe that's a bit rougher to code or whatever. You'd have to flag all those kinds of items. So maybe you ignore weapons, maybe you ignore backpacks, but an option that is just disable the appearance for that stuff. And I'll go one further. I think by default that option should be on as well, but they wouldn't do that. I mean, this is something that directly goes against their revenue, right? So it's just not going to come in. But I think it goes against their revenue in the short term, but I think the value that would offer for Guild Wars, giving it back that like cohesive artistic vision, that integrity, that clean palette, I think that would do a lot. But I don't know. I really don't know. I'm not confident in anything I'm saying right now because a big part of me is just like, dude, it doesn't matter. Shut up. That's honestly how I feel with a lot of it. Let's go back to the Mystic Forge here.
Apples, fresh and crisp.
So we can forge these ones. Hey, that's not bad. Level 80 named exotic gear. You get 1 roll per character then, basically. That's not bad at all. Not a big difference between instant sell and whatever, so. And in fact, well, hold on. Maybe salvaging was the way to go. Oh, but you can't salvage them. Yeah, that's a good shout, that one. Delete that again. And delete that. Boom. Okay, we're now level 80. Okay, finally, character creator. Let's do this somewhere quiet. Let's do this somewhere necromancy. I know where I want to go. Hey, WP, for real, I think if they added a monthly optional payment, that would give me gems so they could somewhat help alleviate the problem. I don't understand. That's still... people still want stuff to spend gems on. You have the same kind of situation. I don't know if that solves the problem. Does it? Here we go. It's that moment again. Reflections have to be on all. You guys know where I'm going. By the way, yeah, just a little reminder for everyone. Einolf just got my attention there by spending some potatoes. If you look under the bit that says send a message, you can see you've got potatoes, a currency, the longer you've been watching the stream, and you can spend those on various things. Also, there's a little like box down there. You can click it for an extra batch you might not have noticed. So you can probably get 50 potatoes. I probably just earned a lot of people 50 potatoes. If you look down, you can click it. There you go. That's basically what Elder Scrolls Online is doing. I guess. Oh, so look. Here's the thing. I want to be very clear to all the Guild Wars viewers right now who haven't been watching me in Final Fantasy. A big ambition of mine at the moment, and a big reason I'm even playing Final Fantasy at the moment, is I really kind of like the idea of playing a lot of MMOs and learning what the industry is like and what works. Like, playing Final Fantasy has taught me a lot about things Guild Wars could do and doesn't do. Things that are within reach. Things that work. It's taught me a lot. And I actually think it's hopefully, maybe this isn't for me to say, but at some point, hopefully, it will improve my coverage of Guild Wars to know more about the industry. So the other thing I kind of want to do is, once I've got through this Final Fantasy story stuff, I want to move to another MMO. And I'm thinking Elder Scrolls Online might be that. So anyone that's interested in my coverage, even on a Guild Wars level, if you come along and follow along those projects blind, I would really like that encouragement and like that... that sense that people would be willing to watch those other games, because I can take what I learn about them and bring that back to Guild Wars and hopefully enriching my feedback. So when you guys tell me, oh, Elder Scrolls Online is doing that weird gem concept I just heard, I don't know how I feel about that. I haven't seen it. But if I get confidence to do this, I would love to go through ESO and play that and learn it, you know, and see how... Because Elder Scrolls has like a very different form of expansions, which I'm quite interested in, right? And they have a load of different payment plans. I heard that game charges you like 20 quid for a dungeon or something. I heard that they... Don't they have a box price, a microtransaction price, a sub fee, and DLCs? But that's really interesting to me. So just to learn more about the industry. For that reason, I kind of wanted to play New World as well, you know. Even if it's a crashing and burning game, I kind of want to learn, you know. I'm thinking maybe my future, if this is a career for me or whatever, might be in just more general MMO stuff. So... I don't know. That's a big ambition for me right now. It's not that I'm just a Final Fantasy fanboy. It's sort of in service of this larger idea. All right. Total makeover kit. I have 16 of them. Okay. I'm scared to click that. All right, I didn't do anything. Hold on, how does the DPI scaling work? Don't I have to go to Win... Oh, this is gonna... I might crash the stream. Are you ready? I might be about to crash the goddamn stream. Windows display settings. Scale and layout. Let's double my Windows layout. Oh! We're still live? Okay. Some apps won't respond to scaling changes until you close and reopen them. Okay. We're gonna shut down Guild Wars. Now. Oh god, my desktop has exploded. I can't see anything. Well, I can. It's just, it basically looks like I'm on 720p now. It's weird, actually. It's like my PC's become a tablet or something. Is the FF14 stuff on YouTube? I have a review on my main channel, and on my second channel, I have like 300 hours of content. So, yes. Alright. You have to go to Wooden Potatoes too. So what do you think of my new UI, guys? I really want my achievement points to be on display. Guild Wars 2 player. So I started watching your FF coverage, but you did switch off. Nothing at all to do with you. I just couldn't get into the game. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way, yeah. Okay. Huh? Much better, right? Why am I back at Lion's Arch? We're still, I just want to be clear, we're still at a high resolution, okay? The game, if I turn the UI off, it's still good. It's still high quality. It's just we scaled the UI so high that it looks... But, you know, that's the thing. This is why we've done this, so that we got this, right? So we can see the panel bigger. And it's like Character Creator when we're not in Character Creator. Okay, so, what height do I want to be? I think I want to be big, but not too big. Issa's very big as an engineer, and I feel a bit weird playing it. Maybe we go for... Should we go big? I think we go big. No, I don't want to do too small. I don't want to do too small, because Fashion Wars won't work if we're too small. You think the middle? One notch below big. Not too big, but 3 big. Look, I'm not having a min-size Asura, guys. I'm not doing it again. It's too small. You don't get to really see. Let's do it about here, right? Middle. We'll do 66%. Okay, physique. There's no new Canthan physiques, are there? Maybe we go tall but slender. Right? Something like that? Skin markings. Let's take off our clothes. Now, I can't do Issa. Well, hold on. Let's really accent. Now, Issa is the spotty one. She's spotty, so I don't want to do spotty. Liz has like... God, what does this look like? Liz has... Liz looks fucking cool, doesn't she? Look at those eyes. Oh. She has... Hold on, let's make our skin as white as possible. So we can see the markings as black as possible. So we could do one eye. Spotty is off the table. We could do the stripes. What do you guys think about the stripes? Make it tall, remember mount scale with height. That's true. So we would have a cool, like... I don't know, I want to do like a Nazgul type thing, but Liz already has that, so... You guys like the stripes? Well, let's see what else we got. We got like... Do you know what? Character creator stuff is one of the reasons why I believe in re-leveling so much. Like with my MMO project, my game is about like alts and re-leveling. And it's not about infinitely chasing this gear grind. And it's not about infinitely chasing horizontal progression. It's about just completely restarting. Because I believe in that kind of stuff. I think the roguelike format works well. Not that I believe that MMOs should become roguelikes. But I think that like, this kind of shit is cool and people miss out on it. Is that Liz's one? No, I think we do stripes, right? I haven't got a stripey Asura. So what do we do now? So dark skin, light stripes. Well, that's... Here's my reference material, right? Let's see. What do we got here? What image is this? Oh, that's classic WP right there. Let's see. Resources, Guild Wars, vanilla. Okay, this is partly our reference. It's this guy. This is who we're trying to look like. Okay? He's like the Necro. So he's got like broken ears. Yeah, I kind of see stripes. I think it kind of works. I don't know what other art they did of him. They've done a lot of art. But I just, the thing is, I've got, basically what I have is I have a library of assets from Guild Wars, about Guild Wars. Which you know, so for example, the introducing series I was doing, when I would get to introducing the Necro, I was thinking of using this or whatever. I get so nostalgic looking at some of this old shit. Look at this, the Guardian. I get really nostalgic looking at that Guardian. I'll tell you, their class design was phenomenal. People don't think about or appreciate anymore. But like, just, they did so well. I get really nostalgic at this Ellie as well. They're just really badass. No wonder Elite Specs struggle. They did so well off the off. It was never designed to be what it's become. What do you think of Arborstone? I'll get to that in a bit. Right, I think we do stripes. I've got to figure out what his skin color is a bit. Let me go to Wiki here, real quick. I think it's like, because there's definitely more art of him. I should have it somewhere. Yeah, here's another image. Immediately the wiki has a piece for me. I don't know why that's not in my library. Here, sorry, I'm updating it for you guys now. Here, this is it again. That's the guy again. It's not as cool as that other piece for sure. I mean, he appears in a lot of art. What's the most high resolution? There's another old piece. His skin, I'm not going to bring up every bit of material, but his skin looks really white in some of this. And in fact, they have a really good piece here. This is actually got alpha. Oh, it's really low resolution. Oh, really? Do they not have a high res version of that? Oh, that's lame. God damn, that's basically a thumbnail. But that one with the alpha channel is pretty good. Right, okay, so yeah, anyway, this is the guy we want. I don't know how we can do the green eyes. So what do we think? Change the color of his skin maybe to be a little bit browner. That's obviously far too brown. I kind of want him super pale, honestly. I want the worm thing. I want the maggot kind of look, you know? I want it like a grub. I kind of think that's probably best because it's like kind of grey. That looks a bit too healthy. I want him to look unhealthy, you know? Like, that says white, but he's got, you know, there's a bit of yellow in there, isn't there? I think the blue is better. I think it's a lot colder. It's a lot more like, you know, it's like corpse-like. So I think I'm going to go blue. Green pale. Moss green. No, I think that adds a bit of colour to him. I'm going blue. Pale green is good. I don't know which colour pale green was. Okay, so skin markings. I mean, I like the black stripes. Do we have any other thought on that? I mean, it's technically dark chocolate. What about verdant green here? Looks dark, but it puts a little bit of a necromancy kind of feel on it. You can kind of see, especially on the top of the head, you can see the difference there. I think we just want it as striking and heavy contrast as possible, right? Is unclean a title? Yeah, I don't know what title we'll go with yet. Okay, so, physique. I mean, we don't really get much of a sense of his physique, do we? I almost feel like I should make him like this kind of like chubby kind of, you know, he's got a bigger ass there and he's a big... This is like bulky. That's like a warrior physique. I feel like this physique's pretty good, right? Because I want him to look... I think what we need to look at, actually, is the fact that the physique changes the head roundness, right? So this is more of a, like, flat-topped head. This is more of a bulbous head. So we want him to look bloated. Exactly. Bloated is a good word. Okay. So head. Now, we go all the way to the right. So these are the new Canthan... well, let's keep him bald and do the face first. I'll figure out the story with the hair later. So, 1 is new. 2 is new. Or 3. Now, this is the thing that's inspired me. Look how cool that shit is. Isn't that a cool face for this idea? Blind in one eye. He looks fucking awesome. This just got added to the game. This has been done in preparation for Cantha and End of Dragons. Remove the low-res image. No, I'm referring to it. I'm referring to it. Oh, we could go back to a higher-res one. And by the way, just so that you guys know, this is him as a Harbinger. Like I said, he's the poster child. Oh my god, how big is this art? What the fuck? I could have just right-click transform. That's him as a Harbinger. It's the same guy. You see? So, he's like a plague doctor or whatever. I don't know how we can do the green eyes if we can. We'll figure that out in a second. So, I like his ripped it. So, we'll just go with 3, right? Obviously, it's 3. And then they give me the skin color again. Okay, so ears I think we'll do next. So these are ripped ears. Have they ever done such a thing as new ears? Have they ever done that? I don't think they have, right? I mean, it's got to be these ones, right? You don't like his mouth, but otherwise it's rad. We can figure his mouth out in a second. What don't you like about his mouth? And these are big ears. Well, here's the thing. Their length needs to come in, don't it? Doesn't it? I mean, it's not the same. He's got more Guild Wars 1 ears, really. These are all very droopy. I mean, if we kill the thickness, we kill the length, and we flare out the shape, that's as close as we can get. Okay, someone's whispering me. I cannot read that. My UI is broken. I can't read... What? Whoever's whispering me, come to Twitch chat. I can't see it. I don't like him. That's okay. You're not meant to like the look of him. I feel like he should be thicker and wider, though, you know? I like the big ears. That's sexy in Asuran culture, you guys know. Remember, your ears perk up when your weapon's out. Oh. You guys think the stripes need to go? His nose irritates you? We'll get to face details in a second. Let's just do ears for now. Let's just do ears. Aren't there better ears to make it look more like the image? Well, you're looking at them. There's not many. I see a rip on his ear. It's on the top part of his ear, but it's there. When we go to the other material, I see that rip again. And then the other image, now this is, oh, that one's too low res, whatever. Well, I'm just going to stick us on Harbinger for now. How did he look as a Reaper, I wonder? Let me see him as a Reaper real quick. Because they must have done the art for him as a Reaper. I think I remember, it's really prominent with a greatsword, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, the Reaper art is good, man. Do you guys think this is a total cop-out? Completely uninspired. I'm basically just taking what ArenaNet's done. There's him as a Reaper. Okay? So some new reference for us. The ears look very triangular there. No face on it, yeah. Look at that hood on the Reaper hood. Look at the Reaper art there. It's quite interesting, isn't it? There's no actual hood that has the ears out like that. So I think I'm gonna stick it this way. I think I want them thick but short. Right? Is there a gem source skin for green eyes? There are glowing eyes. I can't remember if there's a green one. And one of them I don't have. I think the one I don't have is purple. And then shape, we want it to flare out. Yeah, the chode ears, exactly. His screen's more brown. His skin is more brown. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that, though, because I want to go for, like, the grubby type thing. Now, as a grub, I think our ears should come in more. Whatever. We'll keep it like this, yeah? Right, so he's got his eye. Now, so eye colours. I'm pretty sure I want to use one of the exclusive ones. Oh, look at how cool that is. It only dies one. So, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be green, right? So as the Reaper, we don't get to see his green eyes. Green eyes. Thinking once again about Phone Jacker there. Oh, you guys can't fucking see the options. Oh, that's why people are asking. That's why people were asking. Sorry. Yeah, there weren't many ears. You guys couldn't see. So, yeah, his eyes are green, right? So, everyone take a look. Remember, green eyes. Okay. So, what one do we want to do? I think neon green is pretty badass. Right? Blue orchid. That's so bizarre, isn't it? That's so weird, seeing the blue eye. I like the thought that this is inspiring at least one person to total makeover kit. Hey, WP, is there a place for a casual in your guild? If so, how can I apply? Yeah, you get kicked if you don't log on for like 2 months. But yes, we have space. Yes, we're recruiting. We want anyone and everyone for when End of Dragons comes out. Spud is going to be super hype and active, and it's going to be really cool. The only real thing I want from guildies is people who are active in chat. I like to log in and see people typing in Spud chat. I just want the guilds to feel active. That's it. So all you have to do is, in Discord, there's instructions on how to join. You can, yeah, I'll post a link in chat there for you. Go to Discord. There's a guide on there. Speaking of blue eyes, did I watch June? No, I still haven't seen June. Right, I don't think there's much to discuss. Neon green. Anyone want to discuss the merits of Verdant over, or any of the other types? I think neon green is the one, though. Right. Neon green's good. Someone wants me to look at Viridian. You think Viridian over neon green? I feel like it's just not as striking, you know? I feel like when the camera's zoomed out, when you look at him from far away, which one makes you go, oh? I think the neon green does, right? Viridian is closer to the Necro art. That might be true, but I'm happy to deviate there. Okay, so that's just eye colour. Now, eyes. Any thoughts on eyes? This is a lot of goddamn sliders, and I'm out of my wheelhouse here. I don't often do... What? Just, is anyone instinct says, WP, fix this? Is there any way we can accent the scar? Small iris or wide iris? What do you guys think? You want bigger eyes? I mean, his eyes do look big there, don't they? How do you just go big eyes? Eye size? I mean, that's as big as they'll go. Big eyes, small iris. Small iris, so he looks disturbed. Okay. Well, the width is max. I like him with the wide eyes, I think, more. He looks really weird with them close together, doesn't he? Anything else you guys think? Lower eyelid at min. Eyebrows? Any thoughts about the brows? Oh, once you start wobbling this stuff around, it really... Brow angle. It's weird. I don't know whether I have a preference on brow angle. Morning, WP. On your case, afternoon, I believe. Yeah, it's a good early winter afternoon. I think it's fair to call it winter now, is it? Weekish into December. Autumn is over. The leaves are off the trees. It's very chilly, but it's a nice little afternoon. Angle to her right. Are the new faces and hairstyles available on live? Yeah, they are. They were actually on the previous stream as well. So I'm trying to take advantage. If you've got any advice, let us know. Here's our reference. We're trying to look like well, we're trying to do a spin on the definitive Asura. Let's get the profile again. Look, he's actually got the scar on his face, it looks like, right? Can't really see any stripes on that one. Okay, so yeah, again, any thoughts, guys, before I move on from this? What about the eye angle? I think he needs the angled eyes, right? He's got to look like diagonal. He's got to look evil. Oh, you can make him really quite ugly, eh? It's got to be big. It's got to be big. You want him to squint? The eye squint? Oh. I feel like if he's not squinting, that's like a cute thing. He looks really messed up there. Do you know what? He reminds me of like a Crash Bandicoot character there. With the eye like flicking around. It's like a Cortex type thing. You know Cortex's mask? Yeah, he looks drugged up. Yeah, he's tweaking out. I think I'll keep it narrow. He looks cool when it's narrow, right? Right, he looks good that way. Yeah, I don't know if it's Uka Uka. Isn't Uka Uka Crash's mask? Who's the mask that the other guy wears? With the ears, you look like you're about to take off. Alright, we're happy, yeah? Nose. Now, what didn't you guys like about Nose? How did you make him an ugly Asura? It's a new character creator. Try it out. It's preparation for End of Dragons. It's exciting stuff. I'm going to put the badass new Zaitan Greatsword on this guy, and it's going to be amazing. The Zaitan Legendary Greatsword. Look at this thing, everyone. Oh, I'm so ready for it. We're getting all Necro-y today. Speaking of which, I mean, this reference isn't very good, to be honest, because we just don't get enough of his face. I mean, it looks cool, but you don't get enough of him. So I think the one where we get the most face... I mean, Harbinger you don't get much. It's definitely this one, right? Okay. The nose should be narrow. Right, yeah, what do we think? It's too boopable? Boppable? Okay, so placement. I quite like the long nose. It adds a lot to, like, his age, I think. Nose height at tip. Oh, long or short? I think I want him to have a long nose so that he looks old. Nose height at bridge. Oh, that looks cool. That's like a troll. That's like... I don't know what that is. It's like a flunt nose. Yeah, it is, yeah. Okay, width at the... oh, my lord. Look at how wide you can make his nose. What do you guys think? Narrow? That's as narrow as I can go. I don't like it when I do, like, max out on all the sliders. Let's add a little bit of RNG to this. What do you guys think about that? That's my instinct there. Is there something new for each race? Yes, there is. Every race has 3 new options for hair. Oh, we skipped hair, by the way. We'll have to go back to that in a minute. And faces. And that's split along gender lines as well. So there's loads of stuff. You'd flatten the brow a bit. So, height at tip? No, sorry, at bridge. I don't know. I don't like that. That's like Nomi. That's like cutie. I think I definitely want that. I mean, maybe we can pull that one in. I always thought narrow was the way to go, but now I see it. Wide was better. What do you think this was better? Oh, yeah. He looks really ugly with the wide nose, doesn't he? Okay, so I'm going to leave it there. Has anyone got any advice for that? So FF14 is more or less Fashion Wars than Guild Wars 2. If you Guild Wars is way more robust for like customizing. That game, however, has a more consistent. It's less shiny, crazy stuff everywhere, so it feels like the fashion matters more. And when it is crazy and shiny, like with mounts and stuff, you're not allowed them in cities, so it cleans it up a lot. Wide at bridge, narrow at base. Wide at bridge. When you say base, I get bridge and tip. That's. By the way, what about the placement again? I don't know what I'm doing. I have no preference on any of this. Okay, if anyone really... Type in all caps. If there's something you desperately want to change about this nose, type in all caps. Otherwise, I'm moving on now. That's his nose. Speaking of the Greatsword, will you be doing a video on your thoughts about their plans for the new legendary weapons? Yeah, that's what today is. I'm going to talk about it a bit here, and then I'm going to write some notes down, and tomorrow I'll have that video. Narrow at tip. Nose width at tip, you want narrow. You really think it's that much better to be narrow at the tip? Alright, I'll be narrow at the tip. Okay, way better? Alright, mouth. Right, what are we trying to achieve with the mouth? Hopefully the Harbinger has the mouth. Oh no, it doesn't because he's got the mask. The front nose is gone. Oh, other people don't like... He's too handsome now. Yeah, that's the problem. I think... I think I want it wide, guys. I want it wide, I think. I mean, I don't know, actually. Narrow, he looks... Look, we wanted the maggot-y kind of idea, right? We wanted the bulbous, round idea, so I think we do this. The sharp nose looks cool. Don't get me wrong, I think that does look cool. But I think I'll go wide because it matches the initial idea a little bit better, which I don't want to betray. We're going to remember where we were going with it. Okay? Narrow nose looks more goblin, and to be fair, I do like that kind of Asura. Alright, I'm going to do narrow-ish. Narrow-ish. That's where I'm leaving it. I'm leaving it. Alright, next. Okay. So we can't really see the mouth anywhere. So, yeah. Thoughts on the mouth? Move the sliders for the mouth so that you can see the teeth. So lower lip. Well, I mean, what is that doing, lower lip? It's like he's just sort of puckering up, isn't it? If we do that. Look, he wants to kiss. You know what we should do? What we should do? What the game should do is there should be a button up here which toggles /talk. Because in side-by-side cutscenes and stuff, I don't know whether I want him to pucker up. Mouth width. Oh god, again, I mean, what do you think, guys? Narrow or wide? I've never looked at character creator as deeply as I'm looking right now. Cheek puff. Wide doesn't look bad. This is narrow. And this is wide and puffy. No puff, but with a wide mouth looks cool. Wide looks more creepy. Cheek puff all the way to the left. You guys don't like the cheek puff? I think he's starting to look really... I think the cheek puff going away makes him look fitter and a little bit more youthful. which doesn't really match the nose. The nose is like an old man nose, and the scar is like battle hardened and old, you know? So I feel like this is more aesthetic, but this is more what he should be. It makes him look gaunt and malnourished, yeah. Which his skin kind of is, kind of matches with. Sniveling characters tend to have weak jaws, so it depends what you're going for, yeah. Yeah, I think he's too svelte or something. He's too... I think, I prefer wide, I think, guys. I think I prefer wide. Now, you can add the sharpness with the mouth back. No, I think just wide. And we'll shake it up a little bit there. Now, again, how much do we want him to pucker up? I mean, this is doing... Upper and lower lift does, like, nothing. So I think we're going to have him like that. There are values between 0 and 100. I know. That's why I'm kind of messing with it a little bit. Lower lip, I'm not on 0 or 100. Upper lip, I'm not 0 or 100. And these two, I know I've just tweaked them a bit, but I wasn't totally there. Alright. But WP, he's really skinny. His face needs to be skinny too. He's actually not really skinny, though. He's one of the fatter builds. Or he should be, right? Isn't he one of the fatter builds? Oh, why did we move him away from that? We had him on a fatter build. We had him like the weighty build. There, that one. How did we move out of that? Okay. That's hair, face details. So the last thing is... oh no, there's two. Chin and jaw. And then head. And I hope that there's not something that I can't click down there because we fucked with the UI so much. Okay, so... jaw. Width. I mean, just give me a shout if you think there's something big to do here. I don't know what this is even doing anymore. What is that doing? Jaw placement. It's like here, it's... But we've given him chubby cheeks, so you can't see it, really. Sort of irrelevant. Chin length. I mean, that makes him look really goblin-y and fat. Let's pull that down so the mouth looks wide and... It is a shame we can't get his teeth out more, I do agree. Chin shape. I don't see anything there, really. Okay, head. Big head? Small head? I mean, I never know what to do with this, either. I feel like big head is the way to go, right? I feel like we just gotta have a big head. I may zoom out for head size. This isn't a hero, it's a villain. I sort of feel like that's good. You guys think the biggest head possible is good? I kind of like it on the lower side. Here, let me turn off the thing so you can see the slider. I feel like here is good, the slider. Big head equals big brain. I mean, he is more maggoty and grubby if I go big with it. Alright, you guys all seem to want big. I kind of want it here, so I'll split the difference. Okay, I'm splitting the difference. He's going to be there. Okay, does any Guild Wars 2 expert know if there's another choice below that? There is not. Okay, good. Alright, so finally it's hair. So the new Canthan hairs are these. Yeah, he's done now. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the new Canthan hairs are the last three. So we have that. We have this. Hold on, isn't there like hair length and stuff? Shouldn't I be able to have hair length? And we have this. Yeah, and let's change the accept. Let's just immediately Let's make sure that the accessory is a good colour. I mean, the rest of it's fine, right? Hair length is definitely in another game. There's not hair length in Guild Wars 2, I see. See, I'm just thinking bald. I'm thinking the new hairs don't fit. This is the closest one. I like this hair. But I don't think it really fits with what we've been doing, right? I think he needs to be bald, doesn't he? It's interesting because if they just had bald but with an accessory, that would be... I mean, this is... I mean, that's a twist on bald. What about this one? I like actually having the band there because it gives you kind of that Asuran feel. You want to do the mohawk? I don't know. As soon as this is on here, I feel like I've seen 100 Asuras with this kind of hair. I mean, I really do like the gems up there. I mean, that is cool. It's an exclusive hair as well. How many Asura do have this? You've never seen an Asura with this hair? How many people have you guys seen with an Asura with this hair? I mean, this is an exclusive hair. It wasn't here at launch. Oh, that totally changes his whole vibe, though, doesn't it? It changes his whole vibe. What else have they got exclusive? Oh, I like that. That feels fairly consistent with what we've been doing. Some of these just are so ridiculous. Look at how gross that is. Jesus. I kind of think this one... I really like the mohawk just because of the... You can do bald and then do an accessory in the head slot? What do you mean? Really? Where's the bald guy? I don't get an accessory colour. Yeah, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It's cool, but it doesn't fit. I mean, to be fair, you can change their hair. I think this is the one I want to do because you get an accessory. Let's look at our friend again here for a second. I think I want to change his hair, his skin color. I really like the Harbinger's skin color there. Like the inner ear looks cool. Something greasy and slicked. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that looks alright too. This came in with POF, right? Actually, I really quite like that. When I look at in-game, I'm like not too keen on it. But when I look at it on OBS there, and it's a bit smaller, I quite like. Make him fatter like a plague carrier. This is about as fat as I can get him, unfortunately. And we can match his eye color, hopefully. Oh, wow. Aqua, you get a lot more detail, don't you? Look at that. With Aqua, you can really feel... When you go Aquamarine, it feels like it's too overpowering. It's like Sea Breeze is clearly too overpowering. I think Aqua's the way to go there. So then there's a question of the hair colour. Just do black hair. Nightshade. Oh, maybe there is there a dark? Is there like a midnight green or whatever? Black sea chocolate. Oh, that's not too bad. Seaweed green. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing too much green. Maybe we just go black. I mean, it's not an exclusive color. What's the point of the exclusive colors? They're like high contrast, right? Deep grey. You like the green. Black Sea. We're nearly done. For people who are bored of character creator at this point, don't worry, we're nearly done. I feel like we're ruining it with the hair almost. If the hair is too obvious... I think what is definitive about this guy is that he's bald. So if I'm going to do it... Bald was the best by a mile. Yeah, you guys all think bald as well.
Knowledge is the greatest treasure.
Yeah, alright, let's make him bald. Well, the other choice is this. Does this ruin it? Or does it add just enough? Is this just enough to get have our cake and eat it too? You think it looks fine? It's good to have an accessory. Most people are just saying bald, though. I mean, that's pretty overwhelming. You guys sure? I hope our ears properly come up in combat. I really hope our ears properly come up. Alright. No, I'm overruling you. I'm overruling. I'm overruling. Where is it? Wait, where is it? Ideally, I would have exclusive and new. I'm overruling. We're having an afro. No. See, I like that hair as well. No, I don't like that. Is there really not a hair length? Can't I just like shrink the hair down? No accessory on that one. That looks too human. Where is the where's the thing that I was wearing? Just here it is. Oh, it's horn length for Char. I'm doing this. And I think I'm going with that colour as well. Unless you guys have got an idea for the colour. Oh, actually. Aquamarine, I think, is a little bit more obvious. It doesn't really matter anyway, because we'll probably be having a headpiece on, and you're not going to see this anyway. Darker green. That's about as dark as we can go. I think this is better because it's more striking. Skin closer to the Harbinger. Like, exactly, like the Harbinger, we're going to put the hat on. Accessory and eyes the same. I can't really match that very well, unfortunately. And I don't want to compromise on the eyes themselves. The eyes are always going to be there, so I want them to look good. The hair accessory is not going to be on very often. Okay. So there it is. Make changes. I'm not missing a whole category, am I? There's not like a whole category lower down that I just can't see on this UI. Maybe a gold colored accessory. Gold and green is good together. Are you sure? Heads, hair. Yeah, but he doesn't look necro-y anymore. You're right, it does look good, but it's not. You didn't want Harbinger picture similar skin? Did you set his height? Yeah, I did. We did height already. We went through everything. That's it. I think we're done now. Just to be clear, Harbinger's here. But again, he's wearing a hat, so it's not like you can see. Oh, when you say skin, you mean skin color. Oh, I see. It would be like that. What do we think? Am I wrong on this? Soft pink. Put armor on after the skin. No, I think this is better. I mean, I like it. I like, for an Asura, I think that's cool. But I'm not making an Asura. Yeah, I think I'm going white. I think I'm going white. If I was, I like this, right? I do like this, but the point is, like, what I should do is make another Asura without torn ears and without a fucked up eye. Blah, 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 blah. And it's just, you know, it's just a cool looking Asura. This is not just a cool looking Asura. This is a gross looking, ugly thing. So there we have it. You know, if I want to do like the mouse thing, then do the mouse thing somewhere else. Boom. And I just want to check real quick here. Let's fix that up. Where are we? Yeah, we didn't miss out on anything. Okay. Now, how do I feel running around at the moment? Now, we can always get rid of the... Actually, I'll tell you what, guys. I'll tell you what. I have 142 hair kits. Alright. I got 142 of the fucking things. So let's just see how he feels to run around us. Oh, you guys can't see. My bad. Alright. How do I have 142 of them? Because I never used them, and it's like years of black line chests, basically. It's like 10 years of black line chests. Oh yeah, let's unsheath. Oh yeah, they do come up, don't they? Oh, a little bit too much, actually. It's not like I would use it. It's not like I'm really... It looks kind of weird, actually. I mean, it looks alright. And then the other thing we want to do is just pure bald. I mean, pure bald... It broke his ears? What broke my ears? Make the ears a bit smaller. I don't think I can affect it. Oh, I can affect it. You can do ears even on the hairstyle. Okay. So it's basically, I think it's ear tip shape that you would do there. This was the other one I kind of wanted to try. So his ears look a bit more normal now. I think that looks alright, actually. No, it doesn't. Let's go bald. Or this one, actually. No, not that one. Where is it? This one. And we could do big ears again here now. Well, not 100. Let's do it like that. Alright, with all of that said, are there any... So, I'll do a poll here. Okay, bald... You guys can choose now. I'm not going to overrule you, alright? Bald, yes or no? Alright, go. Vote in that poll. Whatever wins this poll, I will do. If it's not bald, I'll probably pick this. If it is bald... Aren't you going to wear a hat anyway? I am going to wear a hat anyway, so. So vote in the poll, guys. There's a poll. Look above the chat window right now. But yeah, we're probably going to look like the Harbinger, you see. So. You like this hair that you're using now? So go in the poll. If you like this hair right now, vote no on the bald. I like this hair too. I think that the green hits with my eye. I like that I get a little accessory there. I like that like I can see the light shining off of it and stuff. The shape of my head and the idea that I'm bald is still there. I think it looks good. I can still see all the stripes. It's just a little something extra on there, you know? And it feels Asuran. So I like this. But if we take it completely off, then yeah, we're much closer to the art. We look older, blah, blah, blah. So, it's kind of up to you guys on that. Now, let me go to my Windows display settings and fix all of this as well. Scale. 100% recommended. Okay, are we fixed? Okay. Well, that's interesting. It broke my OBS, but didn't unbreak it when I flipped it back the other way. You don't see this character keeping up appearances and doing his hair like that. Oh, the no vote is actually winning. Wow, there's more votes for no on bald. Okay, so you guys like my idea. It's close. It's 52 to 48. If you want bald, you got to vote hard for that. What are my camera settings? Zoomed in. I don't know. Here. You can look at those. Alright, no one. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to have this hair. Okay, so then we want to look at a little bit of fashion, I think. Not much. I'm not going to go crazy. Does anyone have any recommendation instantly for me? Now, this is good. This is a great moment for the armory here, isn't it? It's really nice to just instantly be able to fill this guy up. 2 fucking templates instantly. Everything I could want. Free transmutation charges. It's going to be a completely 100% stat capped build, and I'm going to be able to get it near instantly. The question is, well, you got the elite specs to think of. Let's do Axe Warhorn and put a staff on or something. I'll tell you what, Zequatl probably fits really well with his vibe at the moment. Zequatl actually fits with him really well. Okay, so glowing green mask, you guys think. Okay, so first glowing... Well, okay, is there an infusion that gives me glowing... Oh, that's weird though. That kind of ruins our one eye thing. How does that look? Let's see what we think here. It's like we have our eyes back now. Eye patch on his scarred eye. Well, isn't there an infusion that can give you eyes? The idea of putting an eye patch on the scarred eye, I mean, is fun, but then it also ruins the fact we have a scarred eye, right? Doesn't it? Maybe we do an eye patch on the good eye. Tempest's Gaze. Wait, what? I don't understand what you're asking. Use necromancy to see. I mean, it does look weird. It's like we basically don't have a pupil. I'm typing Tempest and there isn't a headpiece. The Wraith Mask. You want to see what that looks like? Just sort of takes the green away. I think we should preserve what we had, right? Oh, Tempest Gaze is an infusion. Oh, it's not a skin. Thank you for the sub, Disco Unicorn. I really appreciate that. Sub in there with Prime. If any of you guys have Prime, by the way, if you're enjoying this, if you want to encourage more Guild Wars streams, stuff like that, please feel free to sub with it. You'll get emotes and it will turn off the ads and stuff. I've heard ads are really bad on Twitch at the moment, so I don't know. And I kind of bumped mine up a little bit. Tempest Gaze is a skin? Why don't I have it then? Wait. Lightning Aspect Eye you wanted? I mean, I like this idea of having something extra on our head. But I don't think that quite works. Now, does anyone know any big hats like Harbinger? I'm sure that when Harbinger comes out itself, we will get a big hat. This is a weird thing as well. We can have this, and we can have like some kind of like necromancer. It's too sparkly though. Demon horns. May I link a wiki page for the Tempest Gaze? Yeah, hold on. I'll permit you to do that. There you go. You have 60 seconds to post the link. You liked the demon mask that I started with? Well, we got a whole world of skins here. We're not going to use a character creator one, are we? I don't think the red really works too well. Maybe you could dye it black, though. The new outfit might look good on him. I don't own the new one. What is the new one? Why isn't this... I don't know what one you think that is. I'm not against an outfit, by the way. Swaggering hat, but it's too fancy. Isn't that medium? Oh no, it's not. It's anyone's. Oh yeah, the big feather. It's like you're a pirate, yeah. Why isn't that showing up? Sorry, have I fucked something up here? Oh, it's because we're on an outfit. Dumbass. Yeah, it's too big. But it is close. If you want to do the Harbinger thing instantly. I mean, what I would want to do that is with the green eye gaze as well, you know. It's such a shame that those gaze things are a whole headpiece. You'd want to combo them, wouldn't you? Test 1 2 1 2. What is this? The give WP a prediction is basically Twitch has a feature where you can, like, if I'm in a PvP match, I could say which one's gonna win, red or blue, and you can guess. You can say red or blue, and if you guess right, you win a bunch of potatoes from the people who guessed wrong, right? So it's just a fun way of, like, you know, messing around. So when I'm playing Final Fantasy, it will be like, am I going to die in this boss fight or something? And people can say yes or no. And if I die, then woo, you won. Or if I don't die, woo, you lost, or whatever. That's the idea. And the thing, give WP a prediction, is if you've got an idea of something to predict, then you can give it to me. You want the Magic Knight outfit. Just the magical outfit? I don't even own it. You want this one, the Mage Knight. Yeah, that's pretty good for Harbinger. I mean, what has it done to our ears? Ooh, the head, like, gives an impression of ears. You could definitely dye that, right? And it was like, you're a Harbinger. But that's not what we're... Maybe I should stop talking about Harbinger so much. I think I've now given people an impression that Harbinger is all we're trying to do. It's not just a Harbinger, it's just any kind of cool Necro appearance. But yeah, I mean, you can get pretty close there immediately. What about Miss Stranger? I use Miss Stranger too much. I don't want to do Miss Stranger. I've done it on my engineer. Oh, cool. You wasted 500 potatoes then? Oh, you said potatoes? Yeah, sorry, you kind of did. But hey, look, you got my attention. Trust me, look at the Asura cultural headpiece and dye them all black. Asura. Oh, the filter doesn't come up? You'll have to tell me what they're called. Oh, no, they're here. So, Adept. That's pretty fucking cool how that worked out, eh? Isn't that cool? Our eye there? Our one good eye has the floating thing. And our ears are still on display. And the stripes on the back of our head. That's quite cool. The unfortunate thing is that's very engineering. The Genius Helm is that. Wait, no, this one's the Genius Helm. And then the Savant one, this is just the Zodja Helm. I don't know if I want to do the Savant one. I think Genius is the best of those. Engineer, he sounds like a solid fit for Harbinger. Yeah, but this isn't just Harbinger. It's like an eye patch, but we still get our eye, you know. Immortal Light Nimbus. Wait, the fiery one? I don't want anything too shiny, I don't think. Dye the hat black and the eye thing green. And, well, it's an Asura, so it's tech anyway. Oh, God, I didn't want to do too much Fashion Wars here. Yeah, we've got to stop. I got to do this, I got to react to this Arborstone thing. Runic. Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah, but that's like warrior-y. I don't know. A headpiece is just a real problem because it's like the hair thing again. You know. What do you got? Let's move on from the headpiece real quick. Has anyone got any armor to sponsor that isn't an outfit? Does anyone want to make any quick suggestions for an armor set to go? Like funerary, for example. Just a set to wear. The tentacle shoulders? What are they called, though? I need to know what they're called. Lunatic Court. Oh, God. But bladed. I'm wearing bladed on everything. Oh, the Worm Slayer. That's a cool idea. That's definitely a cool idea. I mean, it's sort of smoke and grossness. But I do like the idea of the Worm Slayer. Where I've got it, I only have gloves, it looks like. A little bit of stink on him is probably not too bad. The Adventurer's Scarf. You could do the Ghostly Racing Star Scarf. I think it's medium, whatever you're looking for. Aren't there Tequatl themed gloves? I don't know. I can't remember what the tentacly shoulders is. The Shadow of Grenth back piece. Yeah, that probably fits quite well. We can actually unhide that now. Dry Bones. It's too old. Dry Bones I used too long ago. Try the Evan Vanguard shoulder and the Wormslayer armor and the Adept Asuran headpiece. Eben. I don't know. I'm losing it a bit now. Alright. Oh yeah, the Deathly Bull's mantle. You want the bull? The thing is, I think I want him quite roby. I think I want him to look magical, you know. So I think I'm going to put him in Priory or something, I don't know. I think for now, let's just put a quick little outfit on. How does Garcy look with the headpiece hidden? Oh, I love the thing coming up around my neck. That looks cool as shit, doesn't it? And we get the cool grasping hands coming at us. In a way, Ghastly's like one of the best things to pick. Because if you look at this here. Oh, it's so small. You know, he's emerging from the hands, isn't he? So, like, that's his thing. If we go back to here, and then vanilla, and then this. It's the bigger art here. It's the same thing, right? It's like the hands are coming out after him. Let's turn off to the quarter. Ugh, these fucking weapons. I'm gonna have to unhide all our weapons here. Oh, I still have the footsteps. Even when I've hidden them. So like, if we go like, I don't know. Shadow. And then shadow. And then shadow or something. Something like that, maybe. I've never really appreciated how the neck comes up. I think it looks good with the helmet on as well, for what it's worth. But it kind of kills the whole point of what we did. I mean, I love the, like, tendrily bits coming out at the top. Can you dye the hands? Is that a thing you can do? I don't think you can dye the hands. No, the hands are always black. But like that canopy matches our headpiece. It's pretty good. Something like that. No, our eye matches and all the other stuff. So I don't know, it's like a starting point, we'll do that. But what I want to do is move on and talk about Arborstone here with you guys. Okay, so can I ask a favour? Does anyone have a link to the VOD for Arborstone here on Twitch? What I'll do is I'll pop it out, we'll plug it in, and we're going to watch. Now, I haven't seen the stream at all, so I just want to watch it here with you guys, get a sense of what we think about it, talk about it as it goes on. I can play and pause it as it happens as well, because it's like a live reaction from me. I can chat with you guys, but the actual show itself, we're obviously watching a couple of days late. And yeah, we can just sit through and chat. In fact, if Boots is around, I'll bring him on. I don't know if he is, though. So yeah, we'll see. Watching the whole stream isn't worth it, honestly. Well, I want to know, though. You know, I want to know. By the way, we can change. What is there another backpack we can pick here? I feel like Grenth looks good, but you can't dye the colours. Oh my god, what if we do like a cape with it? Ah, it's that fucking Lothlorien thing on the back. If that wasn't there, the little flowery bits, this would look really good, I think. Having a cape with it's not a bad choice. It never used to exist, did it? Just dye it the same colour? Oh, you're right. Yeah, I could. I could just dye it away, couldn't I? Oh, maybe if I make it black or something. Shadow green. You just get rid of it. We don't want a white trim. That's what it is. Let's go by hue. Looks alright, doesn't it? And the hood, we don't have the thing with the thief where we're double hoods, you know. To be honest, the story character bits had you hyped. Oh no, not. I want it on Twitch, cool boy Jake, not on YouTube. I want the Twitch VOD. I can browse for it myself if you know. It's not a problem. I'm just being lazy. Abyssal Forest dye. I love the all caps here now. Abyssal Forest. You're lucky, I don't have many of those. Ugh. You kind of lose everything from it. I don't know, that's a bit... What other capes have I got? We could always put the wings on, guys. Yeah? That's how I have my other Necro set up at the moment, with the wings. I love this thing as well, by the way. I think you look fucking cool with this. If you want to go like evil looking mage, you can't go far wrong. We can get rid of the brilliant white light there. There's a lot of ways to dye this, right? It doesn't all look like there. You can mute it down. You can mute it down everywhere I want, in theory. I quite like this. But I think it's too much. Pity there's no mage class in Guild Wars 2. So, are you just saying you want ranged caster? Is that what you're saying? Use one of the Artificer backpacks for Alchemist aesthetic. Again, it's not just a Harbinger thing. But, I mean, that's a cool idea. I mean, they're forced. You can't mess with the colours on those. But they do fit with Asura quite well. Too many people use this. It's a big neon sign. Look at me. I agree, actually. Yeah, it is a bit too common, I think. The Ice Reaver would be good if it didn't put snow everywhere. We could do the guild one. I mean, the Forest Scout is funny. It kind of fit. I mean, what about Forest Scout plus Quiver? Oh. It's just basically the more equipment you can put on, the cooler, right? What are we covering up, by the way, on our back? Does the outfit actually have a lot of cool stuff? Oh, it's got a reasonable amount of detail back there. We're just completely hiding that now. Over-designed. Yeah, I mean, on no level as a Necro do we ever use a bow. But that just adds to our uniqueness, you know? And from the front, we now get the arrows. The green mad memories. You can't dye it, though, can you? Oh, you can. It's just the green version. Yeah, the book works. The book looks good. Alright. Look, we got to watch Arborstone here. I'll find the link. Don't you guys want to talk about End of Dragons? For goodness sake. This is just Fashion Wars. This is you don't even need to be on my stream for this. You could do this yourself. I think I look pretty cool right now, don't I? Look at that animation there. The greens look pretty good. It is a disappointment that I'm in an outfit. But overall, I mean, we could probably do something more special with weapons. Maybe there's a really cool weapon out there. Guild Wars 2 Twitch channel. Guild Wars 2 Twitch. Guild chat. End of Dragons gameplay stream. 13k views. Okay, how do I pop it out again? Settings. Pop out. Okay, copy. Browser. Paste. Let's go into studio mode real quick. Let's open it up. Alright, it looks okay to me. Okay, boom. But the question is, can you guys hear it? Yeah, I think you can hear it. It's just that it was my game music and their game music. It's a bit off. Okay, you can hear it. You could have told me if you were listening carefully. You would have known. That's how I know. It's okay, guys. Don't worry. You can hear it. All right. So yeah, let's just watch and see what we've got here. Well, hold on 1 second. I want to have a quick whiz. So here, why don't I just play you in like them there, so you can hear it. See. I'm gonna go have a whiz. I'll be back in 2 seconds, and we'll see what we've got. I mean, honestly, I don't know how this will go, but yeah. And I can pause at any time I like as well, so we can talk about like how we feel about things. If you guys have already seen this, I'm very keen on your takes. So yeah, see you in a sec. Here, we'll put this on screen as well, alright? Just so it's not completely shameless. Right, kettle's nearly boiled, guys. Hang in there 1 second. I see some good questions I want to respond to in chat as well, so give me a minute. Alright, okay. Right, audio balance is good, yeah? You and me, you hear the stream in the background, you hear the music, but you hear me as well, more importantly. You hear me. Hey WP, are you fully back to Guild Wars 2, or is the romance with FF14 still an ongoing thing? What's your expectation of me? I'm not allowed to play any other game? You're not allowed to see or hear or any content? You realise I've played other games all 10 years I've covered Guild Wars 2, right? But I dare to show one of the other ones, and I'm not allowed? Fully back to Guild Wars. I don't know what that means. I'm covering Guild Wars 2 as much as I would have been anyway. I'd say that much. This is that guy. Move list. It will interfere with some character art. Oh, okay. Well, we can pause and move it in a second. Unless just having it on the other side works, right? Always. Oh, I can't move her to the other side. I can't move her to the other side. You hope we get some good music at launch. The stuff on streams has been kind of lackluster. Really? I like all the music they've been showing so far. I really do. There was a lot of hate for this stream, but it depends on what you want from Arborstone. I think it's deserving of a place in the expansion, but maybe just the wrong title for the stream. So yeah, there's this word gameplay, right? This is the idea. It was called a gameplay stream, and it wasn't really filled with gameplay. Somebody here says, I wonder who was in charge of writing the name. I mean, I see it's an easy mistake for them to make. Maybe they shouldn't be making easy mistakes. At this point as professionals or whatever, but it's an easy mistake to make because it's like, well, I could have called my stream today a gameplay stream. You've been watching Guild Wars 2 gameplay, haven't you? I could have done it. The truth is, I've been streaming character creation and cleaning up my account, right? It's not really gameplay. You haven't. How much combat have you seen? For some people, combat is all that matters, you know. I think in context of the press they've been doing so far, we're all aware that all the streams so far have just been sort of wandering around empty maps and like looking at environment art, right? That's what they've been doing. So to then turn around and say, oh, this one's a gameplay stream, I think people are immediately going to think, oh, there's more than just looking around at cold stuff. But as far as I understand, and I'm watching this blind, really, I haven't seen this before. As far as I've seen from the response is that it was a stream of more empty map wandering around, right? Now this is a cat of a song. This song here, this is a really good song. I'll turn it down a bit. So, I don't know. They called it a gameplay stream as just like a default thing, I think. Gameplay's extraordinarily broad in an MMO. but people took it to mean combat or events, maybe. Yeah, definitely. I mean, they called it away because of spoilers again, right? That's what they were saying. It was spoilers. I don't really know what that means, to be honest with you all, because they've been so gun-shy about anything. I don't know. I get the sense that they don't really know what a spoiler is. Is it true that this Harborstone thing, it's just behind that door they teased on the other streams, right? It's just behind that door. And if you look at the way they handled it before, saying, ooh, what's behind the door? How exciting is this? You know, I get they're just trying to have fun and indulge in a bit of speculation. But, I mean, that doesn't mean anything to any of us, does it? Not really. And I feel like maybe a lot of what they're hiding isn't... I mean, how confident are you guys that the spoilers they're talking about are spoilers, you know? I get the feeling that they might not even... It wouldn't even be that bad if we saw. Either it's a really mind-blowing, crazy story that has very good reason to hide all that stuff as spoilers, and I'd love to believe in that future, or they're just too gun-shy. They're just hiding too much stuff, you know? So I don't know. The music's all really good. That, along with the turtle, the fishing, and hopefully interesting characters are what interests me most about Ender Dragons. The elite specs you don't care about? Yeah, I think they dropped the ball on the elite specs. Bibi22 says, but it's not because combat is everything for some people, that this is the only type of gameplay this game has. I agree that the stream was not so great, but for me, running around a random map and admiring the views, it is gameplay. No, I agree. I don't think just combat is gameplay. It's not just a Guild Wars problem, it's not just an MMO problem. And it's certainly not just a Guild Wars 2 problem. I spent 2 years on Guild Wars 2 Guru before Guild Wars 2 came out. In the forums filled with people enthusiastic about the game, and for very many of them, combat is all that matters in the game. That's all they care about. And anything else that slows down combat or anything exploration based, you know, when you look at mechanics like armor repairs and shit like that, they don't like any of it. They just want pure quality of life, constant access all the time to combat all the time. That was like the dream of the MMO. That was like a part of what people interpreted when the devs said, oh, we respect your time. It basically meant get into combat, boil everything else away. Combat, 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 combat. I don't think that's true, and I don't think that's what an MMO should aspire to be, but for a lot of people, that is how they treat these products. And that's why people are so overly obsessed with raids when they shouldn't be. There's also another word in the stream title, overview, not deep dive. Yeah, I think that's fair. But look, the other side is I get people are starved. Thanks for the... oh, Ailes. Dude, thank you. Ailes, what's the next badge you're working for at the moment? I get the people are starved for something more at the moment. I really do. There is a lack of... like, ArenaNet should be streaming on the strike missions. This stream, or it should be booked in before End of Dragons comes out. We should be watching them in a CM strike. There should be 10 players that know how to play the game at the studio, streaming at one of those strikes, streaming progression or showing, you know, and they don't want to spoil stuff like that. I get it, right? But there needs to be that, even if it's just like 15 minutes of, okay, here's the boss, here's a few of the transitions, that there's a certain side of the community that needs to be appealed to. And if they seek to appeal to that community, the press has to appeal to them too. The press isn't doing that right now. Can I get Boots on? He's not around at the moment. He's not around. I mean, I can throw around a message at him and see if he wants to come on. It would be a real sudden shot in the dark. I'll try. I'll tweet him as well. But it's incredibly short notice. He's offline, and I don't even know if he's awake. What time is it? He should be awake. To be honest, this isn't a bad time. Usually when I record with him, it is around now. I'm going to look and find out who's in chat this whole time, and that's why you're asking, right? So, yeah, all right. I'm just going to quickly pause here. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat here. Anything anyone else wants to talk about just before we get in? Because they're only 13 seconds away now. You remember when POF released, you spent hours just running around the Crystal Oasis, seeing the views, taking in screenshots? It was really fun. Again, gameplay. Yeah, and there's different forms of gameplay. You know, griffin races and stuff. You know, I think that devs need to be talking about loot. They need to be talking about rewards. They need, and at least that's something that they've finally started to do with this legendary weapon announcement, by the way, which, again, is just so badass. No matter what they do, people are going to hate it because it's not raids. A strike CM is what people want from raids. So all they have to do is prove that. Just show that in the press. That's all they have to do. But I think it's because they're scared. They're too scared of their audience. They listen to their audience too much and they're too scared of their audience. I bet they don't do a stream like that because they know that they'll be judged for the composition they're running or for like how they're rotating and stuff. It's like, just stop worrying about that stuff, you know? Did you see the armor tweet from yesterday? No, I didn't. Let's do one thing at a time. Okay. So let's play 3. You haven't done any of the guild stuff in Guild Wars 2. The hall stuff. Is it like player housing? Yeah, it's like group-based player housing. Strike's not called Raise, so it's not enough. I mean, I agree that the brand is wrong. My opinion on that is that they need to rename strikes. Strike CMs is just so shit. Call them raid strikes, right? Call the difficult ones raid mode, right? It's raid mode. It's a strike in raid mode. It's something like that. I mean, it's a fucking mess. Because everything in the game's a mess, but there you go. Alright. Claim a new home for your guild. Okay, so this is the Isle of the Nameless. This is what they're exploring, right? On this stream? Don't tell me I've missed 2 streams. Hi WP. Ailes. I'll get the first legendary badge in 2 months. You're also interested in the react to the live stream. You have mixed feelings. Basically, Ailes, the current format of the badges is what I want it to be. It's just the art's a bit bad because I made it. Alright, I don't know how this is going to go because people are going to be talking a lot and I want to respond to everyone, but I don't know whether I can. Let's just keep going. So is this the capture event? Oh, I'll stop pausing. Sorry, I'll stop pausing. So the Jade Phoenix. These are the buildings upgrading. See, by the way, the idea that there's a stream just on the guild hall already is kind of like iffy to me because I don't think the guild hall is the value that the studio seems to think that it is. Because what you're going to have, all your level 6 and 9 guilds just suddenly swap. All their progression's going to be done already, you know? You don't really get to indulge or enjoy it. Half the mechanics that are there, like how it interacts with world versus world, and how scribing affects the broader game, how the marketplace actually has items of value, or rather it doesn't. All those things about all the buildings in the guild hall, how well the PvE balanced arenas worked out, all of it needs an update. There has to be an update, like a feature pack that says, okay, we're going to add value to the buildings. We're going to make guild leveling more important long term. Like, none of its stuff was made properly during Heart of Thorns. It all needs a gloss over and a look at again. And until then, like, I just don't really care that much about the fact this expansion has a guild hall. They could have told me there'd be no guild hall, and I would say, oh, that's a shame, and that's, you know, that sucks. But that's basically one of the first things on the chopping block, I would say. A guild hall? One of the first things on the chopping block. I'd take a new mount over that. I mean, it's hard for us to imagine equivalent development time, blah, blah, blah. But I really, really think it's very minimal to me. No, it's not going to take 3 hours. It's okay. I mean, fishing at the guild hall looks cool. That guy was fishing there, right? That was nice. At least the guild hall has some interiors. Some of the other ones did too. Guild halls are so useless, nobody uses them for anything. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it feels to me like it's like there's the game, and then there's how the players use the game. And if you don't understand how the players use the game, you're going to start designing for stuff that doesn't matter much. But again, if it's something that they can easily plop in there, then fine. But like, again, what would you guys pick? Press about the strike missions? Or press about the fucking guild hall? You know? I guess the thing is they've kind of got a format here, stream-wise, of like showing off environments works for them, and they can do it. So why not do a stream showing off the Guildhall? It's not an either-or. It's just, well, look, this is an easy stream for us to do. They don't have an easy concept for how to do a strike mission stream, you know. So, whatever. You know, I would actually take over this stream just a long Q&A with the devs. Just a Q&A. Wouldn't those be brilliant streams? I mean, I would be fighting hard for that if I was... I mean, does Ruby decide what these are? I'd be saying, look, fuck it. Just do an hour Q&A. And this one's a story-based one. We're going to get some story devs on the panel, and we're just going to go. Like, look at what I'm doing with chat right now. I don't even work there. I don't have any answers for you. And I can look at chat, and I can just answer questions. Why not do that for story? Why not do for the... what, are they scared of the devs are going to speak out of turn or something? I don't know. I feel like that would be fascinating enough. They don't even have to fill an hour. Just fill half an hour. And they can vet... They can have someone else vet the questions if they want. They're not going to have answers for about so many things. I mean, that was abundantly clear with CMC's thing. I mean, I appreciate that CMC did that extra thing, but it does show the cracks behind the curtain, to be honest. Cracks behind the curtain, the wizard behind the curtain, whatever, you go, I mean. You think ultimately if they're being so cagey about story and spoilers, it better be because they're doing a 14 type story where they're doing crazy shit and having surprises? Yeah, I hear Endwalker has some insane twists and turns. I don't know, man. But even Endwalker sorted some stuff out. Alright, you guys are making fun about Aang Cyan. I don't know. Anyway, let's watch.
And welcome to Guild Chat.
Someone has said as we started this that this was just going to be Doomers incoming. It's not going to be Doomers, guys. Alright, this could be good.
Your host, Ruby, and I am so glad that you've decided to spend this time with us today. This is our last Guild Chat of 2021. We've all
what thing with CMC? CMC, after the announcement of the recent beta, ran home to do a Q&A with Teapot, and it was awful. Not the format wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad show or anything, but the responses were. It was pretty arduous.
Had so much fun sharing all of these little End of Dragons previews and tours with you since July. And since this is our last show, we want to end on a high note. We have a lot of stuff to share with you today. We're going to talk about legendary weapon variants for End of Dragons. We're going to introduce some new story characters.
Okay, that wasn't me. Pause, please. Do you guys want me to keep pausing? That wasn't me. That was their stream. Brilliant.
And tell you more about other story characters that you've already heard about. We're going to take a tour We're going to take a tour of the Isle of Reflection Guild Hall that you just saw the preview video of.
Oh, there's an audio problem for a while, is there?
Stone Revitalization
I'm pausing because I don't like talking over people.
A whole bunch to get through, and I know you're all really excited to hear about this, so we're going to jump right into it. Not going to make you wait super long. Let's start with the legendary weapon variants. Back on July 27th, during our first look live stream, we gave you that little peek at the legendary weapons.
Oh, this is good here. This is real good.
A quick video, just in case you weren't there or if you've forgotten, because it's been a while and 2021 has been weird. We're going to give you a quick refresher of what we talked about back then.
This is really good. This is the best news they've done about End of Dragons so far. Well, that and Strike CMs. This is so good.
I'm Chelsea Mills, and I'm a senior prop artist. In End of Dragons, we're introducing 16
Remember this from the first
legendary
look?
weapons, all available on release day. This set of legendaries is inspired by the Elder Dragon.
Pause as much as you want. We can watch the video alone without commentary. Well, yeah, okay, let me just say, don't you think a real conversation on stream inevitably turns into an awkward onslaught of negativity in a moment's notice, hence they do not engage with the audience directly? Well, again, so vet the questions, you know. You're right, and that's sad. And that's not ArenaNet's fault, and that's not the studio's fault. That's because gamers are arrogant, rude, you know, overly forwards, anonymous bastards that don't give a shit, basically. So yeah, there is a side of that. I'm guilty of that attitude a lot myself. I mean, who isn't really? But I think there's a lot of value to come from that. It's like watching my FF streams, a full conversation recap between every sentence. Okay, so let's recap what we've seen so far. Ruby said that 2021 was a weird year, and now we're watching the first look stream again. You're offended, but you can't disagree. Well, on yesterday's stream, I was talking a lot about Halo, the big controversy going on with Halo at the moment, and it is funny. All right.
Dragon Aurene, who plays a significant role.
It
in
looks
the
like
Dragon
Zenith
story.
weapons. It does look like Zenith
From an
weapons,
art
actually.
perspective, we
So
want
I
the
wasn't
legendaries
into
to show
this
Aurene's
because
journey
it's
to
sparkly and
Commander,
it's
from the first
rainbows
time you
and
meet
it's
her as an
whatever. I don't
adorable
care. I
little
don't care.
hatchling, to now, all grown
But
up
the
as their
news,
own
the
elder
new
dragon.
news is really, really
The
good.
precursors represent baby Aurene, while the legendaries represent adult Aurene. Aurene is
This is one of those things, by the way, when if I think of myself as trying to offer like objective journalism, which I don't really, but I shouldn't talk shit about the Aurene weapons because, yeah, I personally don't like them. But, you know, in terms of the quality and the work that goes into them and so on, like, who am I to poo-poo it? Why do I now be excited just because there's a Zaitan set, which makes me really excited, right? Why? What gives me, you know, that's not really right, is it? My bias there I should put aside. Maybe it was always fantastic. But anyway.
one of my favorite characters, and I'm so happy that we got to create a legendary set based on her. I can't wait to see players.
Aren't you at best a pundit? I mean, yeah. Punditry is what I do for a living, definitely.
I'm with Chelsea. I'm looking forward to this. Chelsea and a lot of our other developers have been hard at work since...
Have I ever mentioned trying Warframe? No, but there was a Spud guild in Warframe. We have had a Spud group in Warframe.
And the thing about these legendary weapons, this Aurene set that Chelsea talked about...
Can I just ask, what Ruby's saying right now? Was this it? Was this a sudden reveal? Was the blog post out first or after? Was this announced live for everyone? What's the Halo controversy? That Infinite is a bare bones game, basically. The blog post was after. So this was it, everyone. This was a live reveal. This is cool, then.
Aurene isn't our only Elder Dragon. We have more. So the way this is going to work is that at End of Dragon's launch, you're going to get that core Aurene set, and then we will be releasing, actually, yeah, there's a preview of the core Aurene set.
We've seen this before.
Something extra for you in just a minute. But we're going to keep releasing legendary weapon variants based on the other Elder Dragons in the game. So like Jormag, Krakatorrik, Mordremoth, you're going to get versions based...
Oh, she didn't even say the coolest one. Oh, damn it. Okay, so... They haven't told us the journey to get them, right? I have read the blog post. They haven't told us. She said we're going to continue releasing. So they're not in at launch, right?
Based on that. Here's a little preview just so you can get a
The
look at
Mordremoth
what
one
the
looks
great
good.
swords will look like.
Mordremoth, Primordus, and Zaitan's one all look awesome. And I really like how clean the Zaitan one looks. And I'm really excited to see like what the kill effects are going to be like. Really, if there's like bones flying everywhere, it's going to be so badass.
These are, each variant is going to use the style and effects based on that dragon. There's also going to be a new visual effect. And I think probably the best way to preview it is in-game. So let's take a look at a couple of the Aurene weapons that I have on my character.
Oh, I didn't know they did this. Oh, this is quite cool. I didn't know they had this. I'm well up for this. P. Myax, thanks very much for the sub there, man. I really appreciate that. Oh, there's a prediction. How many times will WP pause during the Guildhall preview? 10 times or 10 plus times? I don't know. Is Rocker there? Rocker could do some predictions if he wants. That would be quite funny based on the pausing. I promise I won't try to game it. It was always fantastic. Legendaries are really look good. The fact that it's set is super awesome. People like to say they look like Gemstore skins, but this is not the fault of Legendary or the Legendary team. It's the fault of the Gemstore itself. Well done. You're totally right. Bibitutu, you're 100% correct. You have my axe. I absolutely agree with you on every respect there. Every time I pause, take a shot. No, guys, listen. Drinking, you've got to be careful with a drink. Look, I can teach you how to make a good drinking game. Maybe this isn't the time for it, okay? But a drinking game isn't just get people enormously plastered and vomiting within 15 minutes, all right? A good drinking game has a bit of risk, a bit of RNG to it, and it's better paced, all right? It's not just about fucking downing a bottle of vodka in 20 minutes because the thing you've picked is too common, all right? I'll teach you all about it later.
Character now. This is the Aurene. This is the short bow. It is gorgeous and I love it.
Okay, do they shoot? Do we actually see the projectiles and shit? Do we see the kill effects?
So you can get a good close-up look at that and how the effects are very much like the Aurene, the Elder Dragon grown Aurene that you see in the Hall of Monuments right now.
So my theory is Aurene's dead at the end of the expansion, and when she dies, you get her weapons. And then that's the end of the cycle somehow. But if we follow that on, I mean, the dream is revamped strikes, isn't it? The Glory of Tyria, 10-man raid mode version of Zaitan, and by beating him, you get the Zaitan weapons. That's the adventure later. Fucking cool would that be? And they can remake Dragonstorm. Mind you, the fault of Dragonstorm isn't the instance itself. Dragonstorm's actually okay. It's all the story supporting it, but whatever. Real reason for the end game.
And let me just...
All right, Skilled. No doomers, all right? I see you there.
Unhide my UI real quick, because I think
that's such a good idea. They won't ever do it.
It's kind of fun to start some trouble. There is... And we can also see the footfalls. There is a Naga right around here. So...
Oh, come on. Let's keep the pace up. Let's go, baby. Shoot it.
Go into combat.
Whoa, okay. It's like Pharaohs. The unsheath is huge. That was a massive rainbow unsheath.
Not love that.
Oh, are you fucking serious? It looks like the Dreamer. It's just like the Dreamer. Oh, why would they pick short bow to show off, by the way? Because it's literally like the pony bow already. I like that they've picked Daredevil when they're doing the throwing knives on dodge, though. Go on, dodge for me. Dodge towards it. Please, I want to see the projectiles. Please dodge. What stats is she on? Like. She's got quite high power damage, and she's doing, Oh!
That death blow.
Okay, so the death blow. So Rainbow lands down. The crystals come out. The crystals are actual real models. Oh, you guys can't see my cursor. Sorry, can you? I remember reading about that in the blog post. They said that there was actual physical shit that appears. Now, that's cool. See, I like the idea that the Zaitan one creates like a boneyard or something. Yeah, it could be grieving. She has 15k health, though, so...
Effect is a new effect that will come with these legendary weapons. You will occasionally get that when you kill. It's kind of a finishing style effect, and you'll also see when you first go into combat and swap weapons while you're in combat, you get a little effect on there too.
Oh, we missed it. Do it again.
So the variance,
do it again!
This is going to work. The variances are appearances. You forge that core Aurene legendary weapon, and then you will go on a journey with...
Yeah, the death blow's cool. That's a new thing that you don't see on the gem store, and that you don't see on previous gen legendaries. So it's something, all right? I mean, what else can they do? What other, like, visual shit can they... It's already overloaded as hell, right? Footsteps, wrist effects, unsheaths, projectiles, that's all already there. What else can they add?
With it to start unlocking the magic of other Elder Dragons and bringing that into this legendary weapon. So all of these awesome great swords that we get...
Yet. You guys are saying they'll do it eventually. Maybe they will, but what matters is that during the prime period for End of Dragons, it is unique and it is cool and it does give people that incentive. They might undermine it later with the gem store. I wouldn't put it past them whatsoever, but as long as they get the value in the interim, I'm okay-ish about it. I'll tell you, the biggest problem they've got with legendaries is legendary mounts should always have been a thing. Legendary mounts, like, what would you guys feel more hyped about? What we're currently looking at? Or if we were looking at, like, a fucking legendary turtle or some shit? You know, the gemstone muscling on that has really ruined a lot of opportunity for badass rewards. But hey, legendary mounts would have been huge for this game, I think. Hove, 1995, thanks very much. Welcome, welcome.
Gave you a preview of, and all of the other legendary weapons,
legendary fishing poles, oh god,
as part of those variants. You just have to forge that basic weapon once, and then you do your gameplay to unlock it in other ways. The other thing that I want to mention about
Exordium was the goated legendary. Yeah, Exordium's pretty badass too.
Legendary weapons, the core Aurene weapons, and their precursors are going to be tradable. So you can trade those with others in the game. You can get them on the trading post. You can put them on the trading post after you forge them. And if you are super excited about...
Wait. I was looking at chat there. So here's a huge reveal. Oh, it's not very long of a stream. We're already a good chunk in. Hold on. I was looking at chat. So they're on the TP, right? What's their justification for this? My theory about this is that they're just trying to get money from credit cards. If they're on the TP, people buy gems at a much higher rate. So Guild Wars earns more revenue and the game can go on, right? That's my theory about why they're on TP. And look, it's very easy for us to say that's a step backwards for the consumer, but you have to look at the difference between, like, how big of a compromise is that? For some people, that's like a huge problem. But, you know, there's a lot of layers to this conversation you've really got to think carefully about. Like, for example, the Gen 2... Like, the argument is, it ruins the idea of the Legendary if gold is everything. Well, that's fine, but if the quests to upgrade to the new versions is still like a whole Legendary adventure thing, and that's not on the trading post, then don't they get their cake and eat it too? Don't they get both at that point? The other thing is, when you look at the Gen 2 Legendaries, which aren't on the TP, so I actually have to physically go out and do the adventures, are the adventuring phases that fun? Are they that incredible? Do they not also just boil down to a fuck ton of money and a fuck ton of crafting? Well, they do, right? They do still boil down to a shit ton of trading posts. It's just a bunch of other steps in there now. So what is the value we actually got if you actually analyze the game? So I'm not going to sit here and make an argument that I like it. I don't. I'm not going to make an argument that the consumer wins here. I don't think they do. But if the amount of extra revenue they get is huge for this small slide back, I mean, I'll look at the bigger picture and I'll say it's fine. That's my immediate thought about the whole story. But that's me assuming they're doing this based on revenue, which is, it's got to be it. Does Ruby admit that? I'll talk about that. Let's see what she says.
The other legendary weapons that will be released as part of those variants, you just have to forge that basic weapon once, and then you do your gameplay to unlock it in other ways.
So yeah, that's what she said. Gameplay for the... So the basic weapon is bought, gameplay for the alternate versions. I think that's quite intelligent. It's like what I said before, you know, get someone to pay a shit ton to get the base, and now they have that added incentive to unlock the other versions, because it's like, well, fuck me, I spent 2,000 gold on the damn thing. I may as well unlock the other versions, right? It's like a battle pass, right? It's like people spent money on it, so now they're going to play more so that they can get all their extracted value and justify their initial purchase, which is like a double dip for the studio.
The other thing that I want to mention...
Look, and yeah, look, we can discuss how boring collections are and how the adventure and how the gameplay doesn't work out and blah, 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 blah. There's a whole other conversation in that. I find it really ironic, by the way, that people in Guild Wars hate the gameplay from, like, throwing pies in the faces of world bosses and stuff, like Precursor and Legendary gameplay, but they love the Final Fantasy MSQ gameplay, and I say that in air quotes, when one game is just clicking shit. Guild Wars' Legendary collections are 1,000,000 times better than the main storyline in Final Fantasy, and yet there is a night and day difference in how people appreciate them. It's quite funny when you think about some of this stuff, but yeah, let's move on.
About that, because I'm pretty sure people are asking, these legendary weapons, the core Oreen weapons and their precursors, are going to be tradable. So you can trade them.
I missed it again. I'm sorry, Ruby. One more time. You guys want me to pause more?
Basic weapon once, and then you do that into this legendary weapon. So all of these awesome great swords that we gave you a preview of, and all of the other legendary weapons that will be released as part of those variants, you just have to forge that basic weapon once, and then you do your gameplay to unlock it in other ways. The other thing that I want to mention about that, because I'm pretty sure people are asking, these legendary weapons, the core Oreen weapons and their precursors, are going to be tradable. So you can...
One more time?
The other legendary weapons that will be released as part of those variants, you just have to forge that basic weapon once, and then you do your gameplay to unlock it in other ways. The other thing that I want to mention about that, because I'm pretty sure people are asking, these legendary weapons, the core Oreen weapons and their precursors, are going to be tradable.
The core legendary... What are the three things she listed out? Let's listen to it again. No, I'm joking. I'm trolling you all. So, wait, did she say the variants are tradable? Core Oreen. She just said core Oreen, right? She didn't say variants. Okay, good. Core and precursor. That was the other thing. Precursor. Right. So, precursors, by the way. Does anyone have any theories what they'll do with the pre's?
So you can trade.
We get one for free from Season of the Dragon.
Others in the game, you can get them on the trading post. You can put them on the trading post after you forge them, And if you are super excited about that, you can get a head start on them right now with the
Oh, nice little
precursors that you
sidestep.
get
Very
through
nice.
World Replay.
Let's not talk about how
If
to
you have
justify
missed
it. Let's just
achievements, they're
sidestep and
permanent,
get
so
them
you
in
can
game.
still-
I
you can
like
still
that.
work on those between now and
Cheeky.
End of Dragons and just get a little jump.
I'll tell you what, guys. She's right, by the way. She is actually right. Do season the dragon now. Oh, Boots is here. Boots, do you wanna get in comms? How are we gonna do this with me pausing though? I don't know how to do it with Boots in the call. Oh, I think maybe I can figure it out. I think I can do it. How do you guys think that they'll do? Yeah, I'll screen share it to him. Here's what I wanted to say. Go in game, do season the dragon, get the precursor, and don't use it. Don't use the precursor. Just instantly fucking TP it for like 3,000 gold or something. That launch rush. I wonder what they'll sell for. Does the one you get from Season of the Dragon, is that account bound or not? We don't know, do we? Oh, Boots can't come on. He's working. He's still at work, but you can listen. Okay. No worries. They lie. There isn't 6 weapon skins. There's going to be 7 for the Deep Sea Dragon. Good point as well. Yeah, there probably will be a 7th. Yeah. Maybe there'll be an 8th one day as well when they reveal that golden dragon is a dragon. The one from the Pyrite Peninsula. That heart. Maybe there'll be 9 because Mother will get a skin set. Maybe the end of Dragons cycle. Patch 5.55 or whatever. 0.55. The final patch, episode 6 or whatever. That's going to be a Mother set comes in. Wow, they could do 1 set per patch, couldn't they? Oh, imagine if each Live and World episode is themed around one of the dead dragons. You hope the Deep Sea Dragon will be skins for underwater weapons? I don't know whether I care about that, but hey, you never know. Right, let's keep going.
On things. There's a lot more to tell about those, but we have a lot to get through today as well. So as soon as this show's over, we're going to be publishing a post on our website from 3 of the developers who are working on this that give you more information
Which I've
about
read,
these weapons.
which doesn't
But
have much more
there's
information.
your preview, and we're going to move
Oh.
on and talk about...
I'm so mad that the in-game preview was that. Couldn't you have shown a couple more of the weapons? Couldn't you have done the kill effect a couple of times? Can't you go to, like, a bunch of ambient mobs and nuke them all at once so I can see a ton of the kill effects at once? How cool is that going to look, right? Go to, like, you know that place in Blood Tide... Here, I'll show you. Here. Wait, how do I... I'm not a streamer, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. Where's the thing? Alright, this. Here, look. We're still standing here. Oh, I'm on my Necro. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. But basically the point is, go to, like some frogs or whatever. It doesn't have to be an Ender Dragons. Don't worry. It doesn't even take any skills. Do this with the new Legendary. And let me see what happens with the effect. Do you know what I mean? That'd be so good. Alright. But she didn't do anything.
some of these story characters with our first couple of dev guests. Let's start with Morgan. Hi.
Hi everyone, I am Morgan Lockhart, and I am a senior writer here at ArenaNet, working on all things End of Dragons.
Damn it, WV
I wrote
had
a
15
bunch of
shots in
chapters
5
for
minutes and
Path.
wasted.
I also worked on the Ekavald Wilds map and the Arborstone map, which we'll be talking about later today.
Yeah, you shouldn't be necking that
And
vodka.
also Quan, hi.
Hi everyone, my name is Quan Perng, and I'm the project narrative lead on End of Dragons, and I'm really excited to share some of the characters with you all today.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll be a craftable with the Desert Mastery or Gift of Maguma? Just another in a laundry list of questions, because that's an unsustainable way of doing things as well, isn't it? I think the whole Legendary, they'll probably take a review of it. I don't know.
So a quick thing, as always, we
The
are
stream's
pulling
basically
back
ended
on
now.
spoilers. We want to leave lots for you to find for yourself in game. So we're going to tell you a little bit about these characters, their background, who they are, but we're not going to be digging deep into the story spoilers. So if you don't want those, don't worry, we've got you covered. So why don't we start with June, who we saw in the End of Dragons trailer not so long ago. Who is she? Tell us about her.
Yeah, so June is the owner of Zoonlight Jade, which is the company.
Okay, so sorry, we're just getting a lore section, are we? Just out of nowhere, just some lore? Okay, so June owns the Zoonlight Jade company. Zoonlight Jade?
That's proliferating a lot of this jade technology that you have all been seeing throughout the trailers and previews, and she...
I don't like this art, by the way. This looks rubbish. You guys got to remember, in that original trailer... Oh, I see why you guys wanted Liz off screen now. Okay, we're going to make her really small. There you go. This art of June on the left. If you guys remember the trailer, the mocap, they look brilliant. They look really good. Couldn't they have done what I do? Couldn't they have done this? Just have June there? Come on, man! You can present this better. Well, whatever. I'm quite interested in this. The Zunlai trading company continuing on.
She's a very brilliant inventor and also a very shrewd businesswoman, and so she has a lot of talents that allow her to...
So, by the way, I do remember, I mentioned this on a stream. I'm sorry about the pause, and I really am, everyone. On the YouTube comments for this stream was like this furious guy that all the female characters are too smart and too intelligent, and all the male characters are evil or incompetent. Like, he had this huge rant about it in the YouTube comments. So as I'm listening to them speak right now and talking about her being shrewd and so on, I'm wondering what incensed this dude so much about this fucking stream.
Excel at what her role is. And interestingly, she was born to kind of a poor family in the Jade Sea. She was raised by a single mother, and that's...
Holy fuck, what was that? That's like one of those like meme videos where they like... What did they do to the audio there? Let's do this again.
What her role is. And interestingly, she was born to kind of a poor family in the Jade Sea. She was raised by a single mother, and those are kind of surprising.
Okay, one more time, because I have to actually listen to what he says now.
That allow her to excel at what her role is. And interestingly, she was born to kind of a poor family in the Jade Sea. She was raised by a single mother, and those are kind of surprisingly humble beginnings for this character, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's humble and...
So she's self-made, she comes from the Jade Sea, she was poor, she takes over the company, exports jade tech everywhere. Okay, I'm quite interested in that because she's very prominent in the trailer. She's a big deal in the X-Pack, right?
It has meant that she has had to overcome a lot of questions about her talent, her ability, and because of that, she has like really high defenses. And that can sometimes complicate our relationship with her, complicate our interactions with her, where she can take a simple offer of help or advice as being something that is a personal attack on her abilities. She hears...
Do you guys think she's going to be more of a protagonist or an antagonist by the end? What do you think what's the trajectory you guys think for June? Is she being manipulated in some way?
Maybe we could do this way as,
Who's she speaking to? Kunavang, right? Would a great innovator give up so easy? Isn't that the line? Isn't that Kunavang saying that to her in the trailer? She's going to be irrelevant. I don't think she'll be irrelevant. They're talking about her a lot. A confrontational ally. She's the water dragon in human form. Well, I can't remember. Is it... Well, there's a it's not Mother in the trailer, is it? It's a mysterious voice. It's just the theory that it's Mother. Oh, was it the Empress she's speaking to? You see, oh no, my Jade Tech was actually powering the dragon. I'll help you now, character. I can see that. Ruthless businesswoman, what do you think? She wasn't described as ruthless there. Also, this description here sounds like we interact with her formally quite a lot, so I'm not getting a vibe that she's a baddie or something. I think they keep baddies at arm's length a lot in this franchise, which isn't a good move, but...
You are not capable and you will never be capable. You will never amount to anything. She's always hearing that in her head because of all of these people that constantly ask that of her. And so because of that, she can be a little prickly. She does not like to be questioned. She does like having things her way. And that, like you're saying, that complicates some of our interactions with her.
It's always interesting hearing the streams because you can see so much how much the writers and the studio care about the property and how much they're imagining exists and how much they want to exist. I remember in season 4 listening to their streams, them talking about like how much they love Goric and how much they love like Zaim and how much they love Zafira and like just all this shit that they think about. And then when you actually play, like so little of it gets to manifest, you know? So I wonder, you know, this sounds to me like it's going to be a really rich, long story where we get to spend a lot of time with this character and really get into her psyche and stuff. But I wonder how much of this will actually be there.
But she's a really wonderful character. You know, one of the things I really appreciate about writing her is that it's a character type that we just don't often see in female identifying characters. And, you know, when we thought about our inspirations, you know, we did think of Lady True in Watch.
Sorry, what? You don't, in female identifying characters, you don't see people struggling to be respected and recognized? What? You see that all the time in female identifying characters.
But mostly when we were referring to her to our actors or to other people on the team, we brought up a lot of these real world, brilliant, pragmatic, but egotistical male tech moguls. And so examining that character through the lens of womanhood has been a really interesting challenge, and I think has created a very fresh character.
Okay.
Well, how about, I don't want to make a pun that's going to spoil things, but how about Empress Inn? Let's move on and let's talk about her a little bit.
Yeah, so Empress.
Holy shit, look at that outfit. Wow. Dude, I love that. That's crazy. The hair as well. That's not one of the new hairstyles, is it, that we can pick up? That's insane. So she's not been in any of the trailers. She wasn't in any of the teasers or anything. Do you think they'll do a release trailer where we get to see her too? We've had a lot of references to her, but I guess to actually see her now is quite cool. And as much as I just talked down about the June art there, it's nice to actually have some here. That outfit kind of misses depth. You can't tell where her arms end. What? No, she's holding one of those things that obscures them, right? She's got her arms crossed in front of her, and it's like one of those like tea towels, you know? It's like a really long... What do you call them? Anyway, yeah, I'm curious about this.
Inn is the current leader of the Canthan Empire. She comes from the Imperial line that's been throughout Guild Wars history before even factions. And she's a very... she cares a lot about the people under her, and she wants to do what's best for the Canthan people. But she's come into power at a very tumultuous time. There's a lot of changes in society that are happening between the Jade technology that's kind of changing the culture and the ways of the Canthan people, but also at the same time, in End of Dragons, Cantha is going to reopen, which is a monumental event in Canthan history, right? So she faces a lot of challenges in this position as the Empress.
Yeah, and another very interesting detail that
I didn't really retain much of that. He's saying it's a tumultuous time, but not really justifying why. My guess is because Dragon Jade is going to, you know, fall into short supply or get corrupted or whatever, and so it's like, fuck, we rely on this technology and now we can't really utilize it. Something like that, right? What do you think about the new Empress? I asked this because of the theory of the two sisters who fled from Cantha. The theory of the two sisters who fled from Cantha. Are you talking about that little sentence in An Empire Divided where it talks about how, you know, it was patriarchal and a couple of them left? It's not really a theory, it's a sentence about in the world building. I mean, I don't know. I don't know much about her. I mean, I'm learning right now. I'm learning.
That we are going to now share about June is that she was actually the illegitimate child of the previous emperor, which makes her the half-sister of the Empress. However, she was not raised in court. She was not raised with any of those advantages. And so something that's interesting.
Right, I like this. Okay, so it is. It's like a Togo in terms of like they're you know, half connected to the bloodline. I like that. I like that symmetry, actually. I quite like that. So you've got an illegitimate daughter who gets thrown off to the Jade Sea in a poor family, buried, hidden away. And she manages to claw her way up through society to a prominent position off of her own back, right? Yeah, I like that idea. I like that there's a bit of tension between the two of them or whatever. The only comparison is that you've got like two characters. One of them's in the bloodline, the other's like vaguely related to it. There's not much more than that. If the story ends with one of them being assassinated or something because they're closely related or whatever, it might be interesting. But yeah, I think that's a cool like dynamic and a starting point for sure. If the Empress is bad and June is not by the end, or whatever. I could see stuff coming out.
Interesting that's happened lately, though, is that there's been this power shift where June has grown in power while Empress In has seen some of her own power diminish. And so there's been this sort of flip of their positions, or not flip really. It's more like June has risen to be close to
Oh,
their
it's
level,
good. You get like sibling rivalry. Yeah, I like a good sibling rivalry story. Professional envy, shit like that. I like all those themes. That's good.
But it is something that feeds into all of their interactions.
Yeah, it's good.
Most prominent and powerful members of the Canthan Society.
Yeah, and she's very interesting because she has like a very commanding presence, as she should as a leader. She's comparable to Queen Jenna, right? And when you meet her, you feel like you've met a world leader. She's just so confident and
she really has an impact.
Yeah, and but at the same time, she has a human side to her, right? And we see some of those more intimate moments even in the brief time that we see her, and it's really interesting to be able to kind of like peek behind the curtain of royalty during those times.
Yeah. Before we move on to the next character, I do want to call that out, how multifaceted these characters are.
This is good, by the way.
That I've loved as I've been watching these characters come.
This is a good section of the stream. This is good. Also, by the way, when they're talking, I'm like imagining a lot of like, I really hope this whole mocap and the way they move and stuff continues along like we saw in that teaser, because I sort of buy what they're saying, you know. I do buy to a certain degree that it will end up manifesting, because like when he says she exudes confidence or whatever, you can already see just how she's posed there, you know. You can get a sense of that.
Come along while you all are working on them and building them out. You have that exterior, you have that professional side that we're all interacting with as players, but they have a history, they have interactions, they have background that complicates who they are, and they have that internal, that human, that more vulnerable side that is, it's subtle, it's not like hitting you in the face, but
I always wonder with weird moments like this, you know, when Ruby's talking here, like, what has she played? You know, I always get a weird sense of, like, has she played these instances? Is she speaking from a position of, like, to what degree is this stuff finished and visible and ready? Like, is she talking about their ambition, or is she talking about her take on what exists? Is she a fan right now that's enjoyed it and wants to share it with the world and can in the capacity that she has at the studio? Or is she just sort of, this is what I hope it will be kind of thing, you know? I always think to myself when I start wondering about that, like, oh, I must come back to this stream after it's done. After I've finished it, you know, after I've played it myself. I thought that during Heart of Thorns, I thought that during POF, and then I never do in the end.
But it is very much informing who they are, and I love that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that's really present in our next character, which is Minister Lee, he's the head of the Ministry of Security, which is basically the modern version of the Ministry of Flame, and he's a very...
Okay, hold on. Ministry of Flame. Let's have a quick recap here. Because there are 4 ministries. I don't remember exactly what Flame did over the others. Flame, known as the Ministry of Fire. This is the oldest division. The ministry oversees law enforcement and justice as in charge of incarceration. So they're like the police force. Their mythical power was control over the sunset and sunrise. Minister Zol was the previous one we knew. Okay, so like current Canthan police.
Very proud Canthan. He's a patriot and takes his job very seriously. He takes the security of his nation very seriously. And as a result, he's a little bit distrustful of us as outsiders when we first come to Cantha, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's his job to see that Cantha is safe and to keep track of all these changes, all the people entering, and so that complicates a lot of our interactions with him. You know, and as a traditionalist, he definitely takes this view of the changes that are happening to Cantha in a very wary way. You know, anything that might change power structures could potentially threaten his place in society, his power, and so he's very wary of all that. But at the same time...
Fuck me! Jesus Christ, what is that? They messing with their lapel mics? Is that what that is? By the way, I don't see this guy as black and white evil. What was that guy raging about in YouTube? Very crunchy.
You know, he is a politician, he is skilled at what he does, and every interaction with him is incredibly nuanced. You can always tell he's operating
Oh no, okay. Let's just be glad this didn't happen at the first live stream. Oh god.
A few different layers, and our his voice actor Patrick Gallagher does an amazing job bringing that nuance to the performance.
No, it's not on my end. I'm a professional, damn it. Wait. I didn't listen though. This is the problem. I didn't listen. It's actually, it's not just fun. It's, I actually, what'd she say? Sorry, we're going to listen to more deep fried lore here. Here we go.
And every interaction with him is incredibly nuanced. You can always tell he's operating on a few different.
The thing is, she's just rattling out the same talking points she said before. It complicates our relationship. It's nuanced. Yes.
And our his voice actor Patrick Gallagher does an amazing job bringing that nuance to the performance.
Nuance.
Yeah, and even though his character comes across as very aggressive.
I like how the volume was low. Did you guys hear how the volume was low? He starts speaking and they cut it up again. I guarantee there's someone at the desk right now freaking the fuck out trying to lower his volume while the propel's going mental. Then he's got to like try and bump it back up afterwards.
Or stern, and you know, the many characters in the game around him who work under him or with him feel the same way about him. June has to interact with him, and she
they are not friends.
Yeah, she feels that way about him. At the same time, there's a warmth almost that may be going too far.
That might be too far.
A sentimentality beneath his kind of hard exterior that.
Oh no! What? Someone's just told him something in his ear. Someone's frantically gesturing to him off camera, probably. I don't know what's happening now with the audio. By the way, I reckon he's going to add a lot. He sounds cold, he sounds stern, he sounds badass. I'll probably enjoy this guy when he's on screen. I don't care whether he's a protagonist or an antagonist. I think it'll be fun to be around. If he's written at all like some of the hard asses from the Icebreed saga, I think it'll be pretty good.
Being made aware of a mic issue.
Oh no, he looked really sad and nervous there. It's okay, man.
We're all having fun. Like a sentimentality beneath that comes across when he interacts with Detective Rama, who's a character that we're going to see later this month. And
so, by the way, yeah, I heard about this detective. I think Cossage sent me a message. I really like the idea. Okay, just so that you guys know, I like mystery. I like investigations. I like shit like the opening act of Divinity Original Sin at Sicil is like, it's like perfect to me. That's what I like. I like intrigue. I like being able to figure shit out. And obviously we have Marjorie as a major character in this story. And we haven't seen her in the capacity as a detective for ages. So if Arena doesn't ham it up or whatever, I think that's one of the things I'm genuinely really excited about with End of Dragons. There's a lot of reasons I think the End of Dragons story is not going to be bad. Genuinely. I think they're animated well. I think the characters sound good. I think that a lot of what they were doing in the Icebreed saga was actually very rich and very good. And until it got cut in half, they were in a good track tonally and like the just level of sophistication of the characters we had and stuff. I think it was good. And I'm genuinely... It's one of the things I think they've dropped the ball on a lot of stuff, like I've been talking about the elite specs and so on. But I do have very real confidence about it.
They have almost like a mentor-mentee relationship, or even like a father-son relationship, and
yeah,
I do also still think it's probably going to be too short for what it's worth. I think it's going to be too short. I think it's going to be too much of a flash in the pan. And I think there's a lot of other things you can talk about, but it's just a story. I think that's true. But I think it will be good.
Actually, a quick thing on that you mentioned.
Yeah. Also, remember, POF, the last big paid product we have, I think very highly of POF and the POF story. Very highly. I think the shit they did, like with us dying and so, I mean, these are my talking points that I keep going on and on about. But seriously, I think we'll see a good thing.
We're going to meet a couple of characters later this month. As we get closer to Winter's Day and the end of the year, keep an eye on our Instagram, our Twitter, our Facebook channels, because we have a couple of videos from our voice actors, which is, well, Rama and Yao are going to get some more introductions. So yeah, we'll meet them later this month.
Yep, exactly.
So do we want to move on and talk about Anka?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. So,
oh shit, this looks cool. Oh shit, the heterochromatic eyes, is that what it's called? Heterochromia? Holy shit, I thought my guy looked high. I thought my guy looked tweaked out. Whoa. Let's just remind ourselves. This is the new face they've done. Pretty badass, right? Look at that guy. Oh, my lord. Or girl, right? This is the character on the airship. Doesn't look as cool as in the CGI cutscene, but I guess that's to be given. But wow.
Before we start talking about Anka, I do want to take a moment and appreciate
She's so cool.
her awesome design. I love her outfit, and her eyes are very unique, of course. The Aether Blades, we haven't seen them in a while, and we've created a lot of new...
Is that Amber on her knee pads? It looks like it's Amber in the Aether Blade shit. That's interesting. Amber has been mentioned a few times. It's in some of the Elite Spec descriptions. I think Blade Sworn uses it in its bullets or something. So it looks like maybe Amber is a part of this as well, as much as Dragon Jade.
Crew members to really fill out, make it feel like this is a family of sky pirates that have been in the mist for all these years together. And we previously have killed Horik in the Fractal, who was the first mate to my Trin. He was the Norn with the big cannon.
Yeah, by the way, just a bit of trivia. The tonic for that is pretty cool. It sort of gives you a weird weapon and stance that you don't get anywhere else in the game.
Anka has taken that position as the new first mate to my Trin, and she's a little different. She has a very complicated backstory that we'll lightly touch on. We want to leave some of it for players to uncover in the actual game, but she was working with Gorik at Vomanova many years ago.
This is all
before
fantastic.
The explosion there, and
this is all really
the
good.
experience of that really changed her in a fundamental way, and it was a formative.
Oh wow! Did Thormanova do that to her eyes? Oh, okay. Listen, connecting her with another one of the characters that's coming along, Gorik, is brilliant. It's really, really smart. But also, connecting her to Thormanova, which I think has been underutilized in the story and was a bit lame the way they did it with Scarlet in Season 1, is also really fucking cool. And thinking about Thormanova in the context of rebuilding the Cyclone Zone is quite interesting. I think that's all gold. That's all really clever. I think that's all very, very good.
Moment in her life, right?
Yeah, and her interactions with Gorik, they really, we see her in many contexts throughout the game, and the interactions with Gorik are incredibly unique, and she brings out an interesting side of him too. I think fans of Gorik are really in for a treat this expansion, but they both bring out these really interesting.
Oh, I'm a fan of Gorik.
The shared experience they have, but yeah, she's been on a journey, and it's been a tough one, and because of that, she has this.
Is she nuanced? Is she nuanced?
Viewpoint that is extremely negative toward sort of all of the powerful figures of Tyria, the gods and the heroes who aspire to wield great power, because she looks at everything that's happened and sort of seems to think that every time that really powerful people get involved, including us, things get worse.
Which was kind of the point of...
Oh, I like this.
Making, right?
Yep, yeah. She is not the first one to make it, but she is the one who, I suppose, acts upon it. But yes.
That's good, man. That's good. I like the whole concept there of that character.
So one thing real quick, you called out her character model.
She's like a Char Asura.
Huge shout out to everybody who's been working on
We need to get her bouncing off of a chart. Oh, what if she fucking gets out of this? By the end of the story, she goes like busts Bangar out of jail. Ah.
The character models because they're gorgeous, and I love her eyes so much. They are fantastic.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But she's not the only Aether Blade that we're going to meet. There are a few others.
Yeah, so we're going to touch on some other Aether Blade crew members, not as deeply, but the first one would be Ivan, who's
it's a Dredge Aether Blade. Dude, I'm well up for this. This is awesome. I'm really enjoying this at the moment. Dude, this is fucking cool. A Dredge Aether Blade.
Aether Blade, as you can see here.
He's so great.
He is the chief navigator, and he's a very self-serious Dredge.
Why have they got a Dredge in goggles with the position of navigator? He's fucking blind. What?
He's really a lot of fun. He's extremely loyal to my Trin, and the dynamics between him and
Dredge wearing player armor, playable in the future, probably. That's a crazy theory right there.
Anka and this other character that we're about to talk about make him just such a joy. Steve Bloom plays him and brings just a lot of heart to this character.
Yep.
And the next Aether Blade character is Renyak.
I gotta look at the wiki here at Ivan here. I'm going to type Ivan, because I'm sure that name's been used before. No, there is no Ivan until now. Wow. Makes me... When was the last cool dredge we had in the story, guys? It was in season 4, right? When there were the dredge dealing with the branded, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Oh, sweet. A Char Aether Blade as well. WP, how do you think they'll lead us into Cantha? Do you think there'll be some sort of prologue patch or something before the X-Pack? We talked about that the other day. I honestly think that they shouldn't bother with any of that. I think they should bundle it all into the box itself. Like, just think about player perspective. You want the expansion to be as long as possible and all that, right? So just fucking any idea they have for how the story gets from where it currently is to Cantha, bundle it into the X-Pack. What's the point in doing, like, separating it out and releasing it in a patch a month early or something? Because that's just going to take away from the perceived value of the product. Put it all in the product itself. That's what I would do. And just whatever answers and explanation, that is End of Dragons, right? You don't have to do an Eye of Janthea cutscene. You don't have to do a Season 2 big concept art thing. Just put it all in End of Dragons.
He's a Char.
But not like any Char you have ever met before.
Yeah, his personality is extremely wild. He is the chief munitions officer, and we're not going to say much about it. What I will say is he has a very explosive personality, and
Quan.
That's one way to put it.
and when you hear his voice when End of Dragons releases, we won't say who he's played by right now, but when you're playing it and you hear his voice, try to imagine who you think plays this character and try to guess, and it will...
You'll probably be wrong.
Is it Felicia Day? Is Felicia Day playing this guy? Because Zodger's back? I don't know. What are they getting at there? Has anyone got any real ideas about that? Danny DeVito. He's a wild personality. I don't know what that is all about, man.
Wrong.
I want to hear the guesses.
Yeah.
As soon as you hear Renyak. Yeah, I want to know who people think, because honestly, we've talked about the flexibility of our voice actors and this huge range where you can't even tell who they are, but this is a really good one.
Really? That's so strange to me. I have no idea, honestly. I wouldn't even know how to begin to speculate on that. Sorry, there's a bit of a wall of text here. I think we'll learn a lot about dragon corruption in this X-Pack. I remember when Rox was freezing in Season 3 and tell us she was like at a beach and it was good. Remember that, well, Season 3, that was Icebreed Saga, wasn't it? Remember we have a lot of people freezing right now because of the Jormag War. And we have Dragon Jade basically with dragon corruption. I think we'll learn what dragon corruption really is. Maybe. I mean, it is pretty conducive to the other stories they're telling. You think it's Matt Mercer because he's got crazy range? I mean, it could be, but I mean, it's... What you got to think about, though, guys, is it's like, why is it so prominent that they're thinking about it here, you know? I guess maybe it's because for them, they're interacting a lot with the voice actors right now, getting all that shit in the can.
Yeah, we gave people so many challenges this expansion, and
Debbie Berry as the male chart, that would be quite interesting.
So many of them, we got the chance to play a Tengu, and it was really interesting to see what each actor brought to that and what their interpretation of it was, you know, because we really gave people room to play, you know, and some people would think of literal birds, and we'd have to pull them back. We're like, no, Polly doesn't want to crack.
Hello, traveler.
Screeching. I mean, unless I told you to screech, there's a few times, but we save it. We save it for some key beats, you know. And some people, you know, we thought of. You know,
hello, Commander. I'm a Tengu. I like to think someone did that.
I was very delighted when I figured out that one of our voice actors was picturing a Skeksis from Dark Crystal, because I love it, and I was like, that's definitely what they're doing, and it was. At the end, I verified that was their inspiration.
Oh my gosh.
Speaking of Tengu, the next character we're going to talk about.
Oh, give it to me. Oh, hell yeah, I'm up for a Tengu character. This is such a weird design. It kind of creeps me out a bit.
Our named Tengu characters. Her name is Ayumi, and she is a member of the Kestrels. If you saw the Ekavald Wild stream, you'll remember that I talked a little bit about them. They are an organization of protectors of the Ekavald Wilds, and they began in the time of the purges that the Ministry of Purity was conducting, shepherding other Tengu to the Ekavald Wilds. Now, Ayumi is one of them. She was actually not born in Ekavald, though. She was what they call a city Tengu, which is a a phrase that is occasionally thrown at
The roost, maybe? Are they going to talk about the roost in any way?
her as a negative, but she was raised as a socialite. She was raised somewhat affluent, but her uncle was a member of the Kestrels, and he saw a whole lot of skill in her. So he brought her into the fold, vouched for her, and she did prove to have a lot of skill. But all that said, a lot of the other Kestrels still question how well she understands fundamentally what it means to be a Kestrel.
Yeah, and part of her status
does it
as
mean?
like this city Tengu, as some will call her, she's seen as an outsider in her life, and that's what makes her real.
See, what I'm getting at, right, is it's like they say this on the stream, and it's like, oh, yeah, I'm interested to see how that manifests. You get in game, and what will happen is the first time you meet her, there'll be another Tengu in the scene, and he says, oh, look at this city Tengu. And that's it. That's how that manifests in game. It never comes back or gets alluded to again. That's what I'm scared, That's what I'm scared it will end up like.
Relate to us when we come there as outsiders, right? And I think her background also is what makes her so adaptive and just kind of sharp at different situations. And she's a very charming character, and I really love this character.
Yeah, and she's open to new ideas. One of the reasons the other Kestrels kind of resist some of her proposals is that she does suggest some change. As somebody who's young, as somebody who's new, but the Kestrels do feel like, especially some of these older Kestrels, that the way the Kestrels have been doing things has kept the Tengu and then the people of Ekavald safe for so long. So, she does run against this with a lot of the other Kestrels. But in the end, like, a lot of her ideas are, they're more modern and they are welcomed by many of the other Kestrels, on the other hand, especially when dealing with members of the gang.
Honestly, this section isn't that excited to me because, I don't know, it's all like new and it's all just like, I don't know, disconnected. Like, I don't really care about the Kestrels or have a sense of what they do or why they do or who they are or whatever. Like, I like the idea there's a big Tengu character in the expansion, but it's so untethered with everything else. It's just sort of a bit empty, this bit. Thank you very much for the sub there, Beltazar. Thank you very much.
If you saw the Ekavald Wilds stream, then you will know that these two gangs play a large part in End of Dragons as a whole, but in particular the Ekavald Wilds, where they are headquartered. And the Kestrels have fallen a little bit behind on dealing with those gangs. They've dug in a little bit more than the Kestrels have ever allowed anyone else to dig into Ekavald. And Ayumi has some ideas about how to fix that, as long as she can be confident enough to advocate for her ideas and that the others can accept it. But because she's young, she doesn't quite have that confidence. But she is somebody who we see grow in confidence over the course of the story.
Yeah, it's like they're just completely unconnected. It's a new character. Like, it's only ever going to be so interesting hearing about, oh, this person you don't know grew a lot. Like, okay, or will grow a lot.
Yeah. So mentioning the gangs is a good time. Let's
they're really hammering to the adapting to modern thinking stuff. And I mean, it's kind of a foundational to even get us into Canton to begin with, so I get it. But it manifests in different interesting ways. Yeah, I think that's a good thing to pick, though. You take a traditionalist society, you take these people that, have a lot of history and a lot of, very deep culture and way of doing things, and look how that's all going to radicalize and turn on their head. That was a big thing in Guild Wars 1 for Cantha as well, particularly through the Winds of Change, and I think it makes sense. And it's potentially fertile ground for some fun stories.
Let's go over to where the gangs are hanging out and talk about who they are and their leaders. Let's start with the Jade Brotherhood.
Yes, the leader of the Jade Brotherhood is a man named Cholmu. He was actually the co-founder of Zunlai Jade with June. While June was sort of the more brilliant inventor, he had the business acumen. He had the business ideas. And together they brought the company up. But over time they began to butt heads because they had different ethical lines. Like, June was here, Cholmu was way over here. There were things he wanted to do that were a little bit less ethical that she did not want to do. And so over time he ended up breaking off and forming his own group.
Okay, I think there they just betrayed the story, didn't they? I think right there, we now know where we sit with June. If June is embroiled in a conflict where it's like, oh, she's been the ethical one, she's the moral one, and that's drawn out through her relationship with Cholmu, that puts her firmly in the protagonist camp. Which means as she butts head with the Empress, who probably clings to her power via Dragon Jade or something, that puts her on the down and June on the up. I think that kind of just tips the hand to pretty much how the whole thing goes. And they've been evasive about it, but I think they just sort of they display it there a little bit.
Group, which he ended up adopting the name of the Jade Brotherhood, which was actually, it's funny, he has, at one point June accuses him of having a small bag of tricks, which is to say that with Zunlai Jade, they had adopted the name Zunlai Guild by acquiring the old Zunlai Guild for their Jade company. A little bit like AT&T and Singular, Singular buying AT&T using the name.
I like all this corporate stuff. Guild Wars doesn't do enough of this.
His gang is that, the Jade Brotherhood, this is not the same Jade Brotherhood as Guild Wars 1, but he knew that name would strike fear into those who opposed him.
Yeah, and he was never necessarily as...
That's interesting. The Jade Brotherhood is not the same as it was in Guild Wars 1. Back then it was like organized crime, it was like Mafia-esque. Nowadays they're a bit tamer, are they, I suppose? No armed fast stuff so far. Probably, I get the sense that all that kind of like sides of this society and this place has been purged away.
Clever of an inventor as June, right? And so in
yeah, Gerard is quoting the air quotes. We're really afraid of spoilers. Oh, by the way, June is good and Chungmu is bad. I don't know whether that's it's not. I don't think this guy. Also, it's Chalmu, right? I don't think this guy is necessarily a big part of the story. Well, I don't know. I don't know what I think. How could we know?
In many ways, she kind of outmaneuvered him in terms of like supply chains and things like that. And so I think that is his inability to kind of confront June in like the marketplace is kind of what led him toward like the black market and the criminal underworld and kind of shaped who he is today.
Okay.
Yeah, the Jade Brotherhood, one of their main business models is ripping off Zunlai both literally and figuratively and undercutting them, but also just doing things that Zunlai would never do. Building weapons that are of.
Can I just say, a bunch of players have gathered around me what the fuck, guys? I'm not even I'm not even streaming this screen. A, how have you found me? B, why are you there? C, how do you even know I could monitor that? As far as you can see on stream, I'm just looking at the guild chat. Completely insane. Okay.
Building destructive weapons and such, that things that June would never allow Zunlai to do. So, they don't have many limits. They don't have many boundaries in the Jade Brotherhood. But the other interesting difference between the two of them is that while June came from this humble upbringing and that she's always sort of fought against this perception, he, on the other hand, came from a very wealthy background, from one of Kantha's most wealthy families, most well-known families. His mom, Matron Park, is somebody we never meet, but who looms large. Her story has spread, and he's actually a really fun character to write because. Even though we've focused a lot on his negative qualities, he's actually incredibly charismatic. That's one of the things that makes him an effective leader, an effective businessman. And sometimes he brings the party. Sometimes Chulmu brings the party. And so he's just been, as with all these characters, he was a lot of fun to write.
Honestly, every time you say that he brings the party, I kind of laugh because I can see his weapon. I want him to have the moot.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like it would fit. Okay, so on the total other end of that spectrum is Tetra, who I love Tetra's models.
What the fuck have we got here? Holy shit. What is this? Oh, there's a post on my subreddit at the moment about a lore flub on the stream. Is this about to come up? Did they lore flub? They call this guy a juggernaut instead of a warden, or a warden instead of a juggernaut or something? Holy shit, look at that headdress. Wow. Well, let's see what they have to say here. The other end of the spectrum. So, the Jade Brotherhood guy is like unethical, brings the party. I don't quite know what that means. He's fun, I suppose. Lots of energy and stuff. Tetra's what exactly? Yeah, I would love my Sylvari to look like this. This is exactly the NT kind of thing I'd love.
Two characters could not be any more different. She is the leader of the Speakers, which is the other major gang of Ekavald, and not only do they...
Leyline weapon on there, by the way. Interesting thing about ley lines in the context of Kantha.
Butt heads with the Jade Brotherhood over territory and resource control. It's also, they have completely ideologically opposed. The Jade Brotherhood are all about technology with
industry,
no limits.
cutting down the trees, getting the amber.
The Speakers oppose the expansion of Jade technology. Tetra is a warden. Players of Guild Wars 1.
Wait. What did she just say about the speakers? I'm sorry, everyone. Let's listen again.
The Jade Brotherhood over territory and resource control. It's also, they have completely ideologically opposed. You know, the Jade Brotherhood are all about technology, technology with no limits.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, the speakers oppose the expansion of Jade technology. Tetra is a warden. Players of Guild Wars 1 will recognize wardens.
Okay, so the speakers are an opposing faction to the Jade Brotherhood, who want to keep the place traditional or whatever, ancient magics, revering legends of the past, I suppose, all that kind of stuff, right? So you got speakers, you got technologists versus, you know, naturists or whatever, right? And now she just called him a warden. So how is that a flub? That could be a warden, right? Look at the fucking thing. How do we know that's a juggernaut, not a warden? Is that a mistake? What?
They are forest spirits who defend the forest mostly from humans and from the encroach of civilization. The story is that they actually were once Kurziks who went through this ceremony to
this is more than a flub, isn't it? This is wrong. This is just wrong. She described the wardens perfectly, and then she described Juggernaut lore. This is just wrong. Let's listen to it again in whole. I won't pause it.
Jade Brotherhood are all about technology, technology with no limits.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, the speakers oppose the expansion of Jade technology. Tetra is a warden. Players of Guild Wars 1 will recognize wardens. They are
Okay, so she says he's a warden. Wardens, just to be clear, guys, I'm going to tell you the lore that we know. Now, there might be a retcon or it might be a mistake or something. I don't know. The wardens, as we know them, were not humans. They were denizens of the forest who got pissed the fuck off when it all turned to stone because of humans. So when you're in Guild Wars 1 and it's petrified, they fight you because they're like, fuck humans. Also, some of them got corrupted by the wind itself. Connection to Ergos, Tree Spirit, potential connections to Sylvi. They're not humans. That's what wardens are. Separately, the humans had a ritual that turned them into super soldiers made of green shit. That was juggernauts. So that, what I just told you is what we know. Now, she just called this guy a warden, meaning it's not a human.
Forest spirits who defend the forest mostly from humans and from the encroach of civilization.
That's all correct. Wardens, forest spirits who defend the place from humans. That's all correct. That's fine. And now...
The story is that they actually were once Kurziks who went through this ceremony to become these eternal forest spirits. So she's been around a long time.
Then she describes Juggernaut lore. So I suppose she could be alluding to a branch of Juggernaut lore. Maybe there's a new story that explains the process that created Juggernauts can also be used to create Wardens. And they've expanded on it. They've drawn the two together. There are actual lore implications to that. There is actually a discussion to come out of that. Did you hear Ruby go, oh no, really? What, while she spoke? Let's listen to the end of the speech and we'll finish up.
And she sees this approach of Jade technology as something that's a direct threat to the natural world.
See, no, she's moving on.
Managed to amass these followers, humans, other wardens, Tengu, a whole motley assortment of people who feel the same way.
Yeah, and Tetra, it's interesting how she's the leader of the speakers, which is a very
Quan doesn't seem to care if there is a mistake. I don't think it is a mistake.
A diverse gang that has members of many different species, including humans, but at the same time, she despises humans, right?
Yeah.
Because of what she perceives they've done in the Ekavold Wilds, and that's a very interesting dynamic within the culture of that group.
Let me do it again.
Diverse group, a diverse gang that has members of many different species, including humans, but at the same time, she despises humans, right?
Yeah.
Because of what she perceives they've done.
Did he just suggest, sorry, I'm really looking at chat here. Did he just suggest that lots of species have become wardens? Did he just suggest that lots of species became wardens, and what's interesting about them is, you know, this person was once a human and now hates humans. So is that not what he's saying? Oh no, he's saying speakers. The Guild Wars 1 wiki for wardens says they might be former humans. Yeah, I know. Anyone could speculate that. That's not a fact, though. That's not canon. Yeah, not all speakers have to be wardens. Right. Yeah, that's a bit confused. That's a bit weird. I wonder what people think of that.
And in the Echovold Wilds and that's a very interesting dynamic within the culture of that group.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she has, you know, because she has humans in her group, but she does not disguise her contempt for them, you know.
Right.
I think they are all, you know, they all very much believe in the cause, which is why they deal with it, but she's not very nice to them.
Yeah, she's very direct, right?
Yeah, she's very direct. There is no BS with her. She says what she means, and she means what she says.
No matter how hurtful.
Yeah, no matter how much it might harm her followers.
Yeah, super, super blunt, but you know, she's getting stuff done. So
yeah.
All right. Well, that is a run through of some of
that
our
was a really good
characters that are
section.
coming with the End of Dragons. Thank you both.
This is a very, very
for
good
spending some
section.
Time telling us about that.
They picked a fucking cool Aether Blade. They gave us information about some of the biggest characters in the story. They gave us another cool Aether Blade, the Dredge Aether Blade. The Char Aether Blade sounded cool. They gave us a Tengu character, which wasn't that interesting to hear about, but you know, it's a big Tengu character, and a cool fucking Warden character. I'm quite into that. That was a good section.
Thank you all. Please don't go anywhere.
What the fuck is an Aether Blade, says Skilled? Aether Blades were in Season 1. They are pirates from Lion's Arch. When the Pact formed to defeat Zaitan, they pioneered all this airship technology. So after Zaitan was defeated, some pirates in Lion's Arch, with the help of Inquest technology, basically stole a bunch of airships. And they started becoming sky pirates. They're sky pirates. And in Season 1, their leader escapes. They ran off into the mists and they hid away. And now they're back. This expansion, like 8 years later, they're back. They're sky pirates that have been hiding in the mist, and now they're back. And we don't know why.
We're going to take a very quick break.
We don't know what they've been
Come back
doing in the
with
meantime.
A Guildhall tour for you. So we'll be back in just a minute.
Don't forget the Dredge. I didn't forget the Dredge. All right, that was a cool section. It was not bad. But you guys all hated this stream, right? I thought this was supposed to be a bad stream. What are you all talking about?
Nah, there's no gameplay. I need more gameplay.
What do you mean, guys? It's good. I got value out of this stream already. Let's see. There's still a lot. But I guess we'll pause less. I don't hate it, but the Arborstone section is too long. Alright, well, we can pause less. So I'll probably spend the same amount of time to get through it. You really like the stream and you got shouted at on socials for sticking up for it, so yeah. Yeah, man, you're not allowed to stick up for the studio. Don't you understand? That makes you a shill. You can't do that. If you want to get anywhere on the internet, you need to be fueled with hate. It's called gameplay, and there is literally zero gameplay. Yeah, we did talk about that a minute ago. It was probably poorly timed. By the way, this is all new. What am I doing? I'm not even paying attention. Mine looked good. The Guildhall looks okay. If you were someone that didn't care about lore, the full stream wasn't much. I feel like that's not even lore or world building there. That's just like, well, no, if you don't care about story, you're right. I feel like you have to sort of care about story to be getting value out of this franchise at this point, right? If you don't care about the story at all, like, there's very little for you to get invested in. If you don't care about the story at all when you're still playing Guild Wars, you're a jaded world versus world player, or you're a jaded PvP player, or you're an ex-raider. That's it. That's where you are. So, it was all boring while it was happening. You're making it more interesting with speculation and pausing. Yeah, that's what they should do. They should feed the official streams through me. To be fair, guys, you might be still doing daily fractals. Other way, what the lore is. This is a confirmation that the Wardens are not Sylvari Mordrum and no Pale Tree and Cantha. I don't know. I don't think it confirms any. That sounded really weird to me. I have to listen to it again. It sounds like they merged Juggernaut and Warden lore. To me, it sounds like they've kind of made two of the same. Which, yeah, would kind of kill the Sylvari idea. Kind of. Yeah. The Arborstone idea isn't a bad idea. What people seem to have missed is once you upgrade to new NPCs with new collections and stuff to do, it's... Well, look, I'll see what happens in a minute. I don't know what they've done. I've heard it's a hub. I've heard it's like Eye of the North. I think that's what Kroof was saying to Boots yesterday. Am I right? Is Boots still there? Oh, we can bring Liz up now, can't we? There you go, my baby. That is what Kroof was saying. So I don't know. I mean, I think that sounds quite smart. My opening impression here is that it's really... Let me just track for you guys the timeline. Guild Wars 2... why am I pausing? Guild Wars 2 launch. That's why I'm pausing. That's why I'm pausing, because I got a sense it was almost over. Launch, we had the home instance, but they didn't utilize it well. Season 4, they realized... They struck gold with the Sun's Refuge. They realized it was this great thing for, like, continuously returning to. But it was only ever designed for one instance, one episode. By the way, it was really fucking good, and it was only in one episode. But the amount of content and collections and upgrades and stuff was fantastic. And we kind of went back to it very vaguely, but... So then in the Icebreed Saga, they were like, fuck it, we'll have a hub for the whole season. And they did it. Icebreed Saga got cut in half. We all think badly about it. Icebreed Saga was not an adequate expansion replacement. We feel badly about it. But the Eye of the North was good, and it was smart. Now we're going into a new expansion, and I think ArenaNet just basically sat down and said to themselves, well, let's do a fucking hub again. But now, for the first time in the franchise's history, we can have a hub that affects the expansion launch itself and continues to provide value in the subsequent living world afterwards. I mean, it's brilliant. I think it's a smart move. It's not something I would really spend a lot of time delivering press on. So this might feel weird for that reason. But overall, I think it's good. So what's there to hate on? Let's see.
Welcome back to our final guild chat of the year. Thank you again for spending this time with us. I hope you're enjoying all of these.
The Eye of the North killed your interest in Icebreed Saga? How on earth did the Eye of the North kill your interest in the Icebreed Saga?
Our guild hall tour with
the Icebreed Saga did a lot of things wrong. The Eye of the North wasn't one of them. What? No, let's pause. What needs more hammers? The Eye of the North killed your interest in the Icebreed Saga. Do you want to explain that? What are you talking about? What is there to kill? What? Their showcase is poor. Well, let's watch
I am a writer and a narrative designer here at ArenaNet, and I've had the opportunity to work on this expansion pretty much since it began production. And one of the things that I had the chance to write for, that Ruby and I are going to show you here today, is the Isle of Reflection, which is this expansion.
She has that nervous tick thing some people get. I know a few people IRL with this, where they close their eyes a lot.
Yeah, so if you were here for the Xingje Island map tour way back when, one of the things that we went to was this portal that I am in front of in game. And at the time we said, we're not going to talk about this now. We're going to talk about it more later. And
it's not the door. We still don't know what's behind the big door, right? So it's not behind the door. Okay.
And later has arrived. So let's jump in and let's see why.
Oh, that's Arborstone. We're at the guild hall. Right.
I
okay.
would, in fact, like to continue to the Isle of Reflection. Even the load screen, I love the load screen so much. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, that's some good concept art.
Section is just visually stunning.
Okay, so there's a YouTube comment furious at this. Okay, what kind of problems do you guys have with this? This is one of the, like, insane frothing nerds in the YouTube comments. What do we hate about this? The comment is, the grass is green, the trees are green. You even dyed the sky scale green. He's, like, furious at how much green there is. I think it looks alright. There's a lot of blue there. There's some neutral woody tones.
So many ways. So,
the guy was mad at the green.
A little tour here.
Yeah, so...
What an insult. They dye the mount green. Look at this. Look at these green utility skills as well. Why would you put those venoms on there? That just messes with the composition of the image, all right? Can't you do some utility skills that don't look green?
Tell us, where are we? What is this place? Because there's some history here.
Yeah, this is an island off the southern coast of Xingje, which is one of the main areas we'll be visiting in the expansion. And for those of you who have been with the franchise for a while,
he's on about the green of Arborstone. No, he's not. He has a timestamp to that exact image.
You may recognize this location from Winds of Change. The guild arena.
This
that
is
we're
where
gonna be
the final
visiting
boss
here
fight of
in a
Winds of
few
Change takes
minutes,
place.
Is actually the same arena that you had defeated Riko Murakami in during that Winds of Change.
Yeah, so we're going to head there shortly, but right now,
Do you think she's
I'm
played
going
that?
to go up this
I
way
really like the
to
sense of the
Marketplace.
devs having played
And
Winds of
while I'm
Change.
walking, for those of you who need to capture this guild hall, how does that work? Because this is a little bit different from guild hall to guild hall. So how is it for this?
Sure, I'll give you just a little bit of a rundown of the expedition that you're going to be going on here. So essentially, you have been enlisted by the Canthan government to help out with this island. There have been some reports that there are squatters.
We all know what they should have done, right? For the gameplay stream. That would have been spoiler free. In the gameplay stream. For what is obviously side content. So clearly isn't going to have any major spoilers. Because it's not every player is going to do this. They should have done the expedition. I mean, really? And we all know that the expeditions scale. People have soloed them.
Around the area, just stirring up trouble, basically.
Oh, I like that they're actually using it. There's decorations for the jumping puzzle there.
So you are going to meet up with Casimir, who we obviously know from the main game, and then two other characters who we meet in End of Dragons, Akane and Beyond. And you, with your guild, are going to go through and basically just clean up the riffraff that's roaming around the island and get things back in shape. And then you'll be able to claim the isle for your guild.
Yeah. And a fun thing about this, smaller guilds.
I really like the
will
pace that
scale
she
down
speaks
for
at.
Smaller guilds. So if there's just a handful of you, and
She has a really good
your-
presenter voice, don't
your
you guys
small
think?
Guild friend group, we've got you covered.
Absolutely, the difficulty will be proportionate for you guys.
Yeah. So one thing I do want to note is that some people decorated this guild hall for us. We've been finding decorations in real time. It does not come like this, with like random snow off in the corner.
Yeah, I wonder how many... No, I like this. I like that there's decorations there. It makes it feel real, like they're probably using it and stuff. I wonder what new decorations will come for scribing. POF was really boring with it.
So those of you who decorated it, we love you. You've been
Well, let me be clear. POF was good for like Living World and festivals and stuff. But the actual launch batch and how they did the scribe recipes and stuff was super like... quickly tacked on. What are they called? Matrices, I think.
Making us laugh all morning. All right, so let's look around here. I need to go down a little bit because on my sky scale, I'm like, always got to be on the roof.
Yeah, so Ruby is taking us through these.
I like how the crystal, the expanding crystal thing is still there with the guild halls. That felt so special and weird when Heart of Thorns came out.
You're going to see some of the same
Dragon Jade waypoints in the guild hall is quite cool too.
So I'll just kind of point those out as we go, and any unique decorations worth noting, anything worth commenting.
How much did they just... Hold on. How much did they just zoom the world map out there? We're actually getting the world map, guys.
Those of you who have played guild halls before, you're going to see some of the same structures you've seen in past guild halls. So I'll just kind of point those out as we go. And
it's interesting. This island's a lot bigger in Guild Wars 2 than it was in Guild Wars 1.
Any unique decorations worth noting, anything worth commenting on.
Let's go this way.
Same structure.
Like, look at this here. You see this down here? Yeah, at the bottom right. Do you see a little suggestion of green there? She was zoomed out a little bit more. Isn't that the island south of Xingji?
So I'll just kind of point those out as we go.
Oh, she shows the map later. Okay, cool.
Any unique decorations worth noting, anything worth commenting on.
All right, let's go this way over to the war room and take a look.
Yep, so like Ruby said, we're making our way to the war room. And so for those of you who played guild halls, this is tied to PvP upgrades, claiming objectives for your
Oh, God. I feel sick listening to them talk about the state of the world war room.
Take a little loop around here.
Oh.
And so, yes, here's a decoration that we have found. That sure is happening. No, I don't want Griffin, not you.
I really like they had a little topiary decoration down as well. I like that they've been decorating it. Genuinely, I really do.
And I need to...
Do you know what they could have done as well? They could have done a tour of the hall when it's not upgraded.
It's just a little bit south of where the war
Why
room
not show
is
off the
located.
cutscene? Why not show off the cutscenes where it upgrades?
And over there, we have plenty of space for crafting,
Call me crazy, but during POF press or Heart of Thorns press, didn't they have someone live execute a script that built the buildings up in front of us? Did they not do that for this expansion?
plenty of crafting stations for the scribe.
This looks good.
Remember the Jade Sea live stream map tour when Kirk was saying, I can't even look in that direction. There's a reason I'm doing this right now. So we're just going to make a real quick loop through there.
All right, seriously, what is it? What is it that they're hiding from all the maps? What is it? What is so spoilery that we can't see it? It's some kind of asset. Bubbles. Lagos. Floating in the mists. Ah, now you might be onto something there. What if it's like rips in space-time or something? You know the graphical effect for Jormag's ice portals? Or the graphical effect like that a renegade gets? What if it's those? What if it's like tears and you can see them all over the place? So they keep avoiding looking at them? It has to be like innocuous enough that people are living around them and don't care much. What if there's like a disintegration of reality? I mean, what the fuck? It's just a random building in here. And it wouldn't be a decoration, right? Surely before the stream they would have turned the decorations off. Strike statues? No. I mean, that's a good idea because it would show one of the... But it wouldn't be that. Surely not. They hinted at some of the appearance of one of the strike bosses super early, right? On the official website, there's one of them. It looks a bit like Gorseval, remember? It looks like a Yeti Gorseval thing, if I remember rightly. It's real. Whatever it is, it's real. But a missed reality rip would definitely, I think, constitute like a spoiler or something that they would probably want to hide. Even then, I'm a bit iffy whether it's really a big deal. Synthetic jade? The implication I get is it's something in the distant scenery. Like, what if it's the appearance of Kaineng or something? Yeah, but it was in that building there, wasn't it? It's not a ploy to keep you interested. ArenaNet aren't like that. They don't do shit like that. I know some of you are like ludicrously jaded at this point, but it's not that. It's not some fucking grand conspiracy. There's something they're hiding. It might be a stupid thing to hide. We don't know yet, but I don't... I mean, it's so everywhere. Yeah, jaded. Nice. Wee. Wee. Seriously, though, any other ideas? A giant floating elder dragon in the sky, in a building, in the Guildhall. And that just wouldn't work. Elder dragons would be moving around, you know? It would be moving. It would be like a salt spray. I mean, maybe there's little salt sprays or some shit, and they're trying to... I don't... Let's watch this one more time. What is she talking about? Let's watch her camera work.
Stand where I am.
Yeah, the workshop is just a little bit south.
It's clearly not the mountains or any of that shit. Is she angling down?
Where the war room is located, and over there we have plenty of space for crafting.
It's back in this room. It's towards us. It's towards the camera and to the right. She doesn't want us looking in that corner.
Plenty of crafting stations for the scribe.
She doesn't want us looking beyond this pillar, right? Back right. We're talking about 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
I'm being... So, remember the...
See, and now she's talking about it.
The Jade Sea live stream.
It's now at 6 o'clock.
Map tour when Kirk was saying, I can't even look in that direction. There's a reason I'm doing this right now. So we're just going to make a real quick loop through there, and then we're going to leave.
No spoilers.
Let's go, yeah, let's go.
And she opened the map. It's just a building. It's inside. Yeah. Sorry, I'll try and get the pause.
Remember
it's inside here. By the way, they have the Halloween seance candles in here. Did you guys just see the ghosts? It's very cute. I like this.
Live stream map tour when Kirk was saying, I can't even...
Why point it out as well? Just run past? I mean, yeah, that's a criticism of the presentation, I suppose. Like, I've been there many times where you just end up... There's something on your mind, so you talk about it, even though it's not actually got anything to do with anything. I'm no stranger to that.
And look in that direction. There's a reason I'm doing this right now. So we're just going to make a real quick loop through there, and then we're going to leave.
No spoilers.
Look, it's just a building, guys. It's just a building. So it's something that can be inside. I get the impression from the other streams that, yeah, it's something like in the distance. But, I mean, I just don't know. I don't know what it would be.
Let's go over to... the tavern now, because our priority...
I'm going to go with reality rifts.
Yeah, so making our way over to
Reality rifts or something bubbly. Look, if it's just some generic bubbly effect, if it's just like some watery, like endless ocean weapon set kind of effect because of the deep sea dragon, that's just so obscene that they'd be trying to hide that from us. It doesn't matter. If it's anything entirely built around new lore, it doesn't matter. If it's just Jade tech, it doesn't matter. Who cares? You know, we don't have any context for why it might be a spoiler anyway. And yeah, when we start the expansion, we then get that context. So maybe, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's an exit and you can see something. I didn't get that impression from the world map.
the tavern. This place you can socialize, gain experience.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'm going to go with some NPCs of some race we're not supposed to see because of them appearing as a big deal. What's the race then? What's the race? If I saw a Char there, is that a spoiler? No. If I see a Norn there, is that a spoiler? If I see a Largos there, if it's a Largo, who gives a what? How is that bad? I want to hear that there's Largos in the expansion, and if they're being cagey about why they're there or what they're doing, all the better. What is it? A Largos glowing green? A Largos encased in jade tech? I want to see. That's a cool, tantalizing hint. Horses? No, that's fine. And we've seen Kirin. It's not that. Salt sprays, same thing. Why would that be bad? Naga and Kappa as allies? That's not... No. Samarog? A seer would be a huge spoiler? Why would that be a huge spoiler? That would be amazing, and it would be a revelation. But a spoiler? A revelation isn't a spoiler. The only way that seers is a spoiler is if the first act of the game hinges around the idea that the seers are supposed to be secret in the expansion. Like Massart as well, right? Like if there's like loads of Massart there. Maybe it's Reality Rifts and Massart for all we know, right? Like, yeah, that would... Okay, I think we're over the line now. Yeah, or maybe Seers and Massart is getting close enough that it's like, okay, maybe they want to completely hide it. But I'm still a little bit... And besides, it's not that. It's not that anyway, guys. It's not a character. It's not a race. Because when they did the Jade Sea stream, they had everything disabled. All NPCs disabled. All enemies disabled. And they still hid. It's some kind of like environment art thing. Which again brings me back to the portal idea. I think that would still persist on the portal. But it's not creatures. It's not characters. And besides, you'd show that shit off, wouldn't you? You would like, here's our new seer model for End of Dragons, and you'd have wooden potatoes wanking off in videos over it. And everyone like me. You think it's an unannounced race? Well, so what? So show it off. If it's unannounced and it's just randomly there, what context do we have for it to be good or bad or whatever? It's a mural of some lore bomb of the death of Bubbles. Splattered over all the maps. Like, all the maps. Except Xingji, I guess? Let's think about the room. Was it crafting room? Yeah, it was the scribing room, wasn't it? With the assembly device in there. Zodja and Mitrin talking. Everywhere, yeah? They're just all over the place? They're just dotted everywhere? Yeah, everywhere. Graffiti, that shit. Oh, like a Thanos was right kind of thing? Maybe I buy the graffiti idea if the graffiti is... No, because that would just be New Canthan, which is of questionable value anyway. It would have to some imagery? Like the dismantle or obey, white mantle, shining blade kind of imagery or something? We begin to overhype ourselves. I'm not hyping myself. I'm trying to justify the way they've handled the press for this expansion. There's literally nothing I can imagine except that portal thing. Which, to be clear, was someone else's idea in chat a second ago. Joko's ghost is everywhere in Cantha. What if it's Shiroken? They would be showing Shiroken off. They'd be like, look at this badass Shiroken model. Surely they would be. Not that they've properly shown off any of the models. Alright, let's keep playing.
Buffs.
If anyone's watching this VOD, you're welcome to give me your theories and ideas, especially in Discord, where I'll catch them after the stream. Oh, this looks good.
Sushi.
Yeah, this looks... That is enough sushi for like 12 people. That's excessive. All right. How about up to the arena?
Sure. We're gonna swing over to the arena. Or, well, actually, this
All
is.
right. Look, y'all.
We can't leave this.
This is really good. I feel like their guild hall is better decorated than most people's guild halls. Most of us like just spam shit in a tiny area or build a jumping puzzle. They've actually like, they've got like that naive, innocent, like normal player thing where they've just dotted things around where, oh, this looks fun in this corner, this looks fun. It's really cute, isn't it? I like it.
That was perfect. Just extremely deal with it. All right, let's go up to the arena and we will. I love him. Thank you, whoever put that there. I love you.
So it's gonna be hard to top that, but.
Oh, I love the music on the holograms. I don't think it's bad. I mean, it's annoying if you put them near all the waypoints, fine. But the Lion's Arch anthem music's annoying, but it's still good music, isn't it?
You can get balloons. It's not included. Oh my gosh! Look at the waterfall. All right, I'm unhelpful. I keep getting distracted by how beautiful it is. But all right, so here's the arena that you mentioned. What's going on here?
We can use this area to.
What if there's a giant fish tank where you can store fish from future collectors? I don't know. Yeah. Why would you hide that?
Like I said,
you got to think: is it significant enough? You have to hide it.
In a great spot, so not a bad deal.
This place looks awesome. I like this arena.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Good size.
So speaking of seaside,
I'm enjoying this, man.
Here.
Fishing and skiffing in a guild hall. I like this as well.
Get my skiff up and running, shall we? Cool.
Let's think. You could fish and skiff in the Gilded Hollow as well, but you couldn't do it in the other two. That's interesting. Gilded Hollow and Nameless Isle MVP guild halls.
Yeah, this being an island location, one thing we really wanted to take advantage of was some of the new features we're going to be seeing here in End of Dragons, and one of these Ruby's showing us right now is the skiffs.
Yeah, and if you've been watching skiffs on various guild chat episodes, hey, Snow.
Nice, look, they've even done the ice stuff over there.
You'll notice that our icons got an upgrade. One of the things that we've talked about, as this is a work in progress, is things like temporary icons.
Oh yeah, that's good.
As just little work in progress reminders. Let's see, so I'm looking for a fishing node, and like we've talked about before, you can fish literally anywhere there's water. Fishing nodes just give you a better chance at good stuff happening.
Yeah, just prime real estate for the fish market.
Hold on, are you guys telling me Ruby's going to open the world map and show me all of Cantha at some point on this stream? That's fucking awesome.
And yeah, we just wanted to let you know as well that
guild
halls, that have water accessibility, you will be able to use your skiffs there.
Yeah. Anywhere that, well, all guild halls you can fish. Anywhere where there is water deep enough to swim in. Okay.
Is there deep water at the Lost Precipice? There's not deep water at Varby, is there? Is there water at Varby? I mean, there's little fountainy things. Oh, yeah, there is deep water around the arena and shit. Yeah, you're right. There's loads. Yeah, there's loads. Spud has done a skimmer race there before. Yeah, there's tons. What am I talking about? It's all water down there. I was thinking of them as dry rock canyons for some reason.
I got distracted talking about fishing and just rammed my boat into a rock. It's fine. Everything is fine. Any place that has water deep enough to swim in, you can use a skiff. All the guild halls you can go fishing in. There are also going to be End of Dragons guild hall decorations as well.
Exactly. So yeah, you can pick those up. Any previous guild hall upgrades that you may have had will also carry over to this hall.
Yeah, you don't have to re-earn those all over again, just like the other guild halls. All right, so that's a little tour of the Isle of Reflection Guild Hall. I'll do this one.
They gloss over that, like, I won't do the rant. I won't do it.
One more time, just for people who are screenshotting.
So she's being careful. Xingji should be up here on the top left.
All right, we have.
I paused at the perfect time there, eh?
To take you through part of the Arborstone revitalization.
You want to fish in quicksand for sand sharks?
Thank you so much for.
Yeah, I like that idea. Fucking, I hate to talk about Final Fantasy here, but Final Fantasy's fishing has like sand fishing, and like you go to the moon on the next expansion and you can like fish on the moon and shit. Like, it's cool.
And all of you stick around. We will be back in just a couple minutes.
Thanks.
Fishing in the Mystic Forge. Yeah, that's a cool idea. WP, back in the building with a hologram is a flag with a blue dragon eating a pearl. Is a hint? Maybe it's a hint. I don't know what to think about it, though. Okay, so these are the interiors, right? A little bit more. Oh, I love the stained glass windows here. Very Echovald-y. In fact, what am I looking at? This is Echovald, isn't it? This isn't the Guildhall. This is Echovald. We're at House New Heltzer, aren't we? Did you see they completely revamped sphere fishing? No, well, I did hear, but I've never done it, so I don't know. Echovald looking really gold at the moment. I don't know. I feel like it's too bright. I want it to look a lot gloomier. Darker. Mistier. Grayer. I mean, in areas like this, it's good. I just want the place to be really gothic and really miserable. We've got a lot of really beautiful places already. I want something distinct. Do you know what I mean? So this is Arborstone I'm looking at. This is the new Eye of the North. What's with the, like, gold everywhere? This is what the stream's going to be. This is the bit that you guys really don't like, right? I gotta say, so far... I mean, what? Are we just mad that it's called gameplay? Is that it? Is it? It's the rest of the stream. Well, look, they've got over the halfway mark here, haven't they? Well, mind you, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of pre-stream. There is no gameplay. The grass is too green. This is the worst expansion that I've ever seen. That's a brilliant chant. You forgot to accuse the game of misandry, right? You forgot to accuse the game of being woke. Fascinating insights from YouTube comments. You joke, but I saw those comments. Yeah, I know, I see them too. I see them too. I like that it's a public son's refuge, but admittedly they do a boring job showing it off. Well, I mean, I'm curious what they'll do. I hope you're going to like hearing a dev talk about how she named the cats in the place after her cats for 10 minutes and how that's important. Oh, God. We'll see. Well, look. Here's the thing, right? I think for this... I think there's a misalignment with these streams. I think we in the community look for them for bomb-ass press and exciting reasons to play the expansion. I think that's what we get out, what we want from them more than anything else. We want the game to appeal to jilted players. We want the game to appeal to new players. We want people to be discussing it. We want press and we want excitement. But I think what they're delivering when a dev comes on, like a story about your naming the cats after your cats or whatever, that's not what they're doing. They're telling some fun stories about what they did at work, right? And they're indulging in just some whatever fun. And I'm sure a part of it is because Ruby goes to a dev and says, hey, do you want to be on the show? Do you want to talk about some stuff? And they'll say, I'm a bit nervous. I don't know what I have to say. And she probably says, well, you can talk about whatever you want, you know? Just your anecdotes, just your insight. She's putting on kind of a family, let's have fun, let's just chat kind of show. It's guild chat, you know? And I think that's the misalignment. It's not that the community's wrong, and it's not that they're necessarily wrong. It's just nobody knows what... They're not delivering what you're expecting them to deliver. And I think you can make the argument, well, look, we need them to deliver what we expect them to deliver. You can make that argument, but I think that's really what's happening. You know, there's nothing wrong with a dev coming on and talking about their cats. There's not really. Maybe that's fun and that's fine, but it's when you're expecting a gameplay stream or whatever, and that's where it comes in, you know. Ideally, we'd have both, you know. We'd have the bomb-ass press and we'd have the fun little stories about keys.
Welcome back to our End of Dragons gameplay overview guild chat. Thank you all again for hanging out with us. We are in the final part of this episode. We're going to go through part of the Arborstone Revitalization Mastery Track. If you are familiar with factions, you're familiar with Arborstone, so the look of this might be familiar to you. Joining us to help out with this is Morgan is back. Thank you for sticking around.
Yep. Happy to
Arborstone was made by the same
And
person who
Annie
talks
is
about
joining
who
us
made
from
the Auric
home.
Basin.
Hi,
That's cool.
Annie.
Can I turn it up?
I'm Annie Vandermeer. I'm a senior game designer at ArenaNet. I worked on various parts in End of Dragons,
go.
and most notably, what I've been so eager
Oh, I love that she's remote. It's a good point to remember that a lot of this was made through fucking COVID,
to
right?
show you guys for so long now is Arborstone and its associated track.
Yeah. All right, so I am inside Arborstone in game. Morgan's gonna join my party and hop in here. So Annie, why don't you start us by telling us what this place is? What's it for?
So Arborstone is an open world social space that's inspired by and using some of the tech from Sun's Refuge and Eye of the North.
Boom,
and
immediately
population
referencing them.
Right now, size for Arborstone is around.
What's going on in the back there? What's that chain? That looks like a binding ritual. Is that a binding spirit? What is that back there? It looks like a jade tech chained spirit. I'll find out, will I?
About the Eye of the North, but as you can get a sense of here, and we'll definitely see later, it's way bigger. It is a large space. It's heckin' huge. And the mastery is a cool element of it that the more you put into it, the more you'll see this space develop and open up things like new vendors and a cool new buff. And
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like completely ruining her face cam. Was I ruining the face cam before? There you go. You guys probably want to see her, right? Sorry, I didn't even realize I was ruining that. On the previous bit of the stream, in the other tour, was I... Oh, what? Did I just have Liz in front of them the whole... I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. I'm really sorry about that. It's because I'm watching it in a different panel. Yeah, alright, well, there you go.
Annie?
Hi, I'm Annie Vandermeer. Mastery is a cool element of it that the more you put into it, the more you'll see this space develop and open up things like new vendors and...
Okay, I don't like this, by the way, at all. This is the mastery, is it? This is what the system's become. Are you fucking serious? Unlocking vendors. I mean, the language mastery thing from Heart of Thorns was somewhat that. But that was one idea substantiated by like a cool concept that, to be fair, this one might have as well. But the New Hawk mastery line had a ton of other stuff, right? The vendor bit was a little bit. I mean, look, I'm telling you now, it's not End of Dragon's fault. Just trash the mastery system. It's awful. It's not... look, it needed to be built in a very different way. It needed to be branches, and they needed to be more ticky-tacky, and I needed to have... Oh, they were close. Rework the fucking thing or trash it. Why are we trying to, like, squeeze blood out of a stone still? It was obvious in Season 3 it wasn't going anywhere.
A cool new buff and so on, which we'll show you a little bit of.
Yeah, let's go ahead. And Morgan, what's the story behind this?
Is that it, by the way? Is that all we hear? Is that all they say about the do we not get UI? Is that it? So it might be better then. Do they talk more about it later? Or is that the whole detail on the mastery system? Oh, I feel bad for the people who were like a few days ago, I was streaming and someone was like, hey, WP, what do you think the last hidden mastery will be in End of Dragons? And I think I like fobbed them off with some like random like observation, some shitty punditry, right? I said basically nothing. And you wonder why? It's because it's not going to be anything good.
I'll let you kind of talk to us from what the background
Okay, there is more.
Right. Okay, yes. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to harass my Kestrel friend here. Yes, so the Kestrels.
Oh, I like how they have them in the Zephyr weapons.
A few times now. Talked about them with the Ekvald Wilds, talked about them with Ayumi. But the Kestrels are a group that formed in the time of the Ministry of Purity to bring Tengu to Ekvald so that they had a safe location, a safe haven. They taught them to live here. They taught them to live with the elements and to stay out of sight. Now, when the Ministry of Purity fell, the Kestrels stuck around, even though they didn't have that job anymore.
This is the same we heard on the previous
stream. They decided
stream.
to stay on
This
as
is
these
the same
rangers
information.
that patrolled and protected Ekvald. Now, when they first arrived in Ekvald, they found Arborstone the way that we left it in Guild Wars 1, a ruin, and they used that ruin as a place to hide, as a waypoint, place where refugees could come and find them and connect. And because it was a ruin, people weren't really patrolling it, they were ignoring it. And then once the ministry fell, they decided to build it. They decided to start rebuilding it, make it a more permanent home. Now, because they're rangers and they're not interior decorators, they are not city planners, they kind of just left it like this. It served their purposes. It's like if they could put down a bedroll and, make themselves some food over the fire, they were happy. But now that they've aligned with the player, they are allowing the player to turn it into more of a proper headquarters and build it up even more.
Yeah. All right, well, let's start looking around because we are just here at the very beginning of this. Annie, where should we go first? You're the tour guide here.
I think the first
They're doing all right, by the way, with the camera and stuff. The UI's culled out.
stop in our tour should be to your left.
All right.
Where we will see the strikes area. This is basically a nice place to gather
One person playing and driving, the dev talking. It's good.
your party before venturing forth. That person right there will give you access to all of the strikes in End of Dragons 1. Handy.
I like these doves or
location.
whatever on the
And I can't
swans.
tell you
What are
anything more
they?
about those because not that my department. But here's a great place to be able to get stuff, repair your equipment.
Okay, so sorry. So this is the strike hub, right? I'd heard this already. It's not the aerodrome. It's here.
In End of Dragons 1, handy dandy location. And I can't tell you anything more about those because not that my department. But here's a great place to be able to get
So this is like that a
repair
surrogate
your,
in Eye of the North.
equipment, run around and dance on things. Like we're gonna
That strike UI is still the blue thing, by the way, from the Icebreed Saga. They didn't change it.
just been doing, just epitomizing a cat.
One thing that I want to mention, like Annie was saying, you level this up for your own mastery track, but this is an open world location.
What was that vendor?
So
that was the new strike currency, I
things
guess,
than
right? Green crystals?
Others might be who are at different points on the masteries. So right now, I'm at mastery
They
level
already talked
2
about how
for
they're streamlining it.
Arborstone revitalization. That's a mouthful.
Yeah.
And Morgan is at level 0.
I am
so
the newbie.
You're the newbie.
Mine's very empty. It's just the
Okay.
way the Kestrels left it.
But Morgan, when we hop over to Morgan's
Mm-hmm.
gameplay every once in a while, you'll see kind of the basics when you first come in and what you're going to get. Let's pop over here and talk about that.
Yeah, so you can
Good.
see the strikes area is accessible right from the beginning, and so is this basic commerce area. You can see that there's a merchant. You can see that there's another repair anvil, and there's another guy that is really cool looking that I can't
Okay, is that what their commentary is? I'm not going to pause.
quite divulge yet.
They're
but you
telling
can
us what we can see,
I mean,
right?
There's room for expansion here. One might say this commerce area has potential.
I would be the one who would say that. There's a little portal
Yeah, they're
that we're just
streamlining
gonna
strike
talk about
rewards, yeah.
later, but I want to take a moment to admire this big scary friend over here because the model is gorgeous.
Don't you just want him to give you a hug?
Okay, I'm conflicted about this. Like we've talked about this.
Okay, is this just on my end, or is the bit rate and the resolution of the main thing too low? Can I bump up the quality at all?
There's a lot of arms for hugging, and this seems like a nice friend.
So much fun. So
But
many arms for
there's-
hugging.
But there's claws at the end, and there's so much potential for like painful
It's called a
pinching.
jade. It's called a jade servitor.
Oh yeah, a lot of
So
pinching.
It reminds
I
me
need
of the
to think about this.
Shiroken.
Now I will admire from a distance.
I think I'm willing to take the hit
Are you?
for the hug.
Are you?
Yeah.
All right. Why don't we come over here? Let's continue on and see. Oh, hello. I don't like this, not one bit. See,
Uh-oh.
they got a hug.
Yeah,
That's
no,
exactly what
yeah.
happened there. All right, let's come
That's
over
actually
here.
some of those grumpy kestrels that I talked about with Ayumi. They don't like us. They're not as
I don't
happy.
like
Not
this.
everybody's as happy that we're here.
All right, so I need to point out this is extremely cat behavior.
Steam creature
Someone's
model?
sleeping
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you're
it's like a
right
jade
over their
version
head.
of a steam
Hold on,
creature,
please.
which is interesting considering
All right,
Scarlet
so
and the
I've
Watchwork
got a
Knights
couple
and their
of-
connection to
God,
the Eighth of Blades, maybe.
I'm just like, please, I'm so tired.
Yeah, but I'm a cat. I'm not gonna let him sleep.
You're
but
not
actually,
wrong.
like, wait. So how many refugees?
I have 2 refugees.
I have 1 refugee.
Yeah, so Annie, why did you do that? No. as you level up, more people start filtering in. It gets more populated, and you get more refugees for Morgan to run back and forth over.
Yeah, the Kestrels, you know, they didn't make it as welcoming as you, the player, gets to make
Yeah, I
it.
get some
And
Sun's
so you
Refuge
attract more
vibes
and
from
more
this
people to
immediately, just
space
seeing them
as it
shoot the
grows in
archery
purpose,
thing.
as it grows in comforts.
Hero challenge.
And all right, let's check out the training area. Let's start right here. This
Can
guy's
I
just
actually
given
use
up.
those
I
as,
can fight
as
no more.
dummies? That would be quite cool.
Yeah. All right, so tell us about the training area, Annie.
So this is a cool area where the Kestrels have been training to shoot well, to kick the crap out of their foes. They've given sparring, and how to move quietly. And there's a cool lecture going on to your left. RE. Like, careful talking.
I like the
maybe
Tengu
calling out
sitting
some people in the
animations.
audience,
And they have their
then,
weapons out
you know,
too. Do you see
the
that? He's still got the
occasional
sword
moment
while he
where they
sits.
Follow me.
whack the heck out of that dummy a little bit. And as you can see, that between the
And
two
their tails
screens,
splayed out behind
more
them.
and more people show up as this lecture becomes more and more popular. This guy knows what he's talking about. And speaking of people who are well known and good at demonstrating their skills, we have Suko Talonedge over here, who is our hero challenge, and she gives you a lore quiz. No, she.
This is not a lore quiz.
Yeah,
it is pain.
It's a.
I hear you're quite the fighter. Did you want to test those skills against me? I'd love to see the techniques outside world has produced. I like how she jokes about the lore quiz. Those are some of my favourite hero challenges.
Here we have a char. Yeah. Here we have a char for scale.
She's
so big.
She's a
So
big
big.
bird.
Yeah.
Big bird.
Oh, but not like that.
Magnificent orb.
But they are very
wonderful.
beautiful. So beautiful.
Is that not a 10 times hero point? I'd assume all expansion hero challenges do that.
She is fantastic. Yeah, so that's the training area. Again, I'm at level 2.
This is way
There
better,
will be-
guy. This is a lot better than you've all given me the impression of. At least there's fucking NPCs and dialogue and stuff to see. What are you not talking about?
More and more here as
I thought it was an
level up
empty
your
map.
Arborstone Revitalization Mastery. All right, moving on.
Sorry, because we don't see some fucking Ruby spamming Death Blossom and Venoms every now and then against an enemy, therefore it's not a gameplay stream.
In our tour, where are we heading next, Danny?
We are heading to the right up the stairs, the very long stairs, because again, this is a huge, big ol' area.
Yeah,
And
I'm going to
even
fly
these
through the
stairs
chandelier.
is pretty.
So let's come up here, and we're just going to pause.
Yep, we're going to take a little pause here. Just to highlight that even though I keep saying Tengu, 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 the Kestrels are now an...
It's weird coming from Final Fantasy now. This is such a breath of fresh air. It's so nice to see NPCs speaking like this. One thing as well to be really excited about, by the way, that for this expansion over the others, you know what they started doing in Season 4? That they used to great effect. It started with the Jahai Bluffs episode, where when you walk near an NPC, that's when they speak. So players, and it's phased, so players don't miss out on all that ambient conversation that's happening, all that extra voice acting and world building that they put in that usually you miss because you just run past. Since Jahai Bluffs, and they've used it irregularly, but you walk near the NPC and you can instantly trigger the dialogue. You guys got to remember, that wasn't being utilized for Core, that wasn't being utilized for Heart of Thorns, that wasn't being utilized for POF. But here, I've just noticed immediately here in Arborstone that that's happening. That played up, this queued up immediately when they came near it. Now, if they've properly applied that, if they've got that tool and that expertise and they've used that across the whole expansion, that's very good.
Organization of a much more expansive organization. Anybody who has a vested interest in keeping Ekabald safe, they're going to be represented within the ranks of the Kestrels. So we have Luxons and Kurziks, and so they've grown.
Like, that technique makes all of this seem a lot more valid to me than it otherwise would.
In size and in purpose over time, and so it's not just Tengu. This is Stas. You'll interact with him in a few of our quests. And
The downside is hearing the dialogue over and over. That's just a matter of them
he's
assigning the
furious.
cooldown better, I think.
Apparently.
Yeah, I love his mask.
Or a cooldown that
what's going on
lingers
with Stas.
between
It's a
map
quiet
loads.
anger.
Yeah, quiet anger.
He's quietly furious. All right. Well, he's
Rakes the
frightening me,
coal.
so up the stairs we go.
Up the stairs we go.
Yeah, Final Fantasy is
Okay,
awful at that. This is one of the places that Guild Wars does better. It pays a huge price
I'm
to,
just like, I wanna go
accomplish
faster.
it. But
Oh, go ahead.
I like the look of the bridges.
So, Yeah, and we're getting up a little bit higher, so I'm just going to kind of move around here.
It's weird thinking about
and
this
show
in the
off
context of
area
Guild Wars
from
1.
Up here, but not too close to the edge because I have fallen to my death more than once, getting excited and getting too close to the edge.
How have you fallen to your death, Ruby? You have
We're high
gliding
enough
and you
where
have
there's
mounts.
birds roosting.
Don't tell me you've fallen
All right,
to your death.
let's
It doesn't
come over
exist in the game
here,
anymore.
And aside from this gorgeous rug, let's look and see what else we have.
Yeah, I
here.
like these
Who
rugs.
else we are memorializing?
Oh
is an
shit!
area-
Memorial to Arkham and the other one's Saint Victor. I can see the word Saint.
That if you're familiar with Guild Wars factions, one of the most important areas of the game was.
Like, you don't think this is way too big for an Eye of the North area? What's all this for? I mean, I agree. No, I do. But I also think that was a problem with Echo Vald on the outside. I'm already worried about that when it comes to the expansion. And it's hard for me to assess. Well, look, the thing is it's like, is it wasted real estate necessarily? If it's an instance isolated from the rest of the world that doesn't proc on the world map or whatever, if the terrain was never going to be used anyway, like, does it matter if it's a bit too big and a bit too broad? Really? It's sort of, that's ticky-tacky to me. It doesn't really matter, you know?
Was Tanakai Temple, which was a temple.
It's like, if they didn't make Arborstone this big, do I have an expectation they would have filled it with amazing shit otherwise? No, I don't have that expectation, so it doesn't matter to me.
That had tribute areas to.
Making maps like this takes a lot from them? I don't think that's true. I think, yeah, there's obviously some work that environment artists have to go into, putting all these staircases and these pillars and shit around. But that's just environment artists. I think if they, as much as they can stretch to get dynamic events in and to get enemy spawns and all that kind of shit in, fine. But, I mean, Guild Wars to an extent has a lot of wasted space. When I think about like a meta-oriented map like Dragon's Stand, I see that as full of wasted space as well. You know, it's almost par for the course at this point. It's not of particular interest to me, I think.
To some of Campus.
I'm much more concerned about that topic when it comes to a full proper map like regular Echo Vald. And I got that impression a bit from regular Echo Vald, right? I'm concerned about it there, but also they had a shit ton of stuff disabled. Not everything disabled, but a lot, so you never know. Also, you never know what legendary collections and stuff. You never know how much phased personal story stuff might occur here, taking you up these weird staircases and stuff. And I mean, look, we're dealing with Guild Wars 2, a game that does not correctly incentivize alting and stuff like that. So most of the places we'll go in this expansion are going to feel like wasted space. It's the Path of Fire problem, you know? It's going to be great and it's going to feel great the first time through. Then you're going to have a ton of account-bound gear, account-bound achievements, and then you're never going to have to go back to these areas. I mean, that's a Guild Wars problem. It's not an Arborstone problem, is it?
Greatest heroes. And this is basically trying to recreate that. So you're
going to walk over here, you're going to press F and read this information, and you're never going to come back. Is that Arborstone's fault, or is that how Guild Wars is structured as an RPG?
Of course, get to see.
It's a much bigger MMO problem, isn't it?
To Arkham and Saint Victor. They would argue they are the most important, I'm sure. But also some of those names from Guild Wars factions like Kaolai. And again, just like in other areas, the more you invest in the
nice
points in
Kaolai.
the Arborstone revitalization,
I like
the
this. This
more
is like
entries
Tanakai
you're going to
Temple.
see pop in. And
Also, that's cool. Did she just say the more we do the revitalization, more of these appear? That's cool.
perhaps people checking out the space and making a little pilgrimage.
Yeah, you see.
I mean, there's no enemies here, but that sounds good. That's replayable. They directly contradicted me there. They directly contradicted me and showed how this place can have renewable initiatives. You go back and forth, and it slowly unfolds and evolves. Now, in theory, they contradicted me. We all know that we're going to have the masteries maxed out in like day 2, so it doesn't really matter. But let's pretend. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt.
I'm excited to see who else.
Who
All right.
shall appear?
Onward and upward.
Okay, and speaking of pilgrimages and religious thingies,
let's see how we time this entrance.
Yeah.
So where are we now?
Oh, this place looks great. What the fuck? Oh, look, it's the Pantheon. Who is big and in the center? Is it Dwayne? Dude.
Perfect. Here's the sad guy.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So I don't have him on my screen, but since I wrote him, I know what he's about. But yeah, so while a little bit of high-level news did manage to make it to some of the really like high authority figures, you know, the Empress, the heads of the ministries. The average Canthan knows nothing about what happened in the outside world. And so at many points in the story, we are going to be bringing news about all that has transpired to the ordinary Canthan and see the way how they're reacting uniquely to things that have occurred elsewhere. And one of those is the revelations that we share about the departure of the gods, about the death of Balthazar, and the Kurziks being a very...
That's weird to me they say the revelation of the departure of the gods. Because the only thing that was recently revealed is their departure from the Mist Realms. But that's like... I mean... Surely the Canthans have been, in parallel, going through the same thing that the mainland of Tyrians have been, which is the gods are no longer responding, many of them becoming atheistic, and there's like a crisis of faith, right? That they don't need to hear that. They've already been going through that the past 250 years. And what relevance is it to them that the gods have departed from the mist? And also, perhaps they found that there are other entrances and other ways of getting that information. I don't know. The departure of Balthazar is the big deal. By the way, one of the big highlights to me of POF is when you go there and you see that fucking bucket on POF's head, on Balthazar's head at the little shrine place near Amnoon. I loved that little detail. So there's no Balthazar here. There's only 5 gods, right? You got Dwayna in the middle. Lissa. Is that Grenth on the left? Melanju. Oh, well, I don't know, actually. Where's Cormyr? There's no Cormyr at all? Why would there be no Cormyr? That's very weird to me. But anyway, as it goes along, this is going to keep updating. There's statues from factions. They're not statues from factions. They're Guild Wars 2 statues. Made for Guild Wars 2, with Guild Wars 2. There's definitely a Cormyr version. The Cormyr styled statue that looks like this appears in Ascalon Catacombs. I mean, you want to talk about some actual lore breaks? Let's talk about why in fucking Ascalon Catacombs is an ancient looking statue of Cormyr. It doesn't really make much sense. Why wouldn't Canthans worship Cormyr? Why would Canthans be pre-Nightfall? What are you lot talking about? It doesn't make any sense. It wasn't Cormyr Rises instantly Cantha's isolationist. There's the whole Eye of the North era, there's the whole Guild Wars Beyond era, and many years after that before we even start getting anywhere near the idea of Cantha getting cut off and the tidal waves and Zitans rising. They had Cormyr, they knew it. That's wrong to not have Cormyr here and suggest it's just because of factions. Were the Canthan interpretations of the gods the same as Tyrians during Guild Wars? No, they had their own versions of them. But they were still connected. That information would have been around. We never got a moment in Winds of Change to see what they think about Cormyr. So they can write it that they never gave a fuck about Cormyr, I suppose. But I don't know why you would arbitrarily do that.
Very religious people are mostly...
It takes time to learn about a new god. It takes no more time than to learn about any other fact of the world. This isn't like real life religion. This isn't like real... It's not spooky, oh, is it real or is it not? There was literally Cormyr. The avatar of Cormyr came and spoke to the people, and it was very clear what had happened. And that information will have propagated around, not just throughout Alona, not just throughout Tyria, but any human society that would have been connected. Just Cantha would have been just as valid.
Not taking that news well.
Anyway, that's what I think. Maybe they've gone with a different tack, and that would also be fine. But
just him feeling very abandoned. Others, on the other hand, you know, there's quite a variety of reactions. Some people are like, I thought they...
But yeah, even just the fact that they're using these statues, these Tyrian versions of the gods, is kind of disappointing to me. Because, yeah, one of the cool things about the world building in factions is that, like, if you guys open the Guild Wars 1 wiki right now, look at the gods, you'll see, okay, here's Lissa. Here's how Lissa was portrayed by Canthans. Here's how Lissa was portrayed by Elonans. You know, they had all distinct little ideas. And when Path of Fire came out, we just saw they reused the same, and they've done that again now. Yeah, these are the same as the things we saw in Ore. It's not just Ore, it's everywhere in Guild Wars 2. These appear in Ascalon Catacombs, they appear in Divinity's Reach, they appear everywhere. Oh, this place probably predates the rise of Cormyr. The idea that all these statues are just original Arborstone statues, then yeah, that's totally valid. That's cool. That would make sense, actually. Oh, that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, I get tripped up because they're not Guild Wars 1 statues. They're Guild Wars 2 statues. So that like trips me up, right? But that's ArenaNet doesn't want us to think in those lines. That's me knowing a little bit too much about the assets and the models. What I'm just supposed to think is, oh, these are statues that are here always since Arborstone was made, which is totally what the lore is. Yeah. To the person who said that, you've got it, and I've not seen the forest for the trees there. I've been blind to the most obvious thing because I'm thinking too deeply about the fucking models and the characterizations. Because in truth, if these were made when Arborstone was made, they would be the Canthan depictions, but the studio hasn't made a bunch of new versions of the statues, blah, blah, blah. You guys keeping up with me? Shouldn't Abaddon be there? No, Abaddon was purged from the histories. It wouldn't be here, no. Not unless... If Arborstone was old enough that even an Abaddon statue would have been here, and there's a possibility for that, I guess, maybe. Unless there's something that contradicts that something. But even if it was, the gods would have actively purged that information. Got rid of it.
I always thought it was a bit of a crock anyways, but you know, but most people are pretty broken up about it. So this is a good...
I'm going to rewind this because I want to hear what she said. Sorry, that became a huge discussion. I want to hear what she said.
And so at many points in the story, we are going to be bringing news about all that has transpired to the ordinary Canthan and see the way how they're reacting uniquely to things that have occurred elsewhere. And one of those is the revelations that we share about the departure of the gods, about the death of Balthazar. And the Kurziks, being a very religious people, are mostly not taking that news well, such as him feeling very abandoned. Others, on the other hand, you know, there's quite a variety of reactions. Some people are like, I always thought it was a bit of a crock anyways, but you know, but most people are pretty broken up about it. So this is a good example.
Sorry, broken up about what? The departure of the gods? Or specifically Balthazar? That doesn't track. What? It sounds like they're saying the whole pantheon, and that worries me because that doesn't track, man. They would already have known. Let's assume it's Balthazar. Benefit of the doubt.
Of one of those cases where we see how Cantha is adapting to this modern age and all the news that it brings. So.
Yeah. And we have statues of the human gods here, and Dwayna's is the biggest.
Yeah,
I like that.
Arborstone was formerly not the seat of power, but one of the seats of power of House Zuheltzer, which was the most powerful of the 5 ruling houses of the Kurziks. And each one of them had a patron deity. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the idea is they knew the gods weren't responding, but until Balthazar told us, we didn't 100% know they were straight up gone. Well, Balthazar didn't tell us that either. Cormyr did. I guess confirmation that they fucked off. So they all kind of go through what Cormyr went through. Yeah, I guess that tracks. That does work. Yeah, okay. I can buy that, if that's the idea. Like, that they have now finally had it confirmed that, yeah, the gods aren't even in their own realms. Like, people were... Well... I still don't like it, because if people were clinging on, even after 250 years of utter silence... And by the way... The commander is told by Cormyr that they've left, gone to their other gardens or whatever. Or wasn't it even like one of the books from one of the Forgotten in POF? Which one was it that confirmed that? Anyway, the same thing happened in Guild Wars 1 in Nightfall when they said that basically they announced like their second Exodus or whatever after Cormyr rose, after Abaddon was dealt with. And again, you're just taking it on the word of that person. The idea that they've been clinging on for 250 years is already kind of fucking weird. The idea that now the commander comes along and tells them is that, well, whatever. Are there even still god realms after Kralkatorrik? I mean, that's a fun story as well, isn't it? What kind of damage did Kralkatorrik do on his spree? The garden analogy was the book. Yeah, Cormyr said they went away, and the book said that they went to tend to another garden, right? How do you set up a 3D avatar for Twitch? I just filmed my character with a green screen and just chroma keyed it out. Got rid of the green. That's it.
Got right up on her head there. Look, having a fun time. And a Char.
Yeah.
Char, like,
Char,
I always thought the gods were done. But Dwayna was
very
the
true.
patron deity of House Zuheltzer, so that's why she kind of has the biggest billing, so to speak, in this space.
Yeah.
and gets her head danced on by Char.
I'm kneeling in apology. I'm sorry.
Showing proper respect.
Aw.
Yeah.
All right. So one of the things that we've talked about over and over is how this is a work in progress, and there's.
I like
a
the shadows
lot of
in here
gameplay
too.
work
The
to be
shadows
done,
look good.
But there are also little touches, like all of these pews. You're going to be able to sit on those.
Good.
As soon as someone gets all that seating in, right, Annie?
Yes, that will be a thing. I'm like, this is a task. It's on my list. I'm trying to think how many butts can fit in those seats. Like, I'm doing that.
Oh, I love it. I love hearing that. It sounds like a hassle to get those seats in, but that's really cool. Also, I love this light streaking through the door. How fucking good does that look?
Math.
How many butts
I'll
in
get
a
it
single
done.
pew?
All right, I just want to come out here for just a moment and admire the view, because one thing that you'll see as we progress through here is that as the day progresses, the light changes, and it is so dramatic in such a wide, soaring, open space that you can really see that difference. This area, again, I'm being extremely close to the edge, but carefully. This is an area out the back of the main area.
No, the more I think about it, by the way,
this
guys,
is
I
all
think
accessible,
yeah,
right?
the God thing is fine. I think us coming there and telling them, yeah, by the
And
way, the gods
so
are totally
pretty.
gone. We've
Like,
seen it.
our-
We have
our
proof
artist
of it.
Justin,
I think that would trigger a lot
I
of
work
thoughts
in
and
this
feelings
space a
of people.
lot,
I think it
and
works.
every time
Everything
I
they said
do,
on the
I'm
stream
still just
totally
like,
works.
it's so lovely. Like, I
Yeah,
want to
it
do
is
it
really beautiful.
absolute justice. It's so gorgeous. Justin kicks butt.
Justin is fantastic, and the work put in on this has been great.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. I'm pretty sure it's no sky scales in the chapel, and yet here we are. All right.
How are they
going
to tell you no? You're the commander.
Yeah, who's going to tell
I mean,
us?
there's
Yeah,
nobody
I'm
here
getting a
yet.
sense what
Well,
Nox said
nobody who
about
can
wasted
reach me.
space with all
That
these bridges
giant
and
tank is
stuff.
gonna be an
But it's like,
issue.
what else do I want to do
All right,
here?
let's
You
head
know,
over
I don't know.
to- Let's head
A supply
over
run
here
adventure with
to-
big rewards
I
every
have a
day.
mess hall.
I don't have anything.
Randomized
I'm just
locations or
space.
some shit.
I have, so I want to call this out just because, you know, it's going to get fixed, but the chairs haven't arrived yet in gameplay development. And I love that she's just like very resentfully and passive aggressively sitting on the floor. Like,
I'll sit here.
fine.
I'll drink my coffee.
I
Her
will
legs
eat
are
on the-
tired. She
Yeah,
needs
right?
to sit.
She needs a sit.
Someday
250 years may be nothing, but then again, 250 years ago, they directly talked to people and suddenly went quiet. Yeah, I think what people in chat are missing... I've been reading what you guys have been saying about the gods. What I think people are personally, I'm not dictating how things should be here, but I think religion in Tyria is different to religion in real life. In real life, people will believe in things for thousands of years without any evidence, right? Because of tradition, because of lifestyle, because of whatever, right? In Tyria, to believe in the gods is to believe in a tangible thing. And when that tangible evidence-based thing disappears, you're going to deal with that in a rational and tangible way. So I don't know. I don't know how much I buy that people here have been desperately clinging. But they already demonstrated that people in mainland Tyria had been sort of half clinging on. That the crisis of faith was still ongoing, even in Guild Wars 2's timeline. So for consistency's sake, if people like Cormyr can still exist in Cortyria, people like Cormyr can exist in Cantha as well. And they can hear the news, and they can go through that crisis, and I think it's fun.
She's mad about it. So, like, you don't even have her.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope,
All right,
mine has yet
so
to be built out.
let's talk about the mess hall, Annie.
So the mess hall, basically the way that we approached.
Sorry, Cormyr. Did I just say Cormyr? I meant Kazmir. What I was just saying a second ago, Kazmir. People like Kazmir, blah, blah, blah.
Vitalization is the whole hierarchy of needs idea. That, of course, the first step is food and shelter. And here's the food aspect of that. So all of a sudden, the Kestrels have a place to get some grub, albeit maybe not the best grub, as you will see communicated over there.
I'm
And there's
sorry, I
Sam.
have to. Yeah, let's talk about Sam. Just
Amazing comment here. Flyrowry. WP, if this is our hub, doesn't that paint Kaineng as more of a regular meta map instead of a city, etc., like we thought it would be? Maybe Kaineng will be like Amnoon in the Oasis Desert. Well, I never thought it was going to be a full map. What you're saying is bizarre. No, I don't think anyone who's really been rationally thinking about the game believed all of Kaineng Center, a quarter of the playable space of the expansion, was going to be non-combat zone. I don't think anyone thought that. I thought they thought that it was going to be like the Crystal Oasis, you know, where like a section is a city, and the rest of it is like regular map. It would all be themed like a city, but as far as gameplay spaces are concerned, a section would be a playable city, and the rest of it. But so maybe you've got an interesting idea here that the whole thing is regular gameplay. I think there would just be small villages and like sections within it that are non-combat. I say villages in air quotes, just like Xingji, right? Xingji will have Saitung, which is like non-combat, and then around it there'll be. But even at Saitung, you see events coming. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the idea that Arborstone is like the true hub. Maybe it means that the whole place of Kaineng, that final map, is very, very like anywhere could explode into combat and so on. Maybe that affords them that.
Real quick, because first of all,
yeah, like maybe even the non-combat zone areas rotate. That's a good idea from Vinvis there.
He's motoring.
Cat. Oh yeah, these are cats that, I mean, as more people arrive in the space and there's more food, you're gonna get rats, and then of course you get working kitties like Lil Sam.
I like how logically she's thought out. Isn't it quite cool? It's almost like role playing.
If a rat should appear, she's
thought about the food, and then she's thought about rats, and then she's thought about cats to kind of create like this story that's told through the environment. I quite respect and like that.
That if there are animals,
it's almost like you role play the place. It seems like a really fun job, honestly.
That's an Annie promise to you.
Yeah. So that was.
Because I guarantee a lot of players don't think that deeply about it, which sucks. But for those that do, they can imagine it works.
Sam a little bit of love.
Yeah. Right.
I wonder how many stories were in the minds of environment artists that's never substantiated anywhere else. Because those are like unspoken histories of these fantasy and virtual worlds that the players just never really get. And even if some players do dare to imagine it, they never get it confirmed. That's why I think like Let's Plays at the hands of like developers are so good. Like one of my favorite Let's Plays I've ever seen is a Ratchet and Clank LP. What's he saying? Kitchen's gotten some upgrades and we actually have a few barrels of pepper and dill, but not much the way stuff to drink. It would be nice to give people something other than water. Understood. Oh, so this sounds quite involved. This isn't just gain masteries, right? It sounds like there's actual collections and handing items in and stuff. But people like WP, you hate cats, you should be reeing about this part. I mean, I have a brain, so I can see that this stream is basically par for the course for the other streams. So I think any expectations I might have had otherwise would have been dashed about an hour ago. And now I'm just engaging with the stream on the level they're offering it. Wouldn't any sane person do that?
Good sort of state of affairs of how things are at your sort of
Matthew
level
Medina
of
doing
mastery.
season 2
At first
playthrough
they're
is
like,
incredible.
well,
I thought it was
you know,
season
we've
3,
got
but
the
yeah.
basics at the level at Ruby's Edge.
You can see it on
There's
his channel.
Pepper and Dill, and they have a kitchen. And I think that's very important because Dill and Pepper delicious with eggs. And I'm not even going to say anything about Tengu in that sort of regard where they get the eggs.
No, it was season 4. It was season 4. I only saw him doing season 4 anyway.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, Annie. Oh. I hadn't gone there.
I hadn't gone there either.
Now I can't leave.
This is what happens live. I'll get these snaps, and I have to share them. So we've got the head server, and we have a very salty brewer who has a very clear idea about who gets to have her wares and who does not. You're not a kestrel, and so...
I was just saying hi.
Genuinely, I'm going to like doing this. When the expat comes out, I love fucking running up to NPCs. This is all just bullshit flavor. There's like nothing revelatory. But it's just like that, immerse in the world, breathe it in, have fun. Like, I'm looking forward to this. Walking around, just speaking to people and sort of... For that sweet, sweet period, that short, beautiful moment of about a week or two, I'm going to be so into this. It's going to be so good.
But, okay.
Oh, yeah,
I also...
no
I love the stink face that she's giving me. Like, look at that glare.
Yeah. No tomfoolery.
Yeah,
allowed here.
Sheesh, fine. All right. Well, let's move on to another area because I really love what's in these next 2 rooms.
So this is related to.
And then a few months after, man, they wasted so much on making this place. No, I wouldn't lament that they made it. I would lament that I don't have more reason to go back. That's what I would lament. It would always be that way. Like, I'm not sad that they made all those cool places in POF. I'm sad that I don't return to them.
Crafting hall.
Morgan's over here.
And maybe that's a problem with me.
No,
maybe I just need to learn to think about the game differently.
You said there's fire. I see no fire.
Oh my god. I've only just figured out what they're doing. They're cutting between built and unbuilt, aren't they? That's what they're doing. This is finished. The other one is pre-mastery. I get it. Okay, I get it now. I get it. I was like looking at it like, oh, it looks really warm, and then now it looks really cold. I get it. Yeah, I understand they've been at the whole... Look, now that I get it, I remember that they said, I'm the low-level one, blah, blah, blah. I get it.
Next door, there's also...
I always knew, guys. I'm trolling you.
Something cool across the way with later is like a crafting hall.
Oh, one is tier 0, the other's 2 of 5, okay.
So Morgan's over here like, no.
No.
That's a huge difference.
No, I don't have any of it.
Yeah, I'm just going to hate that I'll be done with the mastery system so fast. I'm going to be like on tier 3 before I even unlock the area, aren't I? Or something.
That.
I see nothing. You said there's fire. I see no fire.
I know. My fire is dead. My fire is extinguished.
Crafting will come.
Very relatable content.
So yeah, so you start getting crafting stations once this is up and running. It's pretty good. There's pie.
Boring.
Oh yeah, and with the as with other areas in the...
You know what Guild Wars needs? What Guild Wars needs is to look at crafting. It needs to have more things that people like to make from crafting that interact with the economies better, and then what it needs is specific crafting stations can make specific things. Then when you tell me, oh, you can craft at this place, I'm actually like, oh, that's cool. What's the recipes that I get at that? What's the new recipe I can get from a Kurzik furnace? Oh, it's this. It makes this thing for this weapon, or this thing for this part of the legendary progression, blah, blah, blah. Then it matters. Then it's like, oh, cool, you're fucking filtering things around. It doesn't matter. I have 1 million tickets for 1 million hubs and all the main city. It doesn't matter that there's crafting nodes here. It didn't matter that I could buy them at the Eye of the North. It didn't matter that I could buy them at the Sun's Refuge. It was a bit of extra little bit of flavour. You know, it was like a 0.2 out of 10 on actually having any value for the game. I mean, who's the player that has value for? Like a complete new player that... I mean, it doesn't matter.
Area. That sounds very specific. There is an Arborstone. As your mastery increases, you're going to see more artisans and stuff show up. You're going to see sous chefs and servers.
Oh, does ESO do that? I don't know. That's just something I thought. I don't know.
Into an increasingly populated mess hall. All these little things moving with space, and also more cats in the mess hall.
Well, the other thing they should do is they should have new disciplines. There should be new crafting disciplines that can only hook into specific things that are in specific areas. A bit like how the scribe did it, but you know.
You will see my other cats appear in there because I'm the developer that owns the space, and I'm gonna name cats after
You're actually
my
really
cats.
bitter about the crafting system, how it's really cool with
Another
discovering stuff, and the levels 1 to 400 basically do not matter. Yeah, I think you should be right to be bitter because Guild Wars 2's crafting system is beautiful and is undermined. You're totally right to be bitter about that.
You can look at her.
Definitely, and discovery crafting is cool.
Look at all her majesty.
She's wonderful.
She's wonderful.
But where's all her finery? Why is she not studied with gems on those pauldrons?
Yes, this is my issue that I want.
I can definitely imagine a certain caliber of player being very bored at this point with this.
I'm going to talk to her and let you talk about
I don't think it's the fault of this stream. I think it's a good stream though.
What's your story? What's up with you?
I think it's just people are desperate for different kinds of information about End of Dragons and they're not getting it. I think that's the discussion to have. It's not a criticism of the stream.
So of course
it's not fair to blame this. I think.
Jadka, the Jade Automaton designed for creation of adornments.
Like there are people thinking, "Fuck me, I want to see a meta." Fuck me, I want to see... Even just to watch some fish, I think would probably be interesting to most people. Like, I bet if I did a poll right now and said, what should this stream be? What would you rather watch? A strike mission, fishing, blah, blah, blah. This would probably be at the bottom.
And jewelry crafting, but we'll get there. For now, let's go here.
So
like even just watching someone on a siege turtle do a random ass meta event, regular event, not even a meta event, just an event. I think people would be interested in.
Just turn on some sad music because I just spin in circles. My empty space.
All I get out of this is, oh, it's pretty.
So
oh, there's
what
no
is this
substance
place,
in
Annie?
mastery. Yeah.
So this place was the place formerly known as the
I think people are also frustrated it's the last one of the year and we're close to release without a meta.
Cells or servants' quarters.
I kind of understand them holding metas off for one you actually play. Showing one meta might be nice.
In at Arborstone, and you have a host, and you see more people showing up to to rest here. And actually, speaking of resting, there's a very cool mechanic with this space. With Arborstone, I mentioned this is a player hub, and this is some place we wanted the players to feel tied to, and not just in building up the space, but if you hang out here in the inn, and you don't even have to be logged in for a certain amount of time. I love how Morgan's already getting into it. You have to unlock
you
it
get
first,
rest
Morgan.
XP.
I know, I don't actually have the mechanic, but
I was wondering what that icon was. Rest XP for being here.
Does, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's the principle of the thing.
Now, this is actually quite interesting, isn't it? I like this. This is quite interesting. So, as they're speaking there, they're saying, we want this to be a player hub. We want this to be a place people hang out and so on. And what's immediately I'm thinking of is, yeah, but this game has no space for that anymore because you have a billion other player hubs already. And they're all essentially as insignificant as other player hubs. It doesn't mean anything. But now they say rest XP. Now, I like the idea as a solution to this problem that you have a buff that you get for lingering there. You do the rest XP thing. So people naturally gravitate to this area. And what they do is the long-term solution, the principle that you apply to the MMO going forwards is that the rest XP buff changes location as content moves forward. Like next expansion after End of Dragons, rest XP is in that expansion's hub. So now everyone's generally gravitating there. And unfortunately, you can't have a million players in all hubs all the time, unfortunately. But you can at least shuffle people to the new place. Where's Rest XP this X-Pack? Oh, that's a really good principle. The one problem that now, if that's what they're doing, that's good design work, I think. But the issue they've got is XP doesn't matter in Guild Wars. It doesn't matter ArenaNet. That should be gold find. Gold find, karma find, other like hero booster banner type shit. You do that and you've solved it. You do that and then you present this stream at the start and you explain that to people at the start. And all of a sudden, I think people are looking at these hubs with a little bit more enthusiasm. XP matters a ton for legendary crafting. Oh, you're thinking spirit shards? Did they say it's purely an XP buff? It says increased experience earned in open world temporarily by 10%. It looks to me like they haven't learned about their own product. They've just seen something else that's in other MMOs. World of Warcraft has rest XP. Let's put it in. And that's like... It's like a little bit of the story. The buff is misaligned, I think. If I can choose, if like at a guild hall I pick which potion I drink... If I can choose whether my rest XP gives me karma or magic find or gold find or whatever, it's something. 10% is maybe a little bit low as well. I'd put it at 15. And I think you got people there. That's good. Good concepts. Slightly off for me and my tastes. %, the better scales with time spent there. Well, here it's the duration that scales, not the potency. You think maybe the mastery might upgrade the effect? That's a cool idea as well. It's still lame as a mastery, all right, but I will. In fact, it kind of works well as a mastery because then what you're doing is each expand. Well, no, it needs to rotate out. As a mastery, it's actually really bad. As a mastery, they can't take it away next expansion and keep sliding it around. Like, is this an End of Dragon solution or is this a Guild Wars 2 solution? Where's the long-term thinking? I hope that it's not just on the mastery. I assume that it will be that. Anyway, that's my thoughts on that. Good initiative, though. I like it.
Yeah,
but you will get a very cool, well-rested buff. And that buff actually increases in intensity, as with many other things.
Okay, the guy who says XP is money, though, XP is spirit shard, and that's conversions, that is not an accurate... That is far too precise of a process. That should not be core gameplay. That should not be the basic loop that the developers are anticipating regular-ass players are going for. Oh, you should care about XP because you should care about Spirit Shards because you should be doing conversion recipes in the Mystic Forge. Fuck all that. That's not appropriate. We're talking about stuff that actually hits and works for the whole game and incentive for lots of players. Right, possible fringe things that people can do and like selling their Spirit Shards to fucking TP Barons and stuff. It's not... Like, you got to think further than yourself. It's broad game health, and that's not something I want them to embrace on a large scale. Gold find, karma find, magic find. Those are the big three.
Of Arborstone revitalization. I don't even know if it's probably restoration in my heart. It's all those things. It's revitalization.
People like to argue exceptions to the rule, like
Radness.
some sort of gotcha BS.
I
Maybe.
propose radness as a
I take it in
canonical,
sincerity, though.
some sort of level official. We can put numbers to it. It's fine.
Radness level at 2, radness level at 5.
Wait. I wasn't listening to them. What did they say?
Radness as a canonical, some sort of level official. We can put numbers to it. It's fine.
Radness level at 2.
Radness level? Oh, they're just fucking about. Are they just joking? Oh, I thought they were talking about the scaling of the buff. Okay, never mind.
Radness level at 5.
All right. For now,
It goes up to
I wanna go
infinity because that's rad.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I want to go over here to my favorite salty NPC, but first, hey.
Out of many salty NPCs.
Oh, a Dragon Jade surrogate?
There's so many, like, to pick from.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, that's cool as fuck. You can build a gate here. Is that a Dragon Jade gate? Ah, that's cool. Why didn't I think about that when they showed off Dragon Jade waypoints, what a Dragon Jade surrogate would be like? Do they have their own network? I wonder where that network could be connected to. Is that how we get to the new territories after End of Dragons?
A beautiful array of very, very salty NPCs. So another thing that's unlocked.
Oh, I fucking love that. That's so cool, isn't it? Isn't it like super badass that they build their own gates?
In that step 1 of that mastery is this beautiful surrogate that she'll take you to Scenic Lion's Arch. A very
Oh, it takes you to Lion's Arch. Lame. I thought they were doing something big. Did I notice an event pop up? No, what was the event?
carefully built and negotiated item that, as you can see, the Kestrels, in true Canthan bureaucracy format, are rather carefully monitoring.
Yes, I got the cranky model. Look at her. Look at her face.
She is not here to help.
This is cool. This NPC holding a shit ton of jade.
Here to harm, to hinder, but anything but help.
She is so done with me. And I even have the...
Harm, hinder, hooray.
She has a job to do, right? But I love that I can ask her to hurry up, and she's like, no, absolutely not.
How dare.
So were there enough surrogates in Cantha for actual surrogates? We only knew of one beneath Kaineng, and even that's like canonicity is like dubious because it only exists for specific types of characters. Those who have Canthan origin. It's weird. Also, that collapsed and got blown up as we escaped from the destroyers. There could definitely have been more. How vast a subterranean Asura network is, there's a lot of untapped potential there. There's definitely a lot of cool shit they could write in. But as far as we know, that was the only one. It was broken. It wouldn't be a retcon to add more, and it wouldn't be a retcon to have none. The story just isn't written yet. The page hasn't turned.
How dare.
What if there's a seed on your shoe? The world will be over.
Seeds on shoes are pretty serious business.
Okay, but you know what? I'm going to go over here to her cool friend because...
Oh, God. End of Dragon's prologue is probably the portal showing in Lion's Arch and us stepping through. That would be such a lame entrance. Imagine that that's the entrance to the expansion. Oh, yeah, just go through the portal. That would feel worse than Living World. At least in the Icebrood Saga, a fucking helicopter comes and takes us from the Black Citadel or something. Can you imagine that? And then you're just standing here. It's not even the upgraded version. You're just standing here.
She's so much better.
No, the bar is the Path of Fire intro with the airship and the blown up pyramids, right? That's the bar. I hope they hit it.
And the thing I love about this is just such a...
Oh, yeah, and Xingji's confirmed as the first map, yeah. I was basically messing about there, as so was Chat, I think. But yeah, it's Xingji. That's not the start.
Funny little flavor piece where I'm like, okay, so your friend over there is kind of an issue. And she's like, you know what? That's a them problem.
Once you go to the other side of that gate, not my problem.
Yeah, and the portal only starts level 1 or 2.
She doesn't care
She
about
doesn't
what
care.
happens on the other side of the gate is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go have fun. Whatever.
Yeah.
This sounds like
Yeah,
a you
whatever.
problem. Sounds like a
Yes.
problem.
I like
fun
seeing these
storming
guys like the
Lion's
Asura attendants. You know,
So, yeah,
we're used to seeing the Asuras.
We've got the Asura gate unlocked at level 1. And we talked about these portals. I'm just going
The entrance to the corner mission was cool too. Yeah, the entrance to corner was brilliant as well.
Yeah, we start
when you're on a mount running through. The start of POF was so good.
Sometimes stairs are...
Listen to... I'm deadly serious right now, alright? If you, dear viewer, are jaded by End of Dragons, or you're not sure how excited you are about it or whatever, just do a playthrough of POF here and now. Just fucking do a... because I swear to God, you will have forgotten a lot of detail and a lot of genuinely good shit in POF. If this expansion hits the bar of POF, I'm fine with it. It's good.
For suckers.
Oh yeah.
Let's take this teleporter to the 3rd level.
This is a place I like to call the
I like the
Overlook
amber glowing
for
effect on the pool.
probably pretty obvious reasons. As it looks out over all Dish Majesty.
Look at this. Oh, well, excuse me.
Yeah, it's sad the return to achievements only push people to the living world. If they had pushed people into POF and Heart of Thorns as well, I know there's a bunch of people who are like, I don't want to play the game, but I think they should have done the expansions as well. I mean, fuck it, put them through Zytown as well. Put them through the personal story. Why are they so scared to do that? It's your content, man. Get people to play it. It should have been the whole thing. Do I recognize that statue? No, what was the statue? No, I think co-op and hardcore stuff shouldn't be in it, but the other stuff should be there. That would require the personal story to be replayable. Well, maybe you open the initiative with a character slot. Something like that. There's a bit of goodwill to the player base or something. Here's a character slot. If you beat Return 2, you get to keep it or some shit. I don't know. I mean, that's obviously... I'm now feature bloating. There's a load of stuff in there. An Asura gate connecting to the main city in another continent's a huge deal. Massive security risk. Yeah, maybe.
And this
Dismounted by going into combat.
Point. This isn't even the highest point in Arborstone, because again, as referenced, heckin' huge.
Yeah, look at this Kestrel crossing down here on the bridge. All right, and over here, there is...
Are we going to do the dev jumping puzzle? Can we climb up that jumping puzzle?
You all do that after End of Dragons launches.
So this is the Guild Wars 1 Dwayne statue.
Like, you know, a jumping puzzle or something like that. With these kind of suspicious, beautiful mushrooms and this beautiful... see, I'm terrible at jumping puzzles, so I'm looking at that like, I'll fall there, I'll fall there.
Yep. But you know what?
I'll definitely fall.
I would like to point out the lack of mounts have been disabled in this area.
Yep.
Why?
So, Annie, I have news for you.
I can use a
can have
mount on this jumping
Tell me you just
puzzle.
disabled that
You
for the
can-
stream.
Oh,
I'm
I will not
excited.
interact. Yeah. So yeah, this is one. And do you want to talk a little bit about what this does, Annie, without too many spoilers?
So interacting with this one, I got to be a little vague with it,
Yes.
but it is something where even noobs like me, who are gonna fall off that thing all the time, even with mounts, are going to be able to participate and basically have different levels of success. You can run around and be extremely thorough with what you pick up, or just try to get to the top as fast as possible. No way is a wrong way for that jumping puzzle. And it's just one of the many things, like secret things or elements to find that are scattered around this very large space.
Right.
That I
So
will
it's
not
not
give
it's
away.
it's not a standard
Device,
JP. It's
from my
like,
point
you
of
know.
view.
I'm sorry.
An empty
Yeah,
bookshelf
it's more like
is
an
a
adventure. It's
crime. That is a
branching. It's
crime.
like
Yeah,
it's
it
like
cannot be-
whining
Okay,
that
we
you
won't
can
stand for
glide
this.
in
We will
the
fill that with-
fucking
Oh, yeah.
silver waste jumping puzzle.
Excellent. This is
Why would you
exactly
whine that you can glide in there? Do you know
the
what I mean?
approach that I like to hear people
That's
taking.
not what it's about.
Yeah. So we've got the library here.
Yeah, the Dwayne statue
Now
from
let's
Guild Wars
go
1
over
looked great
to
there,
the
yeah.
reading room with a quick pause to admire the art, because one of the things that I've loved since launch back in
you
2012
think they'll put a gate
is
in
the art
Noon,
on
maybe?
the walls is so beautiful. So that one's familiar. I love that it's just in here and part of it.
Oh, look
And
at
we have
that, by the
reading-
way. Look at how good that looked. Did you guys catch that? The glass effect over the image?
Quick pause to admire
I've never seen them use
art,
that before.
because
Watch as she walks away.
One of the
Watch
things
it.
that I've loved since launch back in 2012 is the art on the walls is so beautiful.
Watch. The light will refract off it.
So
Ready?
that one's familiar.
See that?
I love that.
Actually,
it's
looks like
just in here
glass.
and part-
You know what that reminds me of? That's good. It reminds me of. You remember when Steam got that update where they put like that like glossy sheen on all the fucking box art in your library on Steam? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I genuinely really liked that update. But yeah, that's good.
And we have the reading room.
This is definitely where
this
I'm going to be.
is a little bit, I wouldn't say sparse, but a little bit, you know, you got your boxes. It's sort of like a college dorm room in that Your furniture is just sort of whatever somebody leaves out on the side of the road with free sign.
You do a lot of custom box art for non-Steam games?
For a certain amount of time.
Dude, are you going to do box art for Guild Wars? Do you do animated art? Because I got super obsessed with Steam last year, and I like put custom art on like all my stuff and like different animated things. But it's got to be right. It's really easy to do it badly. It's got to be like the box art, but something is subtly moving.
Time, not that I ever did that. But
has anyone in chat? Has anyone kept up with the Guild Wars 2 Steam category? What's community discussion like there now and stuff? Because Guild Wars 2 isn't on Steam, but all the supporting infrastructure is already. So like you can go to like they have forum threads and stuff. There's Guild Wars 2 forums and shit over on Steam now. I was wondering how people there are taking the game.
this is it before it has.
Oh, also another thing I was interested in is watching New World feedback. Just how much have you guys noticed how much people bag on New World based purely on Steam charts? Like Steam charts exposing your player base is like a big thing. ArenaNet need to get Guild Wars into a good place before they fucking open that Pandora's box. Because right now they can hide. They can hide and they can let people assume whatever the player base is or whatever. But MMOs are so... Players are so stupid. And so the decision on whether you play something is so deeply bound on whether other people like it, whether it's popular or not. People are such like zerging lemmings that's like a big deal. It's either your biggest asset or a serious issue. And I cannot read about New World without people talking about the Steam charts. And I'm just so scared for Guild Wars when it gets on there and people just use that to disparage the game. You know, it's a snowball effect. If you want to go crazy, do box art for emulators and ROMs. Jesus, no, I wouldn't go that far. Steam charts represent only a fraction of the whole player base, but they do show trends well enough. That would be true for Guild Wars. It is insulated against that.
Has been improved, and let me tell you, when you get that that level to make this space beautiful,
That's not stupid at all. MMOs don't work if there aren't enough people. It is stupid because MMOs can work with very, 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 very few people. All right, you aren't participating and interacting with all 250,000 other players, right? The fact that you're not even doing it with 10,000 people. The chance that it actually matters comes to like trading post type shit. But even then, the numbers are a lot smaller than you think. And the numbers are a lot smaller than you think in open world. And the numbers are a lot smaller than you think definitely when it comes to dungeons and stuff. It is stupid. It's pure lemming. It's pure hive mind mindset. These games do not need a population as active as you presume them to need. It's because you feel comfortable playing something that's well funded and well trafficked by other people. That's it.
It is outstanding.
It's because there's confidence in Zergs.
Oh no. So this is one thing I was asking about earlier, and I just want to call this out. This big fireplace. I'm so excited to just...
By the way, the perspective that you only want to get into an MMO, the one really legitimate part of that is MMOs are big time sinks. They're like lifestyle choices. If you're going to spend time earning items and going for prestige and trying to show off and stuff, you want to be confident that the game isn't about to shut down. You want to be confident that it will continue getting updates. And through that, you do need a lot of players. You do need to feel like it's got a lot of revenue. You do need to feel like it. And so on those terms, it's not stupid. But on most terms, it is.
Advance that and have this gorgeous set piece.
Yeah.
And maybe do something about
PvP,
this
I
cozy
agree.
reading chair.
I agree, it matters more as well, matchmaking.
I'm going to curl up in front of this big fire when it's there.
Yeah.
With a book. With a book.
And it is
with the latest Star Wars
gorgeous.
But again, the number is tiny. People will like freak out in New World. Oh, it was at 800,000 2 weeks ago, and now it's only at 500,000. Dead game. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man. You don't need that many people.
Snuggle book?
Yeah, definitely the latest Star Wars book.
All right, let's keep going. Let's look around over here.
So here we have the crafting hall.
Yeah, I did promise more crafting. All right, Annie, let us know.
More like 900k to 80k. Same, fine. Same again. 80,000 people. It's enough. It's not a dead game. I mean, it's a huge drop, don't get me wrong, but it's not a dead game. The number's a lot lower than people think it is. It needs to be.
Walk us through it. I'm just admiring, how did they get all that stuff on the walls?
By the way, I'm not defending New World. New World might be awful. It might be on its way out. I'm just talking about that specific...
You're probably a little light on entertainment options so far
thing that we do.
Arborstone, so
and I'm not exempt from it. I'm the same. I'm not trying to judge other people and not myself. I'm the same.
Really push the envelope on her display. to really get people's attention.
Yeah, it is
So
a
these
self-fulfilling
are
prophecy.
the
I'm just pointing out that Steam Chart's
professions
exposure of that kind of information makes
was
these
not much
products
good.
more
So you've got
volatile.
cooking
And what
jewel
Guild Wars
crafting
doesn't need is
on the other side, and
volatility.
here you
That's
have
all I'm
the three
saying.
armor and weapons disciplines, which I'm going to mess up if I try to recite, but I'm going to do it anyway. You've got tailoring, artificing, leatherworking, huntsmanship. I always want to call it something different. Armor smithing and weaponsmithing.
Okay,
I do
brilliant.
love where the
Fantastic.
tailoring station is right now. This like the dye pots are such a fun little touch.
They are nice. I agree with you, Ruby. I like the dye pots.
When you get it, it's going to be so great.
It is.
When
I'm
End
going to
of
work
Dragons-
hard to unlock these masteries.
When End of Dragons launches, I will help you because I will
Okay.
still feel bad about sitting over here going, look at how beautiful.
I know.
Oh, you
Hold on,
can't.
These two have got quite a nice vibe. I quite like these two together.
So you get all of your crafting areas unlocked, and they keep improving. They keep getting better.
Look, she's in the flow
as
of it right
you
now.
Expand those masteries. All right, let's take one more look. Let's just take a little walk across the bridge and look at how absolutely gorgeous this is. And again, like Annie said earlier,
I
we
do
weren't
like the
even
stained
at
glass
the highest
there.
Point. We're about mid-level right now.
All right. So yeah, it's not a
And
revelatory
the bridge
stream.
is just my gosh, I can hear the wind in my ear.
Yeah.
The creak of the slats. Yeah. Well constructed, but it's still old.
Oh no. All right, so we don't want to go too much farther because we want to leave, as always, lots for you to find on your own. But Annie, why don't you give us another quick rundown of what this is, and let's talk a little bit about what's at Tier 5, maybe some collections, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, so this is, to reiterate everything, this is the gorgeous Arborstone space. It is a social space, it is open world. It's using some of the tech from our most beloved Eye of the North and the very awesome Sun's Refuge. And it'll allow you to hang out there with your
I
friends.
think this is a problem
even though
as
you have
well. Just
different levels of
restating it
mastery,
again. This
and
really
do
sizzles
different
out, doesn't
stuff
it, at
as
the
you
end of
proceed.
this?
And there are 5 levels to the mastery. You've only seen 2 so far. One is for living spaces, and so you have cool stuff like the barracks and the mess hall, in addition to the Surrogate. And 2 is crafting, so you get all kinds of neat crafting stuff. So as to what the others might be, 3, I mentioned people might be kind of bored in that space, as cool as it is, and might want something in the realm of, I don't know, entertainment. And I also mentioned previously where the merchants were, that it was
Wasn't she
looking a little
prompted to talk
bare,
about
and that maybe
T5
something could be
masteries,
done with that
and
commerce
she's just
area.
recapping everything?
For 5, that would be a lot of spoilers, but I will say a big thing about this space is that...
Oh, don't do that! Hey, other dev, would you like to talk about Tier 5? And then spend all that time, and then just say, I'm not going to talk about Tier 5 because of spoilers. Oh, God, it's like pulling teeth.
There's a lot of cool collections that might come here, that might draw your attention back.
Yeah, as the space gets built out, it attracts a lot of interesting people, some old friends, some new friends that have some collections that'll take us all around the world to learn more about what's going on and the history and the people whose company we enjoy.
Yeah. So I look
Tier
forward
5 adds
to
gaming
everybody
chairs.
getting
Yeah,
in
we'll
here
get the gaming chair
and
advert now.
Working with me to help Morgan level her masteries up. Please, we're gonna get you there because we owe that to you.
You
now.
do. I just did a lot of running through an empty space. A lot of empty space.
I have my chat box is just full of your character going to sleep over and
true.
over.
Dancing
That
on
said,
things.
Annie, I do have to give you and everyone who worked on this kudos for, even at level 0, when you have none of these masteries up and running, you've still got like all of the basics there. There's still so much to do, and it's still absolutely gorgeous. It is so pretty.
There's so much in the space to explore still, and there's so much love from myself and from pretty much everybody who touched this space.
What chair am I using? I don't know, just a chair.
And we're not even done yet, so keep an eye out, run around the space as soon as you can get into it, and take all kinds of screenshots, like show every nook and cranny that you can get into. Dance on Dwayna's head. Go for it. I give you my blessing.
Dance like Dwayna is watching.
You give your blessing, Annie.
Or like she isn't watching.
So yeah, a couple of things that Annie has said. I was over here going, oh, that's right. I really look forward to all of you getting in here, running around, discovering what there is to discovering the collections.
It's a weird vibe. This section. It's a weird vibe, isn't it? Because it's like this is it's like we've ran around and danced on Dwayna's head and stuff for 10 years already, you know? So there's sort of there's a vibe here where it's like, okay, if you're very casual and if you're very new, there's kind of an energy and an excitement to talk about this stuff. But I think for a lot of other people, it feels a bit old hat, you know? So it's easy to suddenly start dismissing the whole stream.
Covering the gameplay, finding out what else is in there. There was an event has started that I just kind of quietly ignored.
Yes.
And
yeah.
All right, so
we just kept walking.
Like if I imagine that as press for
Yeah,
2012
there's
before the MMO
there's
itself
a
came out,
reason
I
we
can
only
imagine being
explored
totally on
very
board with them,
specific
you know?
parts of this space. So that's our show for today, and that is our show for 2021. We went over the legendary weapon variants. We went over a lot of story characters with Morgan and Quan.
Yes.
We took a tour of the new guild hall, and we showed you the first parts of the Arborstone Revitalization Mastery Track. We have, if you need more Cantha, we have something for you now. The End of Dragons 4th beta event is live in the game right now. All 9 elite specializations are available to play, as is the Siege Turtle mount. That's going on until Saturday night, December 4th. Also, every day you log in and play the beta in Guild Wars 2, excuse me, is a chance to win this DX Racer gaming chair that we are putting with
there it
giveaway.
is.
So enter to win that. Have some fun playing the beta event, and good luck on that. Path of Fire, if you don't have the Path of Fire expansion quite yet, you're still thinking about it, this is when you want to do that because it is 50% off at Amazon right now through the end of December. Our next show is January 28th. We're going to go heads down. We're going to get some work done. We're going to
End
take a
of
look at the holidays,
January.
and then we're going to be back with some more End of Dragons for you guys on January 28th. Again, thank you all for spending this time with us since the first look live stream in July. It's been the year has been a lot. The past few months have been incredible to get to share more and more of End of Dragons with you and help you build that picture of what that's going to be like. And we are all incredibly excited to come play this game with you in February. So next show, January 28th, head over to the Guild Wars 2 website in just a few minutes to read more about the legendary weapons. And as always, thank you for spending time with us. We will see you in the new year. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, yeah. I got a sense that we could just skip that, but I had to know. Chipmunk. It's not actually a chipmunk voice. You know, they actually do go to another level to make sure that the pitch doesn't get modulated or messed up there. If it was literally just sped up, it would have gone chipmunk. But the video player, the Twitch player, and the YouTube player, they ensure that doesn't happen. Right? Yeah. Okay. Wow. So what do we think? I mean, it was an okay stream. You guys are saying that the new armor is available. So let me go have a look at Twitter and see that. Magically enhanced with the power of Jade, this armor is not only stunning, but surprisingly comfortable for those needing a bit more mobile. Stay tuned for more End of Dragons armor this week. So they've got 3 screenshots. I'll show you guys. Oh, it looks so weird. It's like you can be really Jade techy, basically. This is good, by the way. This is good that they're showing the armors. Give me a second to just get it on screen for you all. That's my share X, if you guys could hear that. There you go. Here's the armor that they've shown off. Oh, wow. They've even watermarked this, saying content is in development and may be subject to change prior to release. I wonder if they're legally obliged to do that. Looks good. What is that? Is that a new staff, or is that the Jade Dragon set, Black Lion set from ages ago? What's this? No response required. Oh, sending love for everything you do. Long time fan. Thank you very much. I hope you joined right as I was calling people stupid for caring about player population numbers in MMOs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Another skirt. Don't tell me every weight has a skirt. I don't know. One set was revealed yesterday as well. Let me see if I can find the one that they did yesterday, and I'll show you guys that as well. Oh, here you go. Take a look at one of the new armor sets coming in Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons. Keep an eye out. So there's a Char. I'll show you guys the one in the Char, I suppose. Actually, I'll show you the Sylvari. The Sylvari looks really peculiar. I mean, look, you're not going to get any fantastic commentary from me here. It's Fashion Wars. What do you want from me? You know, I'm out of my ballpark, out of my wheelhouse here. Oh. There you go. So this is the other one. apparently I took a much bigger screenshot this time. And yeah, somebody described this as simple earlier. Well, yeah, I think that's totally fair, right? They look simple, which is nice. That tweet is like Scorpion versus Sub-Zero. Jedi robes. The one from today looks very different in each screenshot. Yeah, it does, but I'm not going to grab it. I mean, you guys can go to Twitter and look at it if you want. You can sense the weeb. Looks like Guild Wars 1 monk armor. Yeah, well, they do already have a Guild Wars 1 monk outfit. Yeah, it looks good. I'm more interested in the backgrounds, to be honest. So, yeah, there were a lot of things going on in chat at the end there, but I figured I should just get through the stream as soon as possible. At that point. Does anyone want to pick up any conversation point that maybe we were in the middle of before, but I never went deeply into? Does anyone think that I maybe missed some details? Now, the other thing, of course, is the legendary weapons. They did preview what the weapons look like. Oh, that all appeared on stream as well, though, right? Am I missing anything else? I mean, there's the world versus world stuff going on. I think that's pretty much the recap, right? That's what I want to talk about on stream tomorrow. Why do I think it's all green? What? Why do I think the grass is green or the trees are green? I think they just decided that's the aesthetic for those areas. You should do this for an FF14 live letter. Those are 7 to 8 hours long. I mean, I'd be happy to do it. Maybe I shouldn't be pausing the whole way through. I'll say that much. Let's turn the game audio on. You guys can actually hear it. It's probably not a good idea. Why the air is green. I didn't really get a sense of the air being green. I think it's just ambience, isn't it? It's just a general sense of what they want to do. I don't think we're going to get a stream on Strikes gameplay. I thought they mentioned Strikes were going to come from story content now. So wouldn't all Strike missions be spoilers, according to ArenaNet? Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and that's probably holding them back to a certain degree. Yeah. I don't... By the way, you're saying Strikes. You're adding a plural onto there. You're adding shit to it that I don't think that necessarily has to be there. A stream about a Raid CM strike with spoiler warnings is perfectly appropriate, and they just make it very clear to people, and you do it for like the first boss of the expansion, right? Whatever the first boss is, you say, look, this is going to be the challenge mode. We're going to talk a bit about our comp. We're going to talk about some of the mechanics. We're going to show some of the animations. We're going to try and like actually fight through a phase, maybe 2 phases, whatever. And you just be very clear. Look, this is a spoiler stream for the first boss. When's the first boss going to be? About quarter of the way in? I mean, at some point you've got to tighten your grip, all right? And there are people who don't care about the story, but do care about the gameplay. They're desperate. So yeah, if I had any fucking say in that, that would be one of the streams they'd do for sure. I wouldn't do an Arborstone stream. I'd do a stream on that. You know, the word spoiler exists for a reason. So the people who want to avoid that kind of... I mean, I don't want to keep going on about Final Fantasy, but they showed fucking clips of their bosses and stuff, like the animas in it. And what does that do? Does that ruin it for me? No, I'm geeking out, wondering in what context it's used and stuff, you know? What are we saying? Every single strike mission is like a named character that we first meet who's nice to us or something? It's like, come on. Spoiler means something. It's a spoiler if they show the strike mission against June and the start of the game, June's our best friend. That's a spoiler. It's not a spoiler to show... I mean, we've already seen the image of one of them. It's like some kind of big creature type thing. Maybe the location is vaguely spoilery, but you can pick that warning up for people. I think it is perfectly appropriate. Spoiler session is a bit odd. I'm not sure where it comes from. It's been building. Honestly, it's not MMO fans. It's not Guild Wars fans. It's not gamers. It's just the internet, man. The internet is just culturally decided, look, spoilers are a big deal, and you'll find it everywhere, man. It's not the same as it was in the 90s or the early 2000s, I'll tell you that. The past 15 years, it's just got bigger and bigger, and who knows where it will go. Are you saying ArenaNet hides disappointing letdowns behind the spoiler talk? No, I'm not saying that at all. I don't think they're trying to hide anything. I think they're just not. I think they're too obsessed with story and spoilers I think they need to understand that the game is about more than that they have an audience that's looking for more than that. I think the press that they offer for the expansion should be broader than it currently is. And I think that they should just... Look, the people playing this game aren't children, okay? If you're desperately obsessed with the fear of spoilers and stuff, you're going to avoid that media. You just make it clear to them, this is a spoiler stream. Some current strike missions are involved with the story. I wouldn't be upset seeing an Iceboot construct in a preview stream. Exactly. Exactly. Give me any of the current strikes. I mean, that they were built different and were generally a bit separate. It's not like Bangar is a strike mission or some shit, you know? It's not like Dragons... I mean, look. I can understand hiding Dragonstorm from the player base, right? I can understand that, the final boss, you know, or whatever. But they have more to pick from than that, I would think. Maybe the truth is it's just not done, you know? And that's not a thing we want to think about either, is it, really? Do we want to just acknowledge the fact that they're a lot further behind than we want them to be? So what mounts do I pick for this guy as well, just while we're here and talking about this? I want it to be shadowy. I want it to be necromancery. I want to, if I can help it, avoid the, you know, like this guy, the Umbral guy. I mean, it works. I'm wondering Umbral died. Like all green and stuff, because I don't think I've ever picked that before. So I mean, what if I literally just changed that about it and keep the rest of it the same? I mean, it pretty much works, right? They really care about keeping Bubbles stuff a secret, so I think it's them. So every single strike is Bubbles related. Green again, we really green? Yeah, we're a Necro, we're green. I think what scares ArenaNet is players discussing the spoilers with no holding back once it's out of the bag. Again, though, I mean, that's on the consumer. That, look, if a Strike Mission spoiler stream comes out and you know that that's there and you've avoided that stream, stop watching Wooden Potatoes. Do you know what I mean? Stop looking at the YouTube comments. It's time to just stick with the official media that they're saying it's okay for the spoilers, and I mean, it's an MMO, so you know there's some jerk crying about in Lion's Arch or whatever. You have chat tabs. You can appear offline. You can just log in a little bit less. ArenaNet obviously don't want to encourage that. There are ways through it. They're adults playing the game. Do you know what I mean? You can take those precautions yourself if you really care. If you're that fanatical. But basically, my point is, ArenaNet don't have to be the fanatics here. If you're fanatical about spoilers, then you put up your blockades about spoilers. That's not their job to engage in that fanaticism at the cost of marketing the game. Like, that's just so wrong to me. Whether you care about spoilers or not, we want Guild Wars to be as big as possible, right? We want End of Dragons to be as exciting as possible, right? Like, it's just a big cost, I think. I mean, look, we're talking about a lot here. It's going to sound like I'm on some huge rant or some high horse, but I'm just trying to justify my position. I think it's the most important thing in the world. I'll just fight you tooth and nail on any old random shit. This guy's interesting. I've never really used him. He comes in at pink. Christ, the frame rate is so bad when I have Bliss on screen. Have to fix that. Where is she? Come on. To be honest, with all the Path of Fire leaks, I only found out about mounts when they announced it. Wow, that's cool. I mean, I think the Path of Fire leaks, I hate to do this, but I think the Path of Fire leaks argue my point for me to a certain degree. Most people talk enthusiastically about those. Well, actually, no, I don't feel bad at all. My argument about the POF leaks was always that, look, you got hyped by them, but you would have been hyped by the information as they actually gave it to you. The leak was not a good thing. There are people who are like, the leaks were a good thing. They weren't a good thing. They mistimed the information coming out. Yeah, you got excited, but you're just borrowing that excitement that would have been there anyway at a more appropriate moment, right? So they weren't a good thing. But what that does demonstrate, obviously the stuff that came out was exciting, obviously the information was good because they'd done good stuff and they were showing off good stuff. And that's kind of the point I'm making here, that you can be as open as possible as you like about it. Like the POF leaks included the world maps. Why are ArenaNet holding back from that now, you know? I don't know. WP, have you seen the new pics on social media of armor skins that came out 17 minutes ago? Yeah, I have, and we just showed them all off on stream. We just had a whole conversation about it. I hate moments like that. It just makes me realise that it's just people flicking in and out. I need to treat this fucking website more like radio. I need to not have conversations and like try to, because it's not. That's not what this website is. It's just people putting it on in the background and turn it on and turn it off, and that's it. You didn't know the Griffin was in the leak? It was, yeah.
I don't mind.
It was.
But it's much too crowded.
Is it possible that ArenaNet is afraid of the reaction of End of Dragons by the community, or that they don't believe in it as a product as much as they're letting on? Absolutely not. I don't think they're being sneaky. That's some serious doomer shit right there. You're well off the deep end. If you think that conspiratorially they're dedicating 2-3 years of their life to make a game that none of them are confident in, so lacking in confidence they're trying to hide that marketing from you, I think you are well off the deep end. There's not a fucking conspiracy to hide the game from you because it's shit. It's just middle of the road incompetence in terms of like how the press is done. Man, why is my thing flashing constantly? Run of the mill is the word I was looking for. You think they're actually very proud of it? Too proud for their own good? I don't think they're too proud. Who are you to say that they're too proud? It's not even out yet. Do you think they'll have more than one trailer for the expansion between now and release? I hope so. I hope we get a launch trailer, yeah. Definitely. By the way, I'm happy to do a little bit of Q&A here, guys. While I get some of the waypoints. Do you remember what we did the other day on stream? Well, similar thing here. I've got to get waypoints on this character, just like I did with my thief. And then I'm wondering if I'm going to play through the whole story or what. I don't know what I'm going to do. What else would I want to do on an all? I'd want to unfog the worlds, possibly unlock explorable dungeons, and play through the whole story. But playing through the whole story is a lot. You think the game's really loud? Sorry, I'll turn it down. Do we even know why we're heading to Cantha? Not yet. That's probably going to be there in the expansion itself. It's so easy to avoid spoilers in game 2. You just don't go to Divinity's Reach early. Yeah, and the thing is as well, we all sit there assuming that there's going to be these arseholes deliberately trying to ruin things for you. But I don't think that's true either. I think most people are very respectful and fine and, you know, nice, and they're very careful about the information that they share. So we could do the Infernal Horror here as well, by the way. And again, just swap one for green. And generally keep the rest of it. Because these two are definitely the same thing. The Infernal Horror is so perfect. Like, this is it. This is the green hands. I mean, this is so good. I know my Rev uses these, but this is definitely the choice for Necro, isn't it? And again, this is a fucking legendary mount, man. The footsteps and everything. The fact this got sold for 2k gems is just brutal. Really brutal. Why do you think the Echovaled Forest the way they do? Oh, why do you think they did the Echovaled Forest the way they do? Is it me, or did Guild Wars 1 have a darker tone? Yeah, I don't really like the Echovaled Forest. I think Xingji is completely middle of the road. Echovaled has failed to hit my expectations. Jade Sea has exceeded my expectations. So it all comes down to the city, I think, to see whether I'm generally positive or generally negative about my immediate take on those environments. The Luxon buyers? Maybe. Maybe. Am I going to go back to Guild Wars 2 Master stuff with End of Dragons? I don't think so. I don't know whether I should really care, but some people were like so fucking salty and miserable and jealous and just gross because of Master. And Master kind of ended up this thing where I was getting like shit tons of help from the community, which I never really wanted it to be. It was just that I was getting given stuff. You can't give back and refund mails from Black Lion Trading Company. So I don't know. As far as like actual achievements and AP and stuff, maybe I'll get into it again. I think you'd see the return of AP daily, AP of the day, stuff like that, more than you'd see a full-blown run at Master. And if that upsets you, well, take it up with the whingers. Should I do an Oryx? See, there's no goods. There's no Jackal that truly... Oh, actually, the Primeval. I'll hold my tongue. The Primeval's pretty goddamn good, actually. Oh, what am I doing? Dies. Swap. Oh my god, that's... Okay, so we can... Oh, wow, his die channels are really interesting. We can do Green Mist, but keep the rest of him the same. It's quite subtle. I wonder if I can just make him look smoky dark or something. Here's a question and answer for you, WP. I played a bit throughout the years. I followed the story mostly. I've raided, I've fractaled, PvP'd, made a couple of legendaries and more. But I don't have much time to play. What, in your opinion, is the best way to have fun in Guild Wars 2 on a limited time budget? Is it best to do the story? Do you have an specific achievements you think I should go for? What's been really fun for you? I can't really talk to you about what's been fun for me on a limited time, because I don't have a limited time as far as this game's concerned. I prioritize this game very highly and always have. You know, I've got like 20,000 hours in this game, so I wouldn't be able to answer very well. I mean, I probably could if I really sat down and think about it, but off the top of my head, I don't know any like really big bang for your buck achievements and stuff. I was thinking about that for like new players as well, like a new player guide on like, here's some great content to hit. You know, I've sort of suggested to people jumping puzzles, right? I think they're big bang for buck fun things, especially for noobs. Another thing I wanted to do is I wanted to make a spreadsheet of like WP's recommended. And I wanted on the spreadsheet for it to, I was going to have like, each column was going to be, okay, what kind of a player are you? An explorer? This jumping puzzle, this jumping puzzle, this jumping puzzle. And it would be like a priority list. Do this one first, do this one next, or whatever. And then the next column's like, okay, you a 5-man kind of guy. I didn't think too far about what all the columns would be, but it'd be that kind of thing, you know. Anyway, limited time. I mean, you've already answered it. If you have a limited time, best bang for your buck is to just go through the story, isn't it? It's just when a patch comes out, go through and dedicate those 3 to 5 hours each release, and that's it. So I don't know. I mean, what would the other columns be? I mean, it's weird because when you just say, "Oh, are you a PvPer?" then it's like Heart of the Mists. That's the only thing that you would recommend, because it's like that's all there is to recommend. If you're a casual PvPer or like a world PvPer, then World vs World is going to be on the column, and that's it. That's all there is to recommend, you know. If you're PvPer but you're not competitive, then World vs World. I like saying stuff like this because I like to think about all the people getting aggravated. Oh, it's really competitive. Okay. I'm an on and off player, but I recently got into PvP and World vs World. It felt too complicated. As an introduction to those game modes might be valuable. Yeah, I was thinking about that as a separate guide as well. Yeah. What's this selling point of this expansion pack to non-Guild Wars 2 players? Hiding the majority of things from them doesn't seem like good marketing. Well, they're not hiding the majority of things, though, are they? As far as features and stuff are concerned, that's it. Guildhall, masteries, amount, and a new adventure in a new area of the world. I mean, that's the bullet point list. You've heard about it. They're not hiding that, are they? What they are kind of hiding is like, I mean, maybe it's fair to say they're hiding stuff. They're hiding the metas. They're hiding the strikes. They're hiding some of the environments. You know what I really want to see them do? You could probably guess what I think they should do based on what I did for Path of Fire when I was given that opportunity. I want to see a stream of the first story instance. They did that for POF, right? I did that before POF came out. Me and several other people, we got to go in and film the first instance. We sort of showed it off. Surely that's ready. Maybe, you know, surely there should be a stream on that before Kaineng. They should do a revised stream schedule and put some of this stuff in. But I don't know. Maybe they're not thinking about that because they're off. They're off for the holidays now, right? Wild versus Wild is PvP where nobody loses. Well, look, it can be competitive. Just to be clear, I want to say I do understand it can be competitive. If you organize up with a bunch of people and you do like a fucking 10v10 or 15v15 or whatever you want to do, you can make it competitive, right? And then yeah, but Belcher's Bluff is on the PvP list. Oh, well done. Yeah, there you go. There's another little thing. I suppose then you could put adventures on there. And you could say, well, look, you can be competitive with leaderboards. Maybe the column is actually called competitive play. And then you say, Heart of the Mist, adventures, Belcher's Bluff is at the bottom. What do we call it? WP's hit list or something? Guild Wars 2's greatest hits. This is the definitive content you have to play if you like this stuff. It would basically be another form of tier list, wouldn't it? Let's be real. It would basically, like when you get to like the raiding column, you'd have a tier list of raids. Hit list sounds shady. Yeah, maybe I got the wrong word there. Even WP, today you mentioned PvP is a waste of time. You don't wish to get into it anymore. And as an avid PvPer, that's been kind of leaning into that line of thoughts lately. I'm curious about your reasoning for such a statement. There's no support. There's no community. The matchmaking's shit. There's no rewards for me left to get there. Unless I get silver or gold in a monthly automated tournament. I have every other reward. There's no reason to fight for ego, even though everyone has ego in there. It's just a completely pointless waste of time. It's the best expression of Guild Wars 2 combat, don't get me wrong. But if I want to just turn off my brain and enjoy just random sort of... If I just want to have fun moment-for-moment experiences, I'd rather they not be in Guild Wars anymore. See, I've had this thing for 10 years where Guild Wars has been everything, you know. So I would happily sink a weekend into Guild Wars 2 PvP. It doesn't matter, you know. It's not even, like, you can't say, oh, it's so that I can make videos or I can make streams. I don't make videos out of it. I didn't make streams out of it. I just played because it was fun to play. Just as a fan, I just play the game. Just enjoy it on those levels, and that's what I'm doing for leisure. I've spent thousands of hours doing that. But at this point, it's like, well, you know, you got to sort of grow as a person. You got to, like, have new experiences and stuff. So I'm much happier that I spent, like, these past 2 months... When I've wanted to do that, I've spent my time in like Plants vs. Zombies. Or I spend my time in other games, do other things, broaden your horizons a little bit. Like at the moment I'm playing Halo Infinite. And I'm very happy that for the purpose of pure leisure, kicking back, relaxing, just playing a game, I'm very happy that I'm playing Halo Infinite, right? Instead of Guild Wars. Because I feel like, you know, at least you're having a different experience. Maybe you're doing something a bit different, you know. So, that's how I'd rather live my life. It's a waste of time. For me, I'm not playing PvP anymore. There's just nothing left in it for me. That was something about Master. You earned hundreds of gold off of PvP. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Look, it's not a waste of time if you actually want, like, good amounts of money. I will recommend PvP on those grounds. I'll recommend ranked PvP on those merits any day. You'll make a mint in PvP. But then, look, the thing is as well, like, what's my total number of PvP games? 20,100? Sorry, 21,000. I played a lot of PvP. Because I'm very addicted. When it comes to PvP and competitive games, I get very, very addicted to things. And I can just go and go and go and go and go and go. So, I think the bar for most people is much, much lower for just how much I'll sink into a thing. So I don't know how much of it is that PvP is that rewarding, or just that kind of like bingeable, bite-sized format that really clicks with me. So I just played the fuck out of it. I probably played more PvP than everyone listening. I mean, Valen is one of the... There's a few people that have played a lot of PvP too, but generally speaking, people won't hit those kinds of levels, so I don't know. Also, I haven't really played it for like 2 years. You know, I made that decision about 2 years ago. So. I see him ravings in chat there. I don't know how many games they've got. Stormcloaks are Imperials? Imperials, to be honest. But I only did the one playthrough of Skyrim, so who knows. Corteria is so beautiful. I'm glad that you're saying that, because I hardly take in the view of Corteria. But Skyrim belongs to the Nords. I don't know whether I value that as highly as I value stability and commerce, and you know, I don't believe in this nebulous idea of independence and autonomy just for the sake of independence and autonomy. I've only played Skyrim once. I've played Skyrim lots of times, but I've only really clicked and got into one major playthrough, and that was when the game came out. So realistic, and even that I never finished. My time with the Elder Scrolls is mostly tied up in Oblivion and Morrowind. Arena I did like 3 playthroughs of. I did one, and I was going to Let's Play, but I didn't. And then I did another one as like prep for the Let's Play, and then the Let's Play. And that was all recent. Skyrim, I kind of have always been in that shitty loop of like modding, but then never actually getting around to do the full playthrough. Can we expect ESO coverage? I was talking about that earlier. I would like to do it once I've finished the story in FF14. Would they ever make Corteria harder? I believe that they should, so that just a bit, not a crazy amount, but so that the difference between Corteria and Heart of Thorns and the later expansions and stuff is more consistent. There's not a good curve in Guild Wars at the moment. It's a problem, I think. I believe that they should at least make things a little bit tankier and make them hit a little bit harder. That's all. Animation rate is still way too low and stuff. And break bars and variety of experiences is still too low, but that would at least start a process. The game needs a serious look back at a lot of that stuff, so yeah, I think so. Hear me out. Corteria is a little clunky, but it's beautiful. You always stop to enjoy the view and the music. Yeah, I think it's a lot better than it gets credit for. I think people... I think people forget and they don't talk about some of the best things about Guild Wars. And Corteria environment, at least, is excellent in open world. Do you think you can make a new Stellaris LP? I was reading, actually. I was finally reading about the Custodians patches last night on my laptop. But the patches were not as good or as sweeping as I thought they were. But also, I don't really know much about the game. So, like, a lot of the balance issues and stuff, I don't know how prominent of a change they've been. But the Aquatic pack looks really cool. The expansion that adds, like, water creatures... It adds a whole new type of mining station. You can, like, mine from ice asteroids or something. They're called, like, ice mining stations. It sounds cool. And then you can take the ice back to your watery worlds to, like, expand their size and stuff. It's like one of the civics you can get for the new Aqua races. It looks cool as shit. I always like the idea of just being a pure Stellaris YouTuber. I'm not joking. I like the idea of just, like, do a playthrough themed around each DLC or each expansion. I just love that idea. And then whenever the Custodian update came out, you could do like news about it and then a playthrough based on... Like, when they do like an update, if there's like a couple of new Origins or a couple of new Civics, it'd be so good. The thing you just have to work out is how to get the perfect length playthrough. What's the right galaxy size? What's the right, you know, length, mid, early game, late game? I like the idea of just having a goal-based series as well, right? So your playthrough is like, okay... My whole plan for this playthrough is to have a penal colony with X population or something. And you just role play an empire that's getting their penal colony, and that's it. Once you get it, you're done. Or aren't there resort worlds as well? There's like a Risa style resort planet you can do. You know, just like pick a mechanic that you want to finish, become the Crisis, whatever you know, and then you just do it. But I'm not good enough at the game, and I always end up getting way too obsessed with mods and making my own mods. Victoria 3 is coming out. Well, that's the other problem. I don't really know many of their other games. The other game I know most of theirs is Magicka. Which I did a playthrough fairly recently. I did a playthrough of that with Kerry, but that's obviously very different, so... You feel like crime isn't enough of a mechanic? Yeah, I have a spreadsheet with I always think of and conceive these mods that are supposed to be as simple as possible to make, but have big bang for your buck. Like, change it. And I did have an idea for a crime thing. There is a couple of really good mods out there for crime. There's one that, like, I think it's called Potent Rebellions. There's a really good mod for factions as well that can create these really dynamic galaxies where there's, like, lots of wars of succession, and there's lots of cool stuff out there. Magic is all about killing your friends with spells. Yeah, crossing the beams, definitely. I mean, I like Magicka. I think it's a great game. Any plans to do Savage Raids in FF14? Well, that's the tricky question, isn't it? Because if I want to finish the FF14 story and then do Elder Scrolls Online, where's the space for Savages, right? A lot of people want me to do that stuff. They want me to prog. But I gotta be honest, I'm a bit weirded out by it. Not because I don't like the idea of it as a fan, but I don't know how entertaining that is as a stream. I'm a bit... I mean, how many people really watched me fight Twitania? Not many people. I mean, maybe I have to be in contemporary content or something for it to count. So I don't know. I don't know how it all lines up. There's just too much games, too much content, too much shit going on. And here I am unlocking waypoints in fucking Corteria. But there you have it. You'd rather see my ESO run than me Savage raiding? Exactly, right? It's like you're picking one or the other. It's like that thing that game devs get, you know? People are like, why don't you do this? And it's because they don't magic shit out. You're making a choice, you know? If I do one thing, I didn't do the other thing. You know? In a vacuum, it's fun to say, yeah, I'll Savage raid. But you got to think about the choice that you're making. I did one, not the other. So when you ask ArenaNet to do something, you've got to think, what are they picking instead of the other? You should always ask them to do the highest priority stuff. I'm not saying I've accomplished that, by the way. I'm shit at that as well. I always talk about them doing stuff that's obviously not a high priority. WoW has a very healthy, highly competitive PvE scene that's highly streamable. See, that's interesting to me as well, because people talk so much shit about WoW. It's like the New World thing. And also, there's this thing of, like, you're not allowed to play WoW unless you're basically morally bankrupt right now. Aren't people getting shamed out of being participants in Blizzard games and giving them money and so on? I mean, WoW's always going to be an uphill battle for me because of the sub fee. To me, I am interested in WoW, but only as, like, industry analysis more than anything else. Is this LGBT safe space? I mean, I would hope so. I never really talk about LGBT stuff. And neither does chat. It's not really of interest to me. So if you think that makes it safe, then cool. Are you talking about Guild Wars or my stream? If you're talking about Guild Wars, oh, I don't know. Who am I to speak about that stuff? I don't know. I think the company tries very hard for Guild Wars to be so. Chat was talking about my wokeness earlier. When was I woke earlier? I don't even really know what woke means. WoW's popular on Twitch more so than any competitor. Yeah, you know, look, I don't care that much about WoW, guys. I care about it from an industry perspective. It's quite low on the list. I would Savage raid before WoW, and I would play ESO before WoW, and I would play New World before WoW. Do you know what I'd play before WoW? Fucking SWOTOR before WoW. Do you know what I'd play before WoW? That WildStar mod that allows you to play WildStar again. I would play that before WoW. And by the time we're through all that shit, I'd probably be on Ashes of Creation, right? That would be out by then. Isn't that that's next year, isn't it? I forgot WP hates on Star Wars when he loves Star Trek. I would play the Star Trek MMO as well. Wait, what did I just say? I'll play both. I'll play the Star... Apparently the Star Trek MMO is good. That's got the actual voice cast from Deep Space Nine in it. How cool is that shit? And I assume some Voyager stuff too. I doubt they fucking got Patrick Stewart to do anything. Though Patrick Stewart's in Oblivion. Star Trek Online's a jank mess, but God, it's fun. See, I want to learn. I'll do it. I have an old friend, an old guildie, who used to play that, as far as I remember. Lord of the Rings? I already did Lord of the Rings, actually, for a week. Maybe I'd go back. Maybe. Don't play Star Trek Online. It's a fun game in many ways, but the monetization is horrific. Yeah, but what if I want to have a conversation about it, you know? Like, I'm quite interested that I've got a viewer right now who's played it. Ashes of Creation makes me extremely sour. Has great ideas, but the monetization is bananas. So ludicrously greedy, I do not trust them. Wait, is it out already? I didn't know if it was out already. What do you think is higher on the ladder when it comes to undermining their own gameplay systems? Guild Wars 2 or Pokemon nowadays? I can't speak about that because I haven't been playing the main series Pokemon games for many years now. Carrie tells me a lot about it, and I follow Pokemon to a degree still. I would say probably Guild Wars, because Pokemon are much more specific, clear ideas about what they want to do. They might be easy, they might undermine themselves, they might, you know, not feel as rich as they used to or whatever, but they're much more narrow focused. Guild Wars is such a broad focus, it's really easy to fuck itself up. It's really easy to trip over itself. I don't know how often Pokemon games trip over themselves, but again, I can't really talk about that because I haven't really been following it too closely. Why are you so against playing WoW? Just curious. Well, I just said, didn't I? I don't really believe in sub fees. Let me say this again. I don't really believe in the necessity for sub fees. So that's what always kept me out in the past. In truth, what kept me out even earlier is I'm not from a household, a family or whatever that could afford a fucking sub fee. You know, I would never get money monthly from my parent to pay for a sub. Like, the idea of that, like, to me is like, and it's weird. This is many years ago now. You know, I've grown up. I'm different. People consume media differently, I suppose, or whatever. But to me, that's like privileged, like arsehole level stuff. Like to have a fucking friend that buys the fucking game monthly or whatever. Like, there's something about it that's, you know, I just would not have been allowed. That's why I started playing Guild Wars. That's why I was in Guild Wars 1, not World of Warcraft. I liked World of Warcraft. I went to a friend's house and played it with him. I liked WoW. It looked cool. A lot of design fundamentals in Guild Wars I didn't like, especially as a teenager. But this game didn't have a sub fee, so I was playing it. And then as I got older and as Guild Wars 2 press started and all that kind of stuff, I started to, you know, be drinking this idea that really they weren't necessary. You know, and different monetization systems are available. Nowadays, I'm a bit freer with it, and, you know, things have changed, but yeah, that still sort of lingers within me, so. Like, even with Final Fantasy, I'm cancelling my sub as soon as I can. I've only paid for 2 months so far. 1 month! I've got like 500, 600 hours in it. I've only ever paid a sub once, I think. I think I'm about to pay my second, or I did like a couple of days ago. But as soon as I beat Endwalker, I'm turning it off. Probably, unless the whole Savage thing goes through. But you know, I'm not about that. You'd never have the balls to ask them for a sub fee? Well, it's funny because a few years, this is going to sound like I'm being very anti to one of my brothers. It's funny because a few years later, one of my brothers did start playing WoW. And it was okay to be bought that sub fee or whatever. But yeah, we were from a place where, you know, there wasn't much money around or whatever. Like, the reason I'm sitting here today, I don't like this story much because it sounds like I'm fucking humble bragging or something. But if you follow my trajectory, it was like, I never had a PC until I got a job and bought a PC. And then I had another job, which, if you guys remember, when I my Prophecy series was done on a different PC to my Faction series. You know, I paid for that PC through another job. And then any upgrade I got after that was like once I started doing this full time, any upgrade I did was from, it was like, basically I can trace my whole career, but what I'm trying to get at is I can trace my whole career back to like my first 200 quid I earned working in a bakery. Right, I can remember that. So it's kind of, I don't know, just I'm only saying that to illuminate why I wasn't paying sub fees for games and stuff back then. You know? Probably why I'm a bit of a mono gamer as well. Sub optional like ESO is nice. Yeah, I think it's interesting to look at how much they monetize that out the ass. Is it really optional? I hear that it's not. I hear that basically you can't play unless you pay for it. That's the kind of stuff I want to learn about. I think a lot of us played Guild Wars 1 because we didn't have the ability to pay for a WoW sub. Yeah, I think so too. I think that was a big value. If you go back to the first competition ArenaNet did, they you know, advertised the game comp or whatever, and I did 60 reasons to play Guild Wars 2. I had reason 61. Oh, and there's no sub fee. That was like the coup de grace. That was like the whoa, the amazing final moment. There's no sub fee. That was still like a big marketable thing around 2010. A few years later, not so much. Certainly not anymore, I don't think. You watched this the other day? Was it you that commented on it? Someone commented on it the other day. Why would something having more content bother you? Eh? Well, you were 8, 9 years old when you started Guild Wars. How could you afford sub fees? Well, your mum and your dad get it for you. That's sort of what I'm getting at. Look, not everyone's living the same life, alright? I think if you guys ever got to know me personally, like actually know me, you'd find I'm quite salty about like economic disparities between people, and like I'm a pretty bitter, twisted up guy when I think about, you know, people getting bought cars and people having university paid for them and people being gifted houses and shit. Like I'm genuinely a very grumpy, sad, fucking envious, bitter prick about a lot of stuff that I've seen. But hey, that's completely irrelevant. Excuse me. I think there should be more said for the idea that optional subs are just a marketing ploy to neutralize truly subless games. I'm not quite sure how... I don't understand that. So basically WP is a British person. What do you mean? Comrade WP? No, I'm not saying I have any answers or anything real to say on any of that topics, but... When I look at like how many subtle influences there are on people's characters, like here's a thing that I've observed more and more as I've got older. Any friends I had, any people I've known who had more money, they went on more holidays to more diverse locations. They went out to restaurants more. They went on trips more. Like I remember like school trips and shit that I just couldn't go on because my family couldn't pay for them. We couldn't do stuff. They do all these things. They do them when they're young, when they're like kids. They do them when they're teenagers. And so when it comes to the point where they're starting to think about where they want to go for, and that's fine, right? And you think, well, that's just it. But what that does is that builds people. That makes them adults. That gives them characters. That gives them ambitions. That gives them opinions about the world. So then, when at the ripe young age of 17, 18, 19, they're being thrown upon them, what do you want to do for a living? What do you want to do in your life? They kind of actually have like a bag of things to pick from immediately, and they have a little bit more context for the world around them, and they can make slightly more intelligent opinions, and they can have more belief in themselves, and like life can kind of unfold in a sensible way. In the meantime, just in this subtle way that having money has rounded them out quicker and built them quicker, as opposed to people who just fucking sit on the street corner the whole time, or just waste their time wandering around as a teenager, hanging out at kids' parks, or fucking about, you know, underage drinking or whatever, and doing basically the stuff that I did. And then you're like being told by like education systems, oh, do this bit, what are you going to do, where are you going to go? And you're sitting there thinking, I don't know. I have no passion. I have no ambition. I have no desire. I have no thoughts. I have no context for the world. And you're telling me what I'm supposed to do, what I'm supposed to study, where I want to go, how I want to be. I don't know any of those answers because I'm a kid and I haven't lived a life. And I've been given limited opportunity to live a life because we haven't had much money. And then you think that's your fault. You're to blame that you don't know what you want to study at sixth form. You're to blame that you don't know what you want to do at university. You're lost and passionless and you have no idea. Meanwhile, other people are like coming to decisions and you're just like scratching your head thinking, well, how did you make that decision? And it's because their whole lives are different. Their whole lives are different because they have money. So it's not even overt shit like, oh, I got bought a car. Or my mum literally paid for university for me. And is paying now that I've dropped out. They'll pay for me to do it again. Like, even just having context. Like, for me, when never mind. Well, just even having a sense of how much a thing costs or how long it will take to pay off and so on. Right, this is not about gaming. I'm going to shut up now. All the gas heads in here? I don't know what a gas head is. So that's the major route that I wanted to do. The other thing I think I'll do quickly is Ebonhawk, and we'll go up. So we're going to do the Ebonhawk route. Any other Q&A you guys want to do? I'll do as I run up through there. For what it's worth, my point was that and it doesn't have a sub fee being more impactful in 2010 is more to do with marketing than the actual experience of the game itself. It's still rare to find a game which is genuinely meant to be played without a sub, but there are lots where you're able to play. Just my 2 cents. Yeah, okay, I get what you mean, for sure, yeah. It definitely is more of like a marketing side thing, for sure. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll up here looking for a Guild Wars comment. Well, not just a Guild Wars comment, any kind of MMO or whatever. ESO has way too much DLC and it kind of bothers me. Are you still there, Escola Ninja? I'm curious, very curious how much DLC they have. What, is it true that you pay an absurd amount of money for like one dungeon in that game? How does that work exactly? I think people are deluded if they think subs is the determining factor in the quality and volume of content they get. Yeah, I think you're right. The only big thing I would say that a sub feed definitely allows you to avoid is the whole gem store situation that this game has. I say avoid. It doesn't guarantee you'll avoid it, but it sort of helps with that. So I am a genuine advocate of sub fees at this point because of that. Because I love the idea that this mount was something I'd won in a raid or something rather than bought on the gem store. I think that's a really powerful, important thing. I think gold to gems being in the game has done a lot to sort of cripple it. Like, I remember being so passionate in Guild Wars 1 learning how to farm the Domain of Anguish, for example. Because there was money and you couldn't get ectos and shit otherwise. In Guild Wars 2, if I've ever got really obsessed about having an item or really wanted something, I have just got out my debit card. Do you know what I mean? That's it. And it's like, that breaks the game. If a sub fee allows the game to not be broken in that way, and it doesn't necessarily, because there are always gold selling websites, and what ArenaNet is doing is they're just trying to take They're trying to offer a white market when they know a black market will exist, right? That's why this is in game. It's not a it's like the lesser of two evils kind of thing. Because if all the black market can offer is cheaper prices at an incredible risk, then that's a very different story to, oh, well, you couldn't buy it anyway otherwise. So it's kind of an example of savvy from ArenaNet, but it does break the game. I don't know whether a sub fee kind of affects that, because in truth, even with a sub fee, that stuff's still there. But yeah, there's a big difference playing this game in Guild Wars 1 when I think about being excited about earning money and learning how to farm and doing stuff. Just because there's always that back door, you know. There's the gem to gold back door. Oh my god, these subs. Thank you very much. Football's God gave out 10 community gift subs. That's really lovely of you. Thank you very much, man. Much appreciated. In fact, earlier, I think I missed something as well. Mackie710. I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm really sorry. I think we were talking about Savage. Gave out 5 gift subs as well. Mackie710. That's really lovely of you. You guys are awesome. I'm getting close to my goal here. 900 is the goal. We're nearly there. Do you think a solution to the gem store problem would be to have specific cosmetic categories that are gem store only, like mounts are now, and gameplay only categories like maybe weapons or such? In this example, no weapon skins would be available in the gem stores, so that could be a residual. I think that is a smart thing to do, and they do that in a lot of ways. Mail carriers, finishers, you know, a lot of the stuff that you find here. I don't think it's a complete solution though, because again, it's like, I want to earn mounts in game. I don't know, maybe I'm just obsessed with that one idea. Outfits, they're generally true. They've done a couple of in-game outfits, right? But generally. WoW is the mother of subs. I bet it has a gem store. It sells mounts, pets, etc. So subs is not a solution for it. No, it's not. It's not a guaranteed solution. It's a potential solution. Look, people might call me naive and stupid, but I genuinely don't think ArenaNet are money-grubbing, like, corporate bastards that are trying to squeeze cash out of you. I genuinely don't think that they are that. If Arena is one of the weirdest opinions that I've ended up getting over the years is if ArenaNet offered an MMO with a sub fee, and they said to me, we will never put a gem store in this, I would believe them. I would trust them 100%. The weird thing is, ArenaNet I would trust to do a sub fee properly over anyone, because I genuinely do think, for all the problems the gem store's got, they haven't ever really gone back on like selling power and like breaking the game in all those ways that we were always scared the gem store would. They haven't kept pushing. With stuff like, oh, we're not going to have a gear treadmill, they haven't broken that promise, right? They kind of fiddled with it at a terrible time with the Fractal update, with the Ascended gear, but generally speaking, like, I do believe them. I do believe that there's like and you know, I believe them on a level that I only otherwise would believe like indie studios. So I would trust them. The thing is, I don't trust Blizzard, and obviously you shouldn't trust Blizzard. They have all those other monetization schemes. Square Enix are pretty good, but again, they cross that boundary a little bit. You know, there are these big fucking gaming publishers out there that I wouldn't trust at all. But it's weird, I would trust ArenaNet to do... If they said to me, we're doing an MMO with a sub fee, and that sub fee is there so that we don't have to... Like right now, when it comes to Guild Wars 2 development, they fund a lot of gem store stuff, right? They can justify funding new skins and shit as long as it's going to be in the gem store. That funding can go there. If they came to the community and they said, we're going to do a new MMO, it's going to be a sub fee, and we're doing this so that we can justify content development rather than skin development. We want to shift away from content development. We want to shift away from skin development. We want those resources. We want to be able to justify those resources going purely into the game and the gameplay. So we're going to do a sub fee. If that's the argument they came to me with, I would trust them to do it. You could call me naive. Maybe I am naive. But that's a world in which I believe in a sub fee. When it's genuinely there to shift where they spend their money on the game, and when it's there, and when you can trust that that will never be compromised. There's very few studios out there that I would have that trust for. But weirdly, I would with ArenaNet, because I don't think that they've broken their promises about like their fundamentals and stuff. You know, even when you look at when it got as worse as possible with like Mount Gate, right? And you can obviously watch my YouTube video essay about Mount Gate back when it came out and stuff. And I know I was on in some or like build templates, right? Build template gate with the triple dipping of monetization. You can certainly say it looks greedy. You can certainly say it looks desperate. You can certainly say that, you know, they killed the idea with the monetization. But was it truly a broken promise, or whenever do I lose trust that they, you know, do I think that they're, you know, again, these corporatist guys that are making this game to earn a bank? Do I think that they're betraying this game's fundamentals to, like, squeeze it from as much money as possible? No, I don't. Do I think they've been short-sighted and clearly putting us on other games? Yes. But purely for, like, some kind of, like, insincere shit, I don't see it. So, anyway, yeah. Ultimately, these game companies have decided to have their cake, sub fee, and fuck it to MTX. At least Guild Wars 2 only does the MTX. I mean, yeah. I mean, when did they push the line? With the Chinese release? The VIP system with China? I remember when that came out and everyone was saying, oh, they're going to do VIP for Guild Wars, the main game in the West. Remember that? Everyone was very cynical. They never did that. They never wanted to bring VIP here. They said they weren't going to do VIP here. They didn't do VIP here. For people that don't know, VIP is a China Guild Wars 2 system with it's basically an optional subscription fee that gives you like precursors and shit, I think. Right? Isn't that VIP optional? I haven't looked at that. I wonder how that is these days. I wish I still had access to a China account. I wish I was streaming China right now. That would be so cool, wouldn't it? ESO Plus gives you all the DLC access. Oh yeah, I think I did read something about that. China was forced by NCSoft, right? Does anyone even play it? I was under the impression that it was very, very minimally played, but I don't want to fall in the trap of assuming just because I'm not looking at it, that means it's a dead game, right? As much as I've ranted about internet communities declaring dead games, I think it'd be a bit rich for me then to declare Guild Wars 2 China dead. But my impression is it's dead. I don't know. There was a GDC thing from the studio like 2 years ago where they suggested they had a shit ton of players there, but I don't know whether I really believe that. I don't know how many players it's got. Any Chinese players in chat? China's doing a weird thing where you're not even allowed to play games anymore, are you? Unless it's the weekend. I mean, there's a lot of very authoritarian shit going on there. I think if you're under 18, you can only play for 2 hours on Friday and 2 hours on Saturday or something. It was a big thing recently. You like need your parents' citizen ID or whatever so that you can sneak through. If you get a feature from FF14 into Guild Wars 2, what would you pick? What do you mean feature? If I could just take one thing, it would be their story calibration in terms of voice acting and length and stuff. Cutscenes. Alright, feature FF14 style and regularity in terms of cutscenes for story delivery. That's what I'd do. That's what I'd put in. That's a really sneaky thing I've said there, but if ArenaNet could just do that, that would be insanely good. You should check out the law targeting specific games. No femboy characters allowed, no guns that turn into anime girls. Yeah, I don't really, I'm out of my depth on that. I don't really know what it was, but people said there was some weird stuff. I mean, it sounded unbelievably weird when I was told about it a few months ago. We're not going to be able to get any kills or anything here because we have no gear on, so I'm just trying to run out. Well, we do have gear, I just don't have its a stat assigned. Let's get out. They're specifically targeting Genshin. Yeah, it was some, I don't know. I don't really care about it, to be honest. Come on, please let me break combat. What the fuck are you still following me all the way over here? Right, we've got to go north. It's not 2 clicks. I'm going to go Sinister, actually. Let's go Sinister. No, you're not Sinister, Viper. I think open world Viper on a Necro is fine if you run Parasitic Contagion. Mind you. Yeah. No. Let's do Viper Trailblazer. Wait, not Trailblazer. Which one's the healing power? We could do Apothecary. If Apothecary was condition weighted, it would be pretty goddamn good. Marshall's is interesting too. Rabid and Apothecary. Seraph is a bit of a waste. There's not really the perfect set for me. Let's just do Trailblazer. And then I'll do Viper on the weapons again here. So we just round out our stats a little bit here. What runes do we want to do? Oh, Tormenting. I'm sure these are going to get nerfed soon. Obviously Tormenting. We can grab a Torment Sigil on each set as well. Real quick. Synergy just too good. We don't have any traits either. Let's go Soul Reaping. Let's go Bloods. Let's go Curses, I guess, since I've done all the Condi stuff. Let's go Lingering Curse. Terror. Since we're in PvE, I'm just calibrating this for PvE right now. Chilling Darkness. Break bar damage. Break bar drain, I should say. Transfusion. Quickening Thirst. I have a Warhorn at the moment, but I'll probably swap that eventually. Let's take Doomfire. Vital Persistence. And PvE, you might be able to just go Soul Buffs, but I don't have too much power. I'm going to go this way. Unyielding Blast. If we're Doomfire, we're autoing anyway, so may as well do this. Something like that. Let's run the Well of Darkness. Let's run Spectral Grasp already have on. Let's run. I mean, Epi's an interesting thought. Oh no, I wanted Parasitic Contagion, didn't I? I mean, Parasitic. This is a pretty good hybrid, but instantly here. I'm definitely not going to struggle against anything. We'll beat the whole game with this without changing a single other trait or weapon or anything. Very easily. You've been avoiding all End of Dragons gameplay they've shown. You rather it not get spoiled. Yeah, and that's fine. I think that a lot of people will do that, and that's their prerogative, right? It's not ArenaNet's job to necessarily go above and beyond. I mean, am I wrong about this? I mean, I might be wrong, but to me it feels like, you know, let the people who are really fanatical about that make their decision and do that for themselves. Because you got to consider as well, right? The people who are that fanatical about it have bought the game. You don't need to do press for them anyway. You're preaching to the choir. Why are you so obsessed with putting on shows that won't mess with people who are clearly locked in anyway? They're locked in, man. Don't worry about it. It's bizarre to me. Nearly there. Any more questions, guys? This is the last little bit of the run here. Getting up towards the entrance of Frostgorge now. I might go as far as the entrance of Bitterfrost. We get a good question here. That dang boy, thank you so much for the sub. Hey guys, I've had a lot of subs today. I really appreciate that. This has been a pretty casual stream, to be honest. But I do really appreciate it. I'm quite happy with this Necro so far. Perhaps because they actually like their community. I don't know what that means. Sorry, what are we? It's their virtue, is it? If they market to people outside the community, that's because they don't like the community, is it? Come on, man. This expansion press for a product. Do you think the X-Pack will be longer than previous two? Okay, good question. Do I think it will be? I hope it will be. I think there's a good chance it will be. I'm not... By the way, that sentence, that sounds very, like, fluffy. Like, that sounds like just a little talk about... I sincerely mean it. I think there's a good chance it will be longer. But I think that's as far as I can go. I can't guarantee it. I can't say with like heavy confidence. I think there's a good chance it will be. But there's also a chance it won't. So I don't know. I'm about 60% that it will be. What even is like their community? They're not your family, they're a company. Yeah, that kind of crossed through my mind there as well a little. Or maybe squint a bit. It's a favor, guys. They just like you. They're doing you a favor with those streams. I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of that. What do you think if they brought back the gods' domains as elite endgame content, somewhere like Underworld or Fissure of Woe? I don't think you'll ever find that format come back to the game. Guild Wars 1 style endgame, where it's like really long, one wipe and you're out, you lose 2 hours, that kind of thing. That's not going to ever happen. It'll be strike missions or raids. Now, do they theme a strike mission or a raid in one of those zones? Oh, I think you'll find they already did. We have an Underworld raid. And maybe they'll go to the Fissure of Woe at some point. Maybe they'll go to some of these other places. Or they'll do other ideas for them. The lore is now written such that those places aren't even really going to be very similar anymore. The gods have retreated from them and so on. But the idea of a Fissure of Woe scenario, let me just phrase it that way, where we deal with Menzies and the Shadow Army and so on, I'm very excited about that. It's all fertile ground for storytelling. And since there will never be true Guild Wars 1 style endgame in this game, since they'll never immaculately replicate it, who's to say that it has to be a raid or a strike mission, right? Or a fractal? Maybe it can be an open world map, like what Dragonfall was. Maybe it can just be a personal story. You know, it could be any number of things. I don't think they have to strictly re-implement it as an endgame thing just because they did in the past. It's not pronounced Menzies, it's pronounced Mengus. Well, yeah, look, eventually maybe I'll get used to that. Did their studio just said they were debating, didn't they? They didn't actually confirm that it's one or the other. God, this guy's got a lot to explore, you know. I hope I play this guy over Arachnia. Will there be more than 4 maps? If they only release Xingji, Kaineng, Jade Sea, and Echo Valley Forest, they can't all be connected, right? I would like them to be connected. They can be connected. At least Xingji can't. But the other 3 can. Why can't the other 3? The Jade Sea can be next to Echo Valley, and they can both be underneath Kaineng. I will say there's only 4 maps because, yeah, they've only shown 4 maps. But I don't really like the word of the use only there. Those 4 maps can be more content dense than all of Path of Fire. You know, it doesn't really matter how many maps there are, as long as it's about content density, and environment variation and stuff like that. So I don't think that really speaks to the depth of the expansion, just number of maps. Not really. Did I just say content depth? What I mean is content density. That's what I'm trying to say. Density. This map is such a pleasure to roller beetle around on. Do you guys remember that stream we did where we had a roller beetle race from the top of here rolling down? Do you guys remember when the roller beetle first got added? That was good fun. And I could go like on the map and see everyone's dots moving. Do you think you'll get Living World shortly after the X-Pack or a big wait? Good question. We're in the pre-Heart of Thorns content drought. What of the post-Heart of Thorns content drought? It'd be very bad if there is a very long one. So here's the other question. I mean, it's an excellent question. Great thing to think about, man. Here's the other thing. Let me ask you guys now in chat. Do you think that they are working on the next Living World episode right now? Do you think they have a team working on it right now? Because I'll remind you that when Siren's Landing was out, they were already working on Daybreak. Hell, even before that, right? When, what do you call it? What was before that? When Flashpoint was out, they were already working on Daybreak. If they want that kind of pace or whatever, I don't know. Who knows what Living World will look like after the Icebridge Saga? That's what I want as well. More than just End of Dragons press. I want to hear about what they're doing, you know. I want to hear what long-term Guild Wars 2 means to them. I want confidence that they're going on with stuff. They even told us Season 4 was starting a few months after POF. Yeah, I think they did, right? I think they did. I mean, I knew that because I'd been out there and it kind of confused everything, but yeah. So far, the only things we've had confirmed after End of Dragons are strike missions and legendary variants. You feel like you barely had time to digest POF by the time Season 4 started? I'd take a slow pace. Me too, actually. I think 3 months was a bit quick. The thing is, I find it hard to talk about that because I don't know... Because I went flat out covering POF. I really, like, went... It was very, very hard to do all that stuff. Like, for, like, the post-show and everything. While juggling all the blog posts. While juggling all the Living World season stuff. And I remember when Daybreak came out. There was a big drop-off on my content and my coverage of it. I was burned. I was just cooked at that point. And Season 4 in general, I didn't cover that well. So, you know, I often think, man, they could have waited a bit longer for Season 4. But that might just be me as a content creator and all that kind of stuff, you know. As just a general player, I'm sure I could have been ravenous and kept going and going and going. But, you know, I'd take, instead of 3 months after, you know... Well, was it 2 months? I'd take anywhere between the 5 to 7 range. I think is okay. I think 7 is pushing it, though. After 7, that's pushing it. We definitely... I mean, if End of Dragons comes out... wait, okay, what's 7 months after February? It's November, right? If it's November of 2022... and the only major release we've had is End of Dragons, I think that will be a bit... That's the line there. It's September? But that's not too bad. Yeah, 7 months, I think, is about the most I'd push it. 4 or 5 months is fine if the metas are really good. Yeah, that's a good point as well. If they have good structure for the loot and the metas and the replayability of the expansion, then they can chill out a bit. Definitely, they can. I want to say as well that they can just put strike missions in as well. They don't even need to do full releases. They can just do strike missions. I want to say that. But that's what Heart of Thorns did with Raid Wings. And people were not happy with that shit. People were fucking pissed that Guild Wars had just become a raiding game, blah, 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 blah. That was a bad time for Guild Wars. It was good if you were actually playing the content and doing the raids, but a lot of people weren't. And we'd have a repeat of that, I think. It would be worse because a strike mission is less than a raid. You see people making a full set of Arene weapons. That's true. That's new, actually, because Heart of Thorns never had all the legendaries. I only had a couple, right? We get another sub. Coo Turtle. Thank you, Coo Turtle. Glad to see you streaming Guild Wars 2 again. Leveling Necro is really fun. Yeah, I enjoyed leveling my Necro the first time. I'm mostly keen on getting this guy Reaper now. I wonder in what way I'll get my hero challenges. VB's a great map. Yeah, VB is a great map. I think it's... The idea of the meta on that map is like one of my favorites in the game. Just that idea of how well everyone gets spread out and stuff. And there's just so much detail and quality. Fighting the Patriarch is so different to fighting, like, the twins. It's different to the Matriarch. And I'm not just talking about nighttime, but even in daytime. I think that map's incredibly cool. It's so good. I mean, that's the big problem with Guild Wars, that people don't, like, think about that stuff or want to, you know, wrap that in. When you think about playing through Heart of Thorns, you just think about the story instances and you kind of forget how much cool shit was there. VV's really cool. It's too bad bounties aren't better. No, I agree. I'm a bit disappointed End of Dragons hasn't talked about bounties because I think bounties are a really brilliant concept. They just need to work on it. They just need to iterate on their concept. But they're not talking about bounties for End of Dragons, so I guess they're not in it. I remember being thrilled about seeing that bounty board in POF Press. See, that's the kind of shit I would love a stream again. Hey guys, bounties are in End of Dragons. Here's what we're doing with them. We saw that you didn't like X, Y, Z, A, B, C about bounties and POF. Here's the steps we've taken to change that. Here's some fascinating cool new mechanics or whatever. Here's some demonstrated gameplay of a bounty. That's a stream. I'd take that over the Arborstone stream. But again, there aren't actually any bounties. Hey guys, adventures are here. Today we're gonna stream one of the adventures. We're gonna get 5 devs on and we're all gonna compete, see who gets the highest time. Let's have fun. While we do it, we're gonna talk about some of the other ones. We won't spoil them all. That's a stream, isn't it? Oh my god, more spoilers, stop. X is good, they just need to iterate on it is the story of Guild Wars 2 in a lot of ways. Yeah, I agree. WP, if players are not appreciating something, it's not their fault. The designer of the game is to blame. Yeah, I agree. Did I give you the impression that I blame the community there? I don't. Look, I basically just view people as like entirely at the whims of the game, of the product, of how they're led through stuff, of how they're conditioned to enjoy things. I basically think people and communities are mindless, and I don't really put any impetus on them at all. I think it's all about how the game leads your hand. The game teaches you what to like. The game teaches you what not to like. The game teaches you what to appreciate and what not to. And it all lies squarely on the game. It's how the game manipulates and encourages people, nothing else. We still love you regardless of what you think of us. Well, me too. I'm the same, you know. I'm the same. It's just the human condition, isn't it? You can't expect the players to have all the agency and to put in all the effort themselves. There's very few people who do that. Role players are like some of the only players out there that will use their own imagination and put their own effort in and go that above and beyond. You know, it's like that argument of like, oh, WP, why do you whine about dungeons? You could just play them with 2 players. But you know, that asks more of the player base. That asks people to go to their own effort. You can't ask people to do that. People will take the course of the course of least resistance. They will optimize things. They'll optimize the fun out of the game. They will just beeline for the fastest, quickest endorphins. They won't put effort in. You can't expect people to. The more you expect them to put their own effort in, it's just that's just gaps in your game's own design. That's really what I view it as. Did I see the roleplay extension? Actually, I saw it in the dev Discord. I didn't see its ultimate release. I was very curious about it on the dev Discord. It looked really interesting, but I saw the Reddit thread, I just didn't click into it. So I know that they've had an official release now. It looks cool. Maybe warrants a video or something, but you know, I've been playing Final Fantasy and stuff, so. Hell, they could have done a Return to Dungeons event. Yeah, that's a cool idea as well. Look, there's a delay for End of Dragons. Maybe they'll do a Return to Dungeons now. I think that's a great idea. Somebody said that a few days ago, and I'm up for that. Don't you guys think that'd be good? But the question is, what would the reward be now? I mean, they've kind of already fired the gun, haven't they? The reward would have to be... Look, I just think the Return to, in hindsight, would have been better if Heart of Thorns POF, Core was in it, and Dungeons were in it. And it was do it all. Do it all. They are giving you a legendary precursor and a full, straight-up legendary amulet. They're giving you a legendary amulet after the armory. It's a very good reward, all right? Adding those other bits of content into the path is fine to me. You know, and maybe he's back on the grind for each Living World release. Maybe it's not 10 events. Maybe it's 2 events or whatever. You know, there's wiggle room. But I think that they should have put the full plate of content. All the stuff should have been on there. Anyway, that's just talking about hindsight. There's little they can do now. I think it's too late now. I don't know what they're going to do for the next couple of months. They're going on holiday now, right? So there'll be Winter's Day. And people will whine that Winter's Day doesn't have enough, as they always do. And then they'll come back, and there'll be a bit of a gap. And then there'll be the Lunar New Year. Actually, how does it line up? Does Lunar New Year line up with End of Dragons or what? I can't remember. Winter's Day will be enough to keep up. I'll tell you what, all they have to do to make this Winter's Day amazing for me. You know all that shit I talked about PvP earlier? If they do a monthly automated tournament that snowballs, and if they have a snowball matchmaker, that'll be fucking amazing. I'll spend the entire Winter's Day constantly in Guild Wars. I'll spend the whole Winter's Day in Guild Wars. If they do an off-season, mid-ranked fucking snowballs with the matchmaker, and if they put a monthly automated tournament out there for snowballs, Winter's Day, so good. CMC doesn't have time for that. Well, he's just doing balance, isn't he? Don't they have people overlooking PvP? Do they have anyone doing any structural stuff in PvP at the moment? Nobody else would care. I care. Loads of people would care. Come on. Snowballs are pretty well made in Guild Wars 2. They're a great representation of Guild Wars 2's action combat. There's a good amount of strategy in there. It's a pretty good game type. You get a lot of people in that. The Legacy from Guild Wars 1? That would be so good. You'd play Snowball if it had matchmaking and wasn't a meme? Boom. Honestly, and it's not a scary game type either, right? It's not scary. You don't have to do a bunch of research about a build and blah, blah, blah. It's simple. The previously known Fractal Ben used to hang out on our TeamSpeak. He knew a Guildie. Haven't heard anything from him since he returned to ArenaNet. Maybe they're trying to be a little bit more close-chested with things. Do I think we'll ever get a race in Guild Wars? Well, there are races, right? So you get on your roller beetle, and there's like some adventures around the game, and there's races. You know, they could easily add new ones of those, especially in End of Dragons. So will End of Dragons get a new race? I think probably at least one new race. Maybe two. I think races on the Jade Sea are a good choice. Possibly they can do one in the Echo Veld Forest, bobbing and weaving between the trees. So yeah, I mean, I don't know why people are so crazy about getting new races. Seems pretty obvious to me. We've already had them. In all seriousness, will they ever add a new race? I hope they do, but as far as communication and stuff like that goes, there's no reason to believe they will. If they don't do roller beetle races in Counter, that's a crime. Specifically, there should be one on Xingji, right? There should be one that's kind of like remembering the original OG. For people that don't know, the original game, the very first roller beetle race was a mini game you could play during a festival in Guild Wars 1 at Xingji. It was a Xingji thing, and we've seen them now everywhere else. So the point is, let's get it back. There should be one on Xingji. One roller beetle race on Xingji. It would be a crime to not have that. Oh, by the way, I had a crazy thought the other day. This absolutely goes nowhere. This isn't a good point of feedback. This means nothing. But whatever. You know, we were talking about cut content, and we talked about the Fortune's Veil that got cut. You know, so that people know, ArenaNet was once playing with a world versus world mode. It was a world versus world mode. So 3 servers, 3 teams, red, blue, green, right? But it was like a raid. So the idea is, it was called the Fortune's Veil, and the idea is, it's a long path that winds through deserts and mountains and fields and caves and stuff. It's a really long, like, path, but your whole server is fighting up the path. Now, here's the thing. There's a defending server who builds walls and siege and gates and stuff to defend the road as you push up against them. And there is 2 attacking teams that are racing each other, climbing up through the veil, winding and snaking their way through it. And as you go, there's like voice acting and stuff. It's all really, really, really cool, right? It was a huge game type that they'd made loads of voice acting for, UI they'd built for it, the map they'd built, and then it never got added. The idea got cut. I guess because it would have split the world versus world player base or something. They didn't do it. Now, if you want to learn more, I have a YouTube video. Pause my stream, go to YouTube, Wooden Potatoes, Fortune's Veil. You'll hear all about it. and the whole data mining initiative that went into figuring that stuff out. Anyway, I was thinking about that the other day because we mentioned it on stream. And you know what occurred to me? One of the things about the Fortune's Veil that was kind of iffy and weird was the way they had to use a surrogates to move you around. So basically, one of the other reasons I was thinking about this is because I was talking to a friend while I was playing Halo Infinite. We were talking about that Reach. There was a Halo Reach game type that was like this. Can anyone remember the name? Anyone out there play Halo Reach? It was like a base assault thing. It was like Assault, you know, deliver the bomb into the base, but it was phased. So it was like, it was a game type in Halo Reach where like you had to break down the outer walls and then you had to move in. Invasion, that was it. Okay, so I was talking to someone about Invasion. It was basic. Fortune's Veil is essentially Invasion with 3 teams. Yeah, and it was a bit like TF2 with the minecart, I suppose. Anyway, one of the problems in Invasion, in Reach, when you break down a wall, they just shift everyone's spawn points forwards when the phase goes forward, so you start spawning in a new area of the map. With the Fortune's Veil with Guild Wars, there was kind of this weird thing where it's like you'd have to run back through the whole Veil. Or like the surrogates could only move you to certain places. Do you know what I realized? If they did the Fortune's Veil post End of Dragons, do you know what would be really cool? Those mount rental things. You know End of Dragons, you can get on a mount and it will walk you there. It'll be like a flight path. It'll be like one of the chocobo things. You know, like you're not actually controlling it. It just takes you on a tour of the map. They could do that in the Fortune's Veil now, you know. So you would just get on a mount in the Veil and it would transport you to the front lines. How cool would that be? Anyway, that's it. That's the whole that's the whole random ass, absolutely pointless observation I had. But what about alliance battles? I don't really know what that means. I mean, that's just conquest with 12 people. It's just 12v12 conquest. You can play that in Heart of the Mist in a custom game. But what, you want a themed map to look like a Jade Sea map or like an Echo Vald map? I mean, in a way, it's kind of got that invasion thing going on. I don't know. Look, I don't believe in splitting the player base. I don't believe in splitting the competitive player base any further. They have to make the game types they have work. Or they have to rotate things in and out with like grab bag playlist, festival playlist, like I just mentioned with Snowballs. And they're clearly, they're a long way from alliance battles. It's not necessary for the game. I'm not that excited about it. It was cool for its time in Guild Wars 1, but it would just feel like big conquest, guys. Brilliant. WP, now make ArenaNet implement it. I don't know what they'll do. They're certainly not going to go for stuff like that, I don't think. If my Guild Wars viewers right now want an idea of the fundamental difference between being a Final Fantasy fan and a Guild Wars fan, it's that every time a conversation like this comes up, any true Guild Wars fan knows it's pie in the sky, it's not going to happen, there's not much developmental overhead. Every Guild Wars 2 fan immediately knows it's not going to be there. Final Fantasy, you don't have that feeling. Final Fantasy, you can feel they have that overhead and there's like potential for any random shit like that. That's the fundamental difference between being a fan of the 2 MMOs. And that's why Final Fantasy, on the face of it, in most arenas, is not a better game. That's why it can feel like a better game and a more active game. Because that's a powerful drug. That's why they could put PvP stuff in PvE stuff, make it low stakes, throw bots in that can be playable low man. I mean, maybe. I just don't think that competitive modes of Guild Wars is future. Not really. Not unless they can nickel and dime their way through it with really little incremental updates that slowly snowball a community. But they don't do those regularly enough either, so. Any kind of big grand thing I think that they would add would end up a lot like Stronghold. I would argue for a new Stronghold map and Stronghold balance before I would argue for Alliance battles, for example. Well, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't. Someone's trying to get into Discord. The command is social. There you go. You love the PvE meets world versus world in the Drizzlewood South meta. It's so much fun to do. That's interesting. I don't really have any strong opinions about how that ended up coming out. I mean, it felt a little bit world versus worldy. I actually think that Lake Doric hit that a lot of that as well in terms of like how the dynamic events like web out and snowball and bounce backwards and forwards. It's hard to see it in Lake Doric, though, and it's kind of hard to see it in Drizzlewood as well, because PvE has this sense of constant progression. There isn't back and forth, because back doesn't feel good. We tolerate back in competitive modes, because we know that 50% of the players are experiencing a forwards. But as far as, like, pure PvE is concerned, push-pull, if it's too much pull, people don't have fun. Did I just explain that correctly? I hope I did. Not too rambly, right? Maybe a Why Stronghold Failed video? You played a little when it came out and enjoyed it, but I'm not a big PvP at all. I don't know, it's too old. I mean, if this was years ago, maybe I would do it. There's probably better videos to do. As a, like, retrospective, I think that's quite a fun idea, actually. But, I mean, there's not even a big magic to why it failed. It's because they never updated. They never listened to feedback. They never updated it. They never funded it. That's why it failed. It wasn't anything fundamental. It's not any exotic understanding of the specific reasons of what was wrong with the balance or whatever. It's just that they never implemented changes. I mean, that's it. I mean, do we need a video for that sentence? You legit haven't played a game of Stronghold for years now that you think about it? I remember getting a few games because I'd log in, and if you tried to play ranked or unranked, if you have all modes clicked and you click unranked, you might accidentally get it, and then you're like, oh shit, yeah, this account needs to. That's the only way in which I've had a Stronghold game in a long time. Are there any PvP formats you enjoy from other games that could work in Guild Wars 2? I think a million of them could. Guild Wars 2 fundamentally is like really robust. I think if you look at stuff like Reaper's Rumble, and if you look at South Sun Survival, and if you look at Snowball Fights, and if you look, what's the Labyrinth zombie one called? I can't remember. If you look at all of those, you see, you know, there's a bunch of different scales of combat balance and skills and ability and game types that they could do. I really think a festival playlist would be so good. Aspect Arena as well. There's loads that could work. And that wouldn't even split the community too much. During a festival when there's heightened player activity anyway. For festival rewards and stuff. Oh. Such a low-hanging fruit. In another world, Living World would add a new Stronghold hero every episode and an outfit in the gem store or chest. How cool is that? Yeah. In another world, there's a new fucking Stronghold hero. Every Living World patch, dude. It's weird to think. I like that. That's one of my favorite messages I've read from you recently. I love that, dude. Missed champions. Like, this list is slowly filling. Look at these missed champions, guys. So varied. Oh, my favorite Tybalt. Siren could have come in. We could have had a Joko missed champion. Look, they got a whole 4 in and then they stopped. Look at this filter. I'm going to filter for all the defensive heroes. There's 2 of them. I'm going to filter for all the specialist heroes. Oh, the 15th specialist hero would have been coming with End of Dragons. Look at all this UI and shit they built. I mean, it's criminal. Look at all the skins. Look, guys, we can monetize it with skins. I feel so crushed when I look at shit like this. I'm sorry, what is this? It's the best feature of the game. It's the most complete feature of the game. I mean, talk about Guild Wars 2 Graveyard. I mean, this is the graveyard here, isn't it? Look at all the forward thinking they did, and then just... Oh, to be a flyer on the wall of that meeting of that day when they say no, you're not allowed to do any more Stronghold stuff. I mean, on what level? What did they what had to happen with Heart of Thorns for them to? Like, they dropped it so quick. What were they looking for? To confirm, yeah, we're going for this. I just don't get it. Why did they drop it? Hard to balance? Who the fuck knows? They never talked about it. Because they had to go make Living World Season 1? Because they went to make a June MMO or something. I don't know. Players didn't react well. No, players reacted well. They just didn't like the specific balance of the time. And they provided feedback on the balance of the time. I don't think there was anyone fundamentally pissed that Stronghold was coming in. Stronghold, I'll tell you, all they had to do was call Stronghold GVG. That's all they had to do. I don't know why they called it Stronghold. There was a branding issue there. If they called it GVG, believe me, the community would have been wanking off over getting it just right. I guess they didn't because it didn't really have a flag running equivalent. But. Oh my god, the June MMO is coming from Funcom. Is that true? We can see that who got it. One of the closed projects ArenaNet did behind the scene was an Aeon sequel. Are you serious? How do you know that? I've never heard of that. It's going to be a survival sandbox like Conan Exiles. I actually think Conan's a great game. I haven't played enough of it, but as a fan of Ark Survival Evolved, having an Ark game that's actually polished is pretty good. Sorry, I'm out of the loop. Are you going to cover the beta in the videos? What beta is that? Oh, Beta 4? Elite Spec Beta 4? Honestly, no. I didn't really play much of it. I don't really have any insights. I mean, I played some stuff with the turtle, as you saw. But, I mean, what more is there to say? I might cover a bit of it in the video. Not too much more, though. Admittedly, this map looks better than the majority of the FF locations. Oh, even that, right? I'm glad to hear you say that and eat some humble pie there. But even that, I feel like you've worded that very delicately. It looks a million times better. Come on, man. Maybe it's just because I like desert places, though. And Final Fantasy doesn't do them too well or regularly. There's a desert place in Core. There's a desert place in Shadowbringers. Does the Burn count as a desert place?
Thank you so much.
Will you be fully streaming your complete playthrough of End of Dragons? I don't know what I'm doing right now. I don't know whether I want to play it in private with Kerry for the first blind one, which is what I did for Heart of Thorns and POF, or maybe I do it blind on stream this time. I don't know. The only reason I say that, she is my preference, but she's not too into the game anymore. She will be playing End of Dragons, but I don't know how excited she is about it anymore. So she's on the old Final Fantasy hype train. Apocent says, what did I miss? Nothing really, just a lot of conversation. Just like calling the new Mesmer Elite Spec the Virtuoso worked to make everyone happy that Guild Wars 2 finally has a Bard type spec, question mark. Yeah, right. I think Virtuoso even works as a Bard type spec. I think that's fine. If the mechanics were a Bard type spec. But they're not. To be honest, by the way, Pocket Raptors get all the hate in Heart of Thorns, but Smoke Scales are definitely the worst. Their unrelenting assaults hurt. They're like smoke fields with perma evade are annoying as well. So they're like overly tanky too. And Bristlebacks are pretty brutal too. I think Bristlebacks are pretty iconic. People often don't credit them. Am I streaming daily? Most days. If you scroll below, you can see my schedule, which, you know, is very last minute a lot of the time, but you'll see, like, tomorrow I'm planning on streams and the day after I'm planning on stream. So, yeah, if you guys want to click follow to be notified when I next go live, the more the merrier. Usually, I'm not very good at notifying people that I'm live, that I'm doing things, that I'm playing the game. Today, it was a little bit easier, but, yeah. My Twitter is a good thing to follow, but it doesn't always have live notifications. Discord is a good place to follow, but it doesn't always have live notifications because I don't want to spam pings and annoy people. So, the best thing to do is to click follow and just keep an eye out. Your wife is full on the 14 train. She likes the game. To her, since all the MSQ experience feels like Rails for her, she loves it. Yeah, I mean, the game just does characters better. So if you're a person that likes characters and likes sort of getting in the emotion of like these people that you're in an adventure with and all that kind of stuff, I think you're immediately going to be predisposed to FF14. I know for a fact Kerry would like Guild Wars a lot better if she resonated with the characters more, but she doesn't really like the characters much. She doesn't care much about the characters. She's a lot like me. Most of the characters she cared about, she once upon a time cared about, she doesn't anymore much. Like Ritlock and stuff. You know, we're very, very similar in that way. She was much more into the characters than into the world building. I've got like all this history with the game, and I sort of know the world building quite well. So I'm into Tyria as a place. But she likes, for example, POF. She doesn't rate as highly as me because she never played Guild Wars 1 Nightfall. So it's totally understandable, and I think she's got a very, very standard experience that most people have. If you're not loving the Guild Wars characters, if you're not really into them, if you're not forming a bond with them and stuff, it's going to kill your ability to enjoy the story. And it's very easy to lose that bond when they rotate in and out. You know, Final Fantasy has a very consistent cast that you're with for like years and years and years and years. Guild Wars will spend Season 4 introducing you to Zavira and then just removing her. Or it will spend Season 2, 3 and Heart of Thorns introducing you to Rox and then just remove her. And Canuck won't be in it much and blah, 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 blah. Is there any map in Final Fantasy that can compete with Guild Wars 2 visually? I think Final Fantasy's best maps can come close to Guild Wars 2's worst. But you ain't getting anything like this in Final Fantasy. Nothing even I've never seen anything like this. Well, okay, hold on. To the Final Fantasy fans, they have way better dungeons, and they have way more of them. And they have way more cinematic boss fights, like their trials, and they have way more than them. Final Fantasy dungeons are fucking insanely cool, and all the environments are insanely cool. Like, when you're, like, the last dungeon of Shadowbringers, for example, 5.0, when you are at Amarot at the Apocalypse, I mean, Jesus Christ, they've got good stuff. And it's not even just that, it's all of them. All their dungeons are amazing. They don't even have to be super high octane. They're just brilliant. Even, like, the first dungeon of Shadowbringers, you're just sort of going through a forest, but it's excellent. And Guild Wars 2 can't come close to that. But in other respects, for the open world especially, Final Fantasy's just not good. What about the low-level dungeons? Even the low-level dungeons I like. I think low-level Final Fantasy dungeons... Oh, I saw you in chat finally, Hamato. Even the low-level dungeons, I feel like are as good, if not better, than the Guild Wars stuff. Guild Wars dungeons. Like Caudicus's Manor versus Hawk Manor. Alright, Caudicus looks a bit better, but only a bit. And Hawk is awesome because it's got like hard mode where it goes all bloody and red and stuff. All you want from End of Dragons is strikes to get cinematic and epic like Trials. Yeah, right? And ArenaNet can do it. It's like Demos. The end of Bastion of the Penitent. That's what Final Fantasy does all the time, constantly. And much better. But ArenaNet were close with Bastion. Guild Wars' mechanics are much more movement-oriented and shit as well. Like, it's very rare you'll get a moment in Final Fantasy, like, going into the sky as an orb in some of the, like, underworld raid shit. Like, they do it a bit. Like, one of the bosses in Stormblood, the trial bosses in Stormblood, has a moment where you're all flying through the air, but you can kind of tell it's, like, just, like, a cinematic thing. It doesn't actually have going up and down. It doesn't have verticality and stuff. Even just, like, simple stuff like Sabbatha, Sapper Bomb to move out to a cannon to break it and stuff. That's all very movement-y and engaging in a way that a lot of Final Fantasy fights aren't. So, you know, Guild Wars has got its forte. It's got its areas that it's good at. It just doesn't have enough content. It needs a lot more content. Regular, consistent content. Stop leaving people in the dark about when it's coming in. Cameron Rich has been playing a lot of FF14. Yeah, I heard... Rocker said that Cameron Rich has beaten one of the ultimates in 14. Isn't that true? Is that, can anyone confirm that? Apparently he's beaten the ultimate coils of Bahamut. And ultimates are fucking, I mean, genuinely, that's like some serious kudos and credentials there. And the thought that someone who knows that and has beaten that and has grinded and progged through that is helming the strike missions and the strike CMs, like, that should fill people with very, very real enthusiasm. I mean, I'm a complete noob when it comes to that stuff, but even I've started to grasp at just how crazy ultimates are. Not that I've played them, but from what I've heard. A Balthazar strike would be great. Yeah, I mean, all those, they would all be cool, man. Balthazar, Mouth of Mordramoth. Foul Lane as a strike. I mean, fuck. Joko had good mechanics, beat him out easy. I remember very little of Joko. I remember, like, lots of telegraphs on the floor in there, but not much. Balthazar was the peak of storytelling in Guild Wars 2. Oh, and what was that, guys? That was a fucking expansion. That was the most recent expansion. They can tell good story in expansions. It's not copium. I'm genuinely excited about End of Dragons for its storytelling possibility. And what we saw on stream today was awesome as well. That was cool. I liked hearing about those characters. Only one of the characters sounded boring to me, and that was the Tengu. You rated top 50 in WoW. That doesn't make you a good dev for that shit. No, but what if you're a dev and you've top 50 rated in WoW? He's not qualified just because he's done ultimates. He's qualified because he's got both. I like when WP uses the word like copium and makes them instantly uncool. I know, right? Pog, everybody. Well, this was a really pog stream, Papega. I hope I'm inducing genuine cringe in people. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you next time. Lol. And thanks for the advice on making my Necro. Very happy with it. I think we've hit a good balance here. Get the new face. And yeah, I've got some POF territories to explore, but we can do those soon enough. Yeah, I would keep going, but I've been streaming for quite a while today. So that's it. Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed. Join me tomorrow. I'll be live again. Also, hopefully on YouTube, I'll do a summary of the information we learned today. Thanks for the subs. If you are scared you're going to miss me when I next go live, click follow. And you can come join us in Discord as well for some chat. Anything you want to catch up on that we maybe missed out talking about before, let me know. That's it, everyone. Thank you all. Hope you enjoyed. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys.